500 subscribers is a milestone for me. Not because of the number, but because of how it made me reflect on how I got here. But when I made the Blueballs incident videos, I was inspired to make them not just because the mod was great, but because I wanted my parents to understand why I liked looking up independent stuff like that on YouTube when they kept saying I should watch Big Bang Theory because they thought I'd like it. And in general, I wasn't worried about having anything make it any bigger than that. Things did get bigger and grow because of one thing. And that one thing is what I want to focus on with an event I'm planning. Videos I made for my parents got a lot of appreciation and were shared, getting attention even from the creators of the mod. I got my first 100 subscribers from that, and it gave me confidence to keep doing that. The channel grew slow and steady after that, and I made sure to respect you viewers and commenters by reading and replying to you when I felt I wouldn't be wasting your time doing it anyway. I took note of your requests, and I found some really good stuff I like that I never would have known or bothered with before. Most of my videos now are either directly from or tied to requests and polls that have been made on the channel. I've been honored to even talk to a number of the creators of these projects because of you guys, and I've looked forward to sharing those experiences with you when I can. One of my top videos is one that almost didn't get made because in the video prior to it, I mentioned I couldn't find the Fancomic again, and a regular viewer told me how to find it again. My number one video, though, and one that has definitely helped me reach this number, is the ICP video. That video wouldn't have been made if it wasn't for the community poll and a very excited response for it being there. But most importantly, the work and quality I put into it that fans and non-fans of ICP seem to appreciate wouldn't be there if I didn't have the support of you guys. It's not ego, but confidence you give me to do this stuff. Something I mentioned back in the 100 subscriber special video on Sonic.exe, which that video planted seeds that grew into another video that, again, was shared by the creators and helped me reach this milestone. And by the way, I do need to make a couple follow-up videos for ICP and Sonic Execution, but that's not the reveal I want to give. I want to repay you viewers, subscribers, commenters, and even just curious folks who help this channel grow. On June 13th, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will begin a live stream on YouTube of all the videos I've made, starting from Blueballs Incident to the Sonic Villains and Sonic Execution video. Maybe a new video too if it's ready by then, but I won't wait for the live stream to release it if it is. This is not going to be me patting myself on the back and showing off, though. Instead, I want this to be something where, for the whole day, you guys, new and old, can join in the live chat and not just hang out, share opinions about the videos or topics discussed, but also share other things out there you think need to be seen by others. I want it to not just be a hangout, but a live forum kind of meeting. Your own projects and creations, or projects and creations from others. And don't go spamming about them. I will be taking down anything going on and release a follow-up video compiling everything of note. And also, I have already reached out to, and will be continuing to reach out to, the creators I've brought up in these videos to invite them to join the chat as well. So you can not just thank them yourselves and talk to them about the stuff you enjoyed that they did, but also hopefully give them a chance to talk to you as well live, and let them meet the people that gave me the recommendations and heads up about the stuff of theirs that I've talked about. As I said, this will be an all-day thing, so don't worry about what time you show up. I know I have regular viewers from around the world, even ones that don't speak my language, but watch anyway. If you want to talk about one of the videos or topics that you've missed or won't be around when the relevant video plays, just go ahead and bring it up. We can have multiple discussions at once, I'm sure. Even if all you can do is stop by and say hello to everyone, that's fine too. I want you all to feel like an important part of this channel and its future, because you are. Viewers, subscribers, commenters, creators of the stuff I talk about, there is no amount of respect I feel I can give you that feels like it's enough. In my eyes, all of you deserve way more credit than me for this channel, this live stream coming up, and wherever it leads in the future. And you deserve way more than what I can do for you in return right now. Keep supporting creators and their creations out there, everyone. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you again soon. Please be advised, the topic of this discussion will be a video game mod that features flashing imagery. As much as I would like everybody to see this, keep your own personal safety in mind if you wish to go view the mod for yourself. With that out of the way, welcome. What would you say if I told you one of the greatest works of art I've seen in years is a mod for a video game featuring an internet meme to create a horror opera experience? A mod that uses art, music, and presentation to incredible effect. If you responded with, "Boy, that was a loaded question that really makes me want to believe what you said is true, and you really need to work on your intros," you're right. Friday Night Funkin' is a rhythm video game located on Newgrounds that feels like a bit of a cross between Parappa the Rapper and DDR. Instead of lyrics, however, it's more like an a cappella rap battle. Each character you face has different sounds to their vocals, and in the end it brings the songs together very well. In terms of story, Daddy Dearest and Mommy Nearest, yes, those are their names, are doing their damnedest to keep boyfriend from being with their daughter named Girlfriend. Again, those are their names, and I love them for it. Outside of those main characters, we also have famous Newgrounds animation characters getting into the mix. And in the end, you have to prove to all of them that you have the funky flow and confidence that Girlfriend loves so much about Boyfriend. By the way, both parents are obviously demons, and Girlfriend is one as well. It's implied and theorized that Boyfriend is actually getting help from Girlfriend using her powers when he sings. However, regardless, these two are just happy little idiots in the face of danger, maybe not even realizing they're in it, and with Girlfriend's powers, they can afford to be airheads. However, it is important to remember that this is not a game for kids.
There's one way to settle this. Let's rock, you little cunt.
Friday Night Funkin' is a good game, however, and it deserves to be recognized as such. The music especially is good enough to have had 4 of them show up on the Billboard Electronica charts. So of course the music's good, and I want to listen to it some more, so I've got it playing while I'm working, and eventually the algorithms of YouTube start giving me some recommendations. And that's when I went down the rabbit hole that ended at Malicious Bunny. Malicious Bunny had, by this point in time, posted 2 videos about Trollge incidents. If you've been on the internet enough, you'll recognize the troll face meme, typically used in forum reaction images or what are labeled rage comics. And I'm sorry if you already knew all this, because it's common knowledge with everybody on the internet almost, but I do want anybody that sees this to be able to understand what I'm talking about when I get into the later things with what I do want them to see. Anyway, after a while somebody got the bright idea of combining the troll face meme with Eldritch Horror. And I'm not sure I can give the full timeline, and even if I did, I'm sure I'd miss a few things or get a couple things wrong. And it's kind of getting into the weeds for what we're talking about in this fashion. What is important to bring up is the Heaven's Stairway incident comic created by Ebola Granola, which seems to be where the current idea and format of Trollge was codified and took off as something actually horrific and scary. Malicious Bunny eventually released an animation of her own telling that story, as well as adding a little more of her own characters and mythos to that of the Trollge meme. Trollge. Yeah, you know it's Eldritch Horror when you can't say the name right. With the second video she posted, Malicious Bunny introduced us to a team. She was still doing the animation, but 2 musicians were brought on. I believe it's pronounced Easy Halt and Fravrio. The 2 videos are pretty good and creepy on their own, but with all this build-up, I think we all know what I'm about to get into next.
I tried to be complacent, tried to expel them peacefully. But all of this is useless, huh? You got what you wanted, Blueballs boy. It's better not regret now. Let's do a little trolling.
Beep.
So, when I first had the Blueballs incident recommended to me by YouTube, I saw it over on the side and I just kept brushing it off. After all, a goofy name like that, how can you take it seriously? And after about a week, I started thinking that creepy grin was hiding something behind it worth more than just a stupid name. And I'm going to tell you, the first time I saw this mod, it was a memorable experience. I wanted to share it with everyone. It impressed me that much. Boyfriend is now presented as working for a Trollge containment foundation and has a microphone that lets his singing be used as a weapon against the Trollge individuals. He's sent to take care of the one from the second video named Smiler. And by the end of it, you'll not only get why these monsters are to be feared, but in some cases pitied. When it was over, I kept trying to wrap my head around the fact that someone not only made a horror mod for a cartoony music game, but did it with excellent music that was great to listen to while still helping tell the story in ways that were somber, creepy, and even sorrowful. The music, by the way, shrugs off what a lot of the fan mods and even the main game does, where a lot of the singing is call and response type, like a game of Simon or Parappa the Rapper. In this game, however, to quote a commentator, it feels like an actual rap battle with each side singing something different. And that's something that a lot of other music games don't do, is they use the music as a way to give depth and presentation to the setting and the characters in it. Amplitude, the new one, is an example of this, where they said it was a concept album, but in the end it just felt like you were playing songs. I'll get back to that one another time. This mod used cutscenes and the way things were spoken or the way the voices were used, as well as having an actual ending to the storyline, really helped it all come together to be as good as it was. When it was over, there were actually files in the game you could read afterwards to give more stories and lore to the setting. I watched this multiple times on Malicious Bunny's channel after she put it up there, because I enjoyed it that much. I hit subscribe for the channel, and like many others, I wanted to know what else this team was capable of. We just witnessed a horror opera in a video game mod. An incredible experience in only 15 minutes of runtime. So what was next?
What is your problem? Why you, of all people, continue to insist on this? Does that make you smile? Does that put a smile on your face? See these damned souls torturing themselves again, day after day. Make you feel happy? Why you don't just leave them alone? But nothing I say will change anything, right? Well, so let's go with it. It's time for the real trolling.
Yeah, there I go padding out the video, I know, but I want people to see these things, even if they don't watch them themselves from her channel. And that second one especially, I will be bringing up in the future. So, more was coming. And during the wait, we had other videos giving updates, some fun and goofing off, and one more incident video of the old style before we were told that there were delays. During this time, however, Update 1.9 came out, with updated charting for the original songs, as well as our first look at a new song. So yeah. Our villain of the first one was Smiler, and all he did was stand in a alleyway being depressed and yelling at us with an axe and using TV tricks on us. We get it, he can mind control us. He was a spooky, scary skeleton. What else you got? Is it gone yet? So, yeah, things got better and scarier. And this is telling me three things. The quality of the mod is definitely showing it can keep us with the good stuff, if not better. Secondly, the files shared in that original mod release were definitely hinting at new characters that were going to be introduced to us in the next update. And third? Oh man, I can't wait. Now before we go further, I do want to bring up that during this time there were two other Trollface Incident mods that came out, either at the same time as this one or later on in the middle of the wait for the next update. They are good in their own rights and they are worth looking up. The first one to be released is called Funkin' Physics at this time, but back when it first came out it used to be called Versus Trollface. The second one is called Friday Night Incident. I bring those up not to compare and contrast, but because of something that happened with Malicious Bunny during this time when they came out. Malicious Bunny actually brought attention to these mods on her channel as well, going so far as to not only play them on the channel while drawing fan art, but also declare that they were canon to the universe of the Blueballs incident, as well as one other mod that to this day hasn't been released yet. And that's really the reason I bring this up at this point, because that was an incredible class act between creators in the fandom. Like any community out there, especially large ones, drama can crop up and cause a lot of problems between things, and in Friday Night Funkin' fandom, it has caused a few mods to implode on themselves. And in a world where I left Facebook for a long time because the Ancient Aliens people on there were making much more sense than the political discourse people were, I was very happy to see something like this in a community. And even though those mods are considered canon in the Blueballs incident, they have no bearing on the Blueballs incident storyline because those mods are their own unique thing. So all this is getting to the point that since that first version of the Blueballs incident was released back in June of 2021, I wanted to talk about the mod for a long time and share it with everybody else that would listen to me. However, I did want to make sure that the full update came out and a full view of the mod could be shared. Finally, on January 31st, 2022, I woke up and noticed a live stream premiere of the Blueballs Incident update. And it was showing the credits when I joined, so yay me. But I still sat there to show my support, make sure they got the view number from me, read people singing their praises in the chat off on the side, and I was starting to realize that I was looking forward to seeing what I had missed. When you go to Malicious Bunny's channel to watch this update, you can actually choose to view the live chat from the same time that it premiered, and I do recommend that you do so. And I am explicitly stating to go watch this video on Malicious Bunny's channel because I don't like it when reaction videos and Let's Players get more views than the actual creator. I know it's the nature of the beast on YouTube, but damn it all anyway. There's a reason my credits keep saying support the official release, even if it sucks. So, I was wondering what I missed. And as I kept watching the live stream, I continued to wonder what I missed when a certain pair of eyes opened. After watching the rest of the live stream and being impressed by an effectively goofy bonus song, as well as an incredible epilogue song, I immediately rewound it so that I could finally get the full experience. Consider my next statement to be an official review of the Blueballs Incident 2.0 update. Go download the mod right now. It's on Game Banana. You don't need anything but the executable. And if you don't think that you can play through it properly, or even if you do, watch the video on Malicious Bunny's channel just so that you can give her some more views as well. It's free for both things, and Malicious Bunny's channel also includes links to the cutscene music, which is just as unique and good. Obviously I can't play good, so I needed to turn on the bot play option, but there's no shame in doing it. This is one of the best video games I've ever seen, and a work of art worth sharing with as many people as I can reach out to. To elaborate, I'll run down the highlights without spoiling the amazing story that happens in it. The music is excellent and consistently excellent. I know the electronica style and all that isn't for everyone. I already know somebody who says they didn't like it. But we all have what we like and we don't in music. That's the risk we all take when trying to say, listen to this, listen to that. But I think even if you don't like the style, you can at least tell each song is unique and not just simple loops of samples or chords. I can't even tell you which one is my favorite. I always wind up listening to the whole thing at once. I will point out, though, that in song 10 or 11, depending on if you count the tutorial song as number 1, it does something that I have never witnessed before, heard, you know what I mean, in any music I've come across. Opera, concept albums, I've asked people that I can that would be in the know about this sort of thing. They do something I've never known anybody else to do. And whoever came up with that idea definitely deserves an award, a medal, something, some recognition for it. Because if it is unique, I don't know how they came up with it. If it isn't unique, I haven't heard it anywhere before, so it must be rare. I mean, we all have limitations in what we hear, but that's the point. That song is mostly the reason why I wanted to make this video and make sure that I gave a deep dive into everything about this mod and later on getting into the story and the setting of everything. I'll bring that up later when we get to it, but the point being, you really need to see this yourself. I honestly feel this mod as a whole is worth being recognized on a wider scale than just as a game or a mod. I know what I said about the one song will make you just look that one up first and get it over with, but trust me, you're not going to get the full experience and more or less understand what's happening in it without listening to all the other ones beforehand. Aside from that, I was impressed by the touches given in the presentation and the music. Things such as the light growing off of television screens, how the background and foreground elements are used with things such as fog and rain. One song even gives us a little bit of... You know what? No, I'm not going to talk about that song. I want you to be surprised by that one just as much as me. The point being, with how everything was presented and the little differences in the songs, you can tell there was a lot of attention put into this game. And not to make grand illustrations and animation, but to make sure the presentation as it was worked as it was. Most importantly, as far as I can tell, boyfriend and girlfriend are still completely in character to how they are from the main game, which also shows us that the mod team was giving a lot of respect to the source material. The Trollge voices are deep and growling, and even at times monstrous, and this lends a tonal contrast to the more high-pitched vocals of Boyfriend. It's like a deep bass guitar complementing a shrill electric guitar. And while each Trollge always feels like a different and memorable character, even when they only show up once, the main villain of it all, who I'll be calling Tall Man to avoid spoilers, winds up being one of the most memorable and original villains I have ever seen. And I don't mean just in video games, I mean in any story, any medium I've seen in a long time. You don't even feel he's a threat until it's too late. But because of all that, we actually get to see character and growth development in Boyfriend and Girlfriend as well. Something that we're not even seeing in the main game. As of yet, I know they have a full version coming out later. This story actually almost puts the best efforts of Silent Hill to shame. It does all this without even having a mess of blood, guts. It does have a lot of screen shaking and image flashing, however, so do be careful of that if you have sensitivities to that sort of thing. Now, there are some criticisms to talk about, though. There's no difficulty selection, and because of that, there are a lot of hard songs in this. Which, I said I was using bot play, and I guess that is an easy mode. Also, the Trollges using the same voice effect between them do make them sound slightly the same, and the effect used does make it hard to hear what they say without subtitles at certain points in the game. Now, Malicious Bunny and the team is working on another project, and they have already come out to say that they will not be using similar voices between the characters in that one. I won't say what they're working on. I am not going to steal their thunder, so go ahead to Malicious Bunny's Twitter and Patreon account if you want to find out more. But with all that said, I do need to get to my conclusion about this. What I am going to say is full-throated and unapologetic. This was not a mod. This was an experience. Musically, visually, interactively. Blueballs Incident can seriously be called a horror opera for what it is, and that's why I gave it that label previously. And if you watch it, I think you'll agree with me. And that's why I'm using what little exposure I have to make this video to bring light to what Malicious Bunny and her team has done. If I can get one more person to go watch Malicious Bunny and the rest of the team's work on this, I feel I will have succeeded with this video. Now, I would very much love to go deeper into the lore and story about this game to really help make the point of how it all comes together so well, but I really don't want to spoil things for those that are interested. I am going to give my analysis and theories on things involving the setting and characters and things such as that, but I will make a second video to be released in a few days about that. I want you first to see this, experience it, and come up with your own ideas and feelings about the characters, setting, lore, things such as that. I don't want to be somebody who will spoil your experience, change with how you would think of things before you're able to come up with it yourself. I will, however, point out something about the story and why the story is good. In the timeline views shown on the video, you'll notice the peaks and valleys of how many people watched what part. Most of the peaks are from the songs. People that are coming back to rewatch the whole thing, they're just skipping the story segments so they can get to those good music bits. Except for these two spots, specifically. These are the cutscenes that reveal the most notable twists in the game. And so that tells me, and you, that on a rewatch, people are wanting to see those parts of the story. These are the story bits that people don't want to skip from. They don't want to move over these. They want to see them again and again, and they want that experience and feelings again and again. And that is a strong indicator of a good story in any medium. If you told me somebody had developed a cosmic horror story mod for a rhythm music game using a troll face meme, I would have laughed at you and moved on. I'm here to tell you, do not move on from this one. Also, one last thing before I end the video, please stay through the credits for a very special surprise, and a big thank you to Sairi Taikutsu, apologies if I got the name wrong, for providing the credits music for this video, and I am very happy to share that music with everybody else, and I hope you like what I did with it. So for now, I'm going to double check the notes on the next video and get to work on it, and hopefully you'll be here in a few days for the next video where we give a deep dive into the lore, the setting, the characters, and how it all comes together to really sell this mod. In the meantime, though, I do hope you go check it out yourself. Leave comments here and on Malicious Bunny's channel about opinions you have on, comments on this video for opinions on this video, opinions on Malicious Bunny's work over on her channel.
This is all my fault. I did all those terrible things to him. How am I going to face my sins if I can't even defeat this brat? Well, just do what you came to do.
Please be advised that this video will have heavy spoilers for the Blueballs incident, as well as may have flashing images. A major aspect of this video is that I've had to re-edit it and re-record it a couple times. What I'm attempting to do is file everything into categories between not just the three major acts, but also the characters when we chronologically find them. With the characters of boyfriend and girlfriend, I will be keeping their analysis waiting for the end of the video after everything else is completed. So before we go further, let me go ahead and explain what I mean by the three acts. The first one is effectively everything that involves Smiler, the first four songs. The second act will be all the other Trollges that occur. And the third act is going to be about the machinations of the Tall Man character. That's how I'm going to be referring to him throughout the video to avoid spoilers in case at any point in time you feel like pausing, stopping, whatever, and go seeing it yourself. Some things are going to be disjointed, and some things might not make sense at first, but hopefully by the time the video's over, it'll all come together and I would have explained everything effectively. Now, the setting of the game is going to be fairly simple to explain, at least in terms of the beginning of it, where there's a Trollge Containment Foundation. They hunt down these monsters and contain them, and Boyfriend is one of their agents. That leads us into the question of what are the Trollges, and I don't mean that as in what are they in the memes. I mean what are they in the setting. The simplest explanation is that something has infected people with TP cells, or troll protein cells. Due to various reasons, this infection drives them to evil insanity and eventually transforms their bodies into skeletal forms with pale, grinning faces. Now, a couple things to get into before we actually delve into the characters themselves is the Trollges are shown to be able to revert to their normal state and then re-transform. And in the case of two of them, they are explicitly stated to have died before they became what they are now. This undead quality to them is a little bit confirmed by something Smiler says, where he describes himself as a skeletal monster, which may be signifying that all of them, in some form or another, wind up being undead or zombie-like. So another thing to remember is that this infection appears to be inherent in all worlds, and I bring that up because in the letter at the start we're told that there are other worlds, and it's also said at various other points in the mod. Now, the reason I say the infection is inherent is because two characters, JJ and Jenkins, did not make deals with another entity in order to activate their transformations. They have two different ways of that activation happening, but there didn't seem to be an influence from a third party in terms of infecting them. And one last aspect to all of them is that all of the Trollges suggest that they keep hearing voices in their head even when they're not transformed, which might be a side effect or a sign of the infection. With that out of the way, let's go to our first Trollge.
Blueballs boy, let's smile together. Let's do a little trolling.
To start with our first character, Smiler, the first thing we can discuss about him is that a Twitter post after the release of the mod had Malicious Bunny tell us the backstory for him involved Smiler killing himself after his family left him. However, he did take a deal from something to be able to come back in order to find his daughter. When you get a Game Over versus Smiler songs, it will show you a sequence that depicts him speaking with the voices and discussing the deal. Another thing to take away from Smiler is that he's clearly not trying to hurt anybody when he's not transformed. However, he can be triggered into transforming and wanting to hurt somebody. Smiler's constant depression is clear even after he transforms because you can see it in the expression of his troll face there. There are hints given that the derp he tortures to death in his first video is actually close to his daughter, if not a boyfriend or lover. The song Redemption may have been either showing us a mercy kill for him, or boyfriend just staying with him as his body passed on naturally. If it's a mercy kill, then this may be the only Trollge boyfriend actually kills as an agent. Some of you are immediately going to ask about Tall Man because of that, but I'll get into that later. And because I saw discussing this as a spoiler in the last video, I'll say it here. I did tear up a little during the sequences on both sides of redemption.
I'm sorry.
The way we discover that Smiler's daughter was Derpina herself, and the speech he gives before passing on, really shows us how much he wanted to be a good father, and what kind of person he wanted to be and was before falling to the infection. And all of this done with so few lines of dialogue, by the way. Also, this is probably going to be where we get the start of what seems to be the major theme of the mod, which is not letting go of the past and not moving forward.
Let's make a deal. All you have to do is accept.
Act 2 begins after Smiler's final song, and begins with us taking a deal with a character constantly referred to so far as Tall Man. Act 2 was filled up with the tertiary characters of the mod, I'll say. Each of them shows up pretty much for only one song. Most of them have a reason for appearing, however, in terms of either the theme or ties with boyfriend and girlfriend. The important thing about Act 2 is it takes place as a mental battle inside of Boyfriend's mind, which Tall Man is going to make repeated threats of death and dying to Boyfriend. That might seem a little odd and out of place if this is all a mental battle, but there's a reason for that I'll get into when we get to Tall Man again.
The rain is coming.
Stairway's origin were in the first video on Malicious Bunny's channel, which was a direct retelling of the Heaven's Stairway incident comic. And Malicious Bunny does give credit to the author in the special thanks section of the mod. Now, a combination of his intro cinematic, his memories file, and the game over sequence suggests that, in his world at least, he is the troll character himself from the Rage comics and troll physics memes that you would see online all the time. I want to bring attention to the cutscene leading into Smiler's song because on the surface it looks like it's being respectful toward the source material of the Rage comics and troll memes. However, it's also showing those not in the understanding of troll physics memes and things such as that, how the troll physics meme is used, so that anybody who's watching and knows nothing about anything has at least some minor understanding. Crucially, however, Stairway states his motivation as being able to show everyone he is, to quote, still capable. Again, a major sign that the theme of this mod is being stuck in the past. And as I said before, keep in mind that the Troll's transformations can be reverted either willingly or by outside force. So, in that original video where we saw Stairway introduced and he killed Derpy after Derpy was mutated, then it would appear that after the Heaven's Stairway incident occurred, he reverted, killed Derpy out of fear and self-defense, and then went insane and became the full-on Trollge incident he is now. However, it's important to bring up that the information about these two that was given to us by Malicious Bunny's Twitter account is that neither of them have crossed paths with the Troll Containment Foundation or Boyfriend. So when you unlock the incident files in the mod and you're reading everything about Stairway in there, I can only assume that all that was written up after Boyfriend saw him in his mind. But the question then becomes, if Stairway was never met by Boyfriend or the TCF, so there were no files he could have read about him to know anything about him in his mind, then how is he remembering Stairway to be able to fight him in the first place? The explanation for this one is fairly simple, but it may also be speculation. However, I think it's more theory-wise when we talk more about Tall Man. Remember that Tall Man is the one that's instigating all of this and messing with Boyfriend's mind? So, what we can infer from all this is that Tall Man is the one that somehow has memories of who Stairway is and who Derpy is.
Your name? Could you tell me your name?
JJ, as I mentioned before, is a character that caused his own transformation through his own will. However, even though he's a creepy, scary clown, he's not the usual one. His desire is actually to avenge the children that are being murdered in nearby woods. And after he was transformed, like all Trollges, he went a little nuts, and he began kidnapping children to a cellar to protect them there, and attacking adults that came near him because of an evil he felt was inherent in all adults. Now, again, this is going to be speculation, but I think this statement is something that helps us give us proof or evidence that whatever the Trollge cell infection is that keeps being referred to, it is not something that is exclusive to deals, it's something that's inherent in everybody. Now what we get from this is that anyone can become a Trollge. The power that JJ is stated to have is that he can drive people insane just by looking at them, and therefore he's kept contained in a small room with a blindfold on at all times. However, in the files, we get another reference to the worlds thing, where it's stated that it was found to be more effective to keep him contained in a small chamber on his own world. Now, to use this as the point to discuss the whole multiple worlds thing, there's many ways it can be taken. Either it's a multiverse, there's other universes, there's parallel universes, or there might literally be other worlds in orbit around other stars in our own galaxy that are similar to ours, with humans in them and societies that have these same Trollge infection problems. I believe it is a multiverse thing or an alternate universe thing, and the Trollge Containment Foundation does make it clear that they can move between these worlds. So I will continue using the word worlds because that's how it's used in the mod, but just remember that it may not be literal worlds, but just a word signifying the concept of things like multiple dimensions and things such as that. There isn't any evidence given that Boyfriend made any sort of direct contact with JJ either before or after his capture, but it is entirely plausible that he read the files on him, due to the fact that the files that were written and the interview were shown seem to be independent from the actions of Boyfriend. The most noteworthy thing about JJ himself is that during the song, a giant troll shows up in the background. I've come to 3 ideas about that, and the first one I think is the most likely. Judging from how he's seen in the interview, the full Trolls transformation of JJ is probably what we're being shown in the background. However, considering that these are all being projected by Tallman himself into Boyfriend's mind, it might be possible it's Tallman himself joining in the dance just to do a little bit of extra trolling. The third option is one that adds to the horror aspect of this, and that is that the giant trolls in the background dancing may be a separate Trollge that JJ himself witnessed in the woods and feels that that is the person he needs to go against in order to stop the harm of the children. And if that's true, then that means that him witnessing a Trollge monster in the woods doing all this stuff to the children might be what inspired him to willingly activate the Trollge transformation for himself so that he can fight this creature on even ground.
Look at him, so still, so silent, so smiling.
Smiler returns, and this is, of course, a Trollge that Boyfriend has met himself, but also something that may be showcasing to us what Smiler is able of doing at quote-unquote full power. Because here he has access to the televisions that he was using to attack and brainwash and ultimately kill Derp with. There's not much else about Smiler himself to learn from this, but this is a sequence that shows us the Trollges we've been battling throughout the game, before, after, and right here, is what they are like at full power, even if it's just mental projection. So, in other words, we're seeing them as they would be seen in the real world if we actually came across them. Now, something to bring up, though, is that Tallman is explicitly bringing up Smiler to be a guilt trip against Boyfriend. And even before this fight, Tallman keeps going into a speech about nostalgia, which is another reference to the past and things such as that. However, he's also bringing up a person from our past, and this is not going to be the only time he does that.
Now, let's listen together.
Jenkins is one of the first songs in the mod to surprise me with how the music was presented, with some of the lyrics the Trollge uses actually being piano notes. I bring this up here because I felt that this would have been a spoiler in the previous video. This is the one that I mentioned I wanted to be a surprise for everybody because I wanted it to be something that showcased how much effort and care was given to this. However, Jenkins is an important character because he's not only a parallel to boyfriend and girlfriend's relationship, but he's also clearly stated to be friends with boyfriend and the reason why he joined the Trollge Containment Foundation. From what we can gather in the files, boyfriend came across Jenkins while he was transformed and called him down from a serial murdering spree by singing a duet with him. I haven't been able to figure out if they were friends before he died or before his transformation, but in either case, boyfriend regularly visited Jenkins after he was contained, and they became good friends by this time. Also, I'll point out that boyfriend's expression during the song is more comfortable around him as well. Jenkins learned music to impress and get together with a girlfriend of his own, but unlike boyfriend and girlfriend, Jenkins' relationship soured as the popularity of his music grew. Now, from what I can gather, during an argument they had, Jenkins' girlfriend ran away from him and, I guess, into oncoming traffic or something and was hit and killed. Of course, this leads Jenkins to despair, and he goes off to drown himself. This is where Jenkins is clearly stated to be the second Trollge in the mod to have been brought back from the dead by the transformation he went into. However, the circumstances are different versus Smiler. Somehow, all of his fans' desires came together and summoned him back from the dead as a Trollge individual. They were hoping to hear more of his music. What they got was an insane Trollge that started slicing and dicing to get everybody to stop remembering him by stopping living. Now, not only is this another reference to not letting go of the past, but in this case being done by other people to someone, it does give us a major bit of information about how the infection works. It feels like it's showing us the infection of the Trollge doesn't require there to be a living human involved, just enough of a desire. Also, there's another moment of the song that I think is important to bring up that helps show us this relationship with Jenkins, the crowd of people that still wanted him to be around, and how it all ties together with being stuck in the past. You can hear faintly in the background growing the sounds of cheering rising up. Jenkins isn't just defeated by boyfriend, he's unable to escape the cheering and the desires of the crowd that brought him back. However, we're starting to get into the major spoiler territory here because we now have our first step into the third act. Girlfriend disappears during this song. Now, this is the mental world, so she may have been a manifestation of boyfriend's memories in all of this, signifying her importance to him, but I think it's entirely plausible that due to the demon powers she has that were mentioned in the previous video, she is actually projecting herself directly into the mental battles to help support boyfriend more directly. Both of these are plausible with what we know about boyfriend and girlfriend's relationship, and as I said, because either one is plausible, this helps show us that they are in character. So an analysis of what happens in the next couple cinematics in regards to what's going on with girlfriend, I'm going to skip that for a little bit until it becomes relevant again, so that we can keep focusing on individual bits and pieces. Derpy is explicitly stated to be two things. He is not a Trollge individual, so he's just a mutated muck monster, and it's also mindless and harmless as a puppy. Now, between girlfriend missing and boyfriend's own fear and stupidity, boyfriend activating a sort of fight and flight response and battling against Derpy is fairly understandable. Derpy, however, is one of the more mysterious characters in the mod. There has never been a clear explanation, or even many hints given, as to what caused him to transform. Here we go again. The game over sequence shows that he was concerned about Troll, who became Stairway, either before during or after the stairway incident occurred and went to go visit him. If you're going to really push me into something about what caused him to transform, we see a little thing of oil there on the desk while we're fighting him. So it's entirely plausible that, due to the fact that Stairway in this version of the canon for the Stairway's Heavens incident used an oil-like substance to pollute the water supply and cause everybody to float during the rainstorm, then I am going to assume and suspect that whatever that oil concoction is caused the transformation somehow. Putting it in the water supply makes people float off into the sky during the rainstorm. Getting it splashed all over you in an undiluted form might cause you to mutate and turn into an oil creature. Again, Derpy was never met directly by anybody with a TCF or boyfriend, so this is another time that we can imply the memories are coming from Tall Man. Now this also implies that Tall Man himself may have had something to do with the mutation, and it also implies that Tall Man has something to do with all the Trollge infections, or at the very least, some possible connection to Stairway. There's going to be moments from here on out in the video where I'm not going to be very conclusive about what I'm saying, and I've probably done that a couple times beforehand, but it's going to get much more common later. It's just that mostly what I'm doing when that happens is that I'm trying to make sure that I give information, ideas, and thoughts so that a conclusive idea can be come to by people in the comments section, other people watching, that sort of thing. I guess more or less it's just trying to figure out a way to bring all our heads together on this. Now the thing about being harmless and mindless does raise an interesting question. Are the mutations we see throughout the song a reaction to the perceived aggression by Boyfriend? In other words, is this a defensive act it's taking? Or is this its actual natural evolution over time that would be happening if it was just locked in the room and forgot about? So before we continue, I want to summarize Act 2 by saying that what we've been witnessing outside of information for the lore and things like that is a respect and care given toward us, the audience, with making sure there was still something interesting going on. Attempts were made to give stories and backgrounds to each of them, and to make sure that all of them at least had something to do with the story. And it's possible that some of these things we've seen in Act 2 will be revisited when we talk about Tall Man later on. But now it's time to double back a little bit and go over the plot twists, plot points, and spoilers I've been skipping over up until this point, because we are now heading into Act 3. Despite her demonic powers, Tall Man has managed to somehow kidnap Girlfriend and also mind control her. And again, this is something that was stated later on. This is not a Trollge form for Girlfriend. At least she doesn't become one now. This is mental manipulation from Tall Man, transforming her into this form, effectively to get under the skin of Boyfriend. Also, I really like that this is the point in time that Tall Man changes how he's talking and how he looks, because it really shows off that the mask is starting to fall off, and this is his true threat and power. And I do want to bring attention to effectively how this mod chose to portray 4 words in a fashion that I think cannot be understated how well it was done. You could say in the context of the mod, but I think it was well done in general to begin with.
She is right here.
And that is what helps deliver him as a terrifying and unsettling monster. As I said before, it's clear by this point that Tall Man is going after Girlfriend just so he can get at Boyfriend as well. And it doesn't nearly work. It does work. Now, before we go on, I do want to go into how this played out and what it speaks about Tall Man's planning and the Machiavellian nature of his character. He was serious when he was saying things like using Boyfriend's mind against him. However, since his power is obviously to be able to read minds, I think it's clear that Tall Man already knew to go after Girlfriend, and this whole mental battles thing was a red herring or a distraction. This was nothing but a Kansas City shuffle to keep Boyfriend occupied while he went after the real target. This isn't the full picture of who Tall Man is or how he does things, but this is a point in time where it's made clear he is a well-written and strong villain. In a lot of other cases, the story that follows from here would be played up as, oh, aren't I so edgy? Aren't I so dark? Look at how depressing and evil and everything is, and God, aren't I so awesome for making this creepypasta style thing that's gonna be remembered so much for being so cool. Malicious Bunny, I want to give a direct statement to you and the team. Thank you for the respect you are giving us as the audience for what you wrote, what you created, and what we are about to see. Now, I will say that even though it was obvious to expect Girlfriend to have something happen to her based on the artwork, I was not expecting that to be something that actually did get to Boyfriend the way it did. I was legitimately thinking, going in, that this was going to be Girlfriend's transformed, Boyfriend finds out, Boyfriend sings and saves her. Again, Malicious Bunny, thank you for not making it so simple, but still enjoyable. This song, however, is the one that I feel really elevates the mod to a legitimate form of art that needs to be shared with everyone. And it's easy to believe that at this point Boyfriend and Girlfriend are singing more for Tall Man's enjoyment. But how things play out, not just in the song, but what we see during the song, is very good. To elaborate, Girlfriend isn't being used as a trope or cliche of the loved one being harmed by a villain to make him an easy threat. She still has her own part to play in all this, even after she's mind-controlled and transformed. As the song plays, we see Girlfriend racked in pain as her original voice from the tutorial breaks through, transporting both of them to the memories they still share of their past adventures. Corrupted memories, but they're still there. And after hearing her real voice a few times, Boyfriend actually calms down from his insanity and then tries to help her break free. Remember, it's clear that Boyfriend's out of his mind at the beginning of this song, so we can't really say one way or the other whether he's still trying to save her or just singing for the enjoyment of it for his own insanity or for Tall Man's benefit. And after an emotional ending to the song between the two of them, we go into the next one where Girlfriend sits weakened across from Boyfriend and he keeps singing along to try to break through to her. But it isn't enough. Tall Man declares his victory. Boyfriend is alone and lost, and we can see that in his pose. And then, as if the game itself were giving up, it closes.
We are Legion.
After we restart the game, it brings us into a cutscene that shows us information about Tall Man's history. Or, to use the name he's known by in the game and by the fans, Legion. Tall Man himself appears linked to nearly everything in the story and the lore about the game's universe, including with the mystery character that shows up in a little bit. Now, this is a point in time when things get complicated when trying to analyze the characters individually, so instead I'm going to go through how the story progresses and ends, and then we'll come back and use what we've learned from that to analyze the characters of this final chapter. When we see Boyfriend again, he's visibly changed, and based on what Legion says, he's been asleep for possibly years. And I'm going to say something that I know I've seen somewhere before, but I can't remember where. But it does make sense for what they said and what we see to assume that Legion has deliberately been keeping him around all this time just to have a plaything after he's conquered the world. Now, Boyfriend steps forward and says that no matter what happens, he wants to put this to an end. And we're given an incredible song with absolutely insane mechanics that involve switching between keyboard controls and the mouse. This is definitely a boss song, and we can feel it's being sung by an eldritch horror. And while using a choir for a boss song might seem old hat, consider that the choir may be the voices of the entire world that Legion's enslaved singing along with him. Or alternatively, they're the voices of the souls trying to call out to Boyfriend to save them. All the constant troll references and poses throughout the song, as well as how he's interacting with Boyfriend, are showing us that Legion is toying with him, despite how difficult everything is for Boyfriend to do. And Malicious Bunny did design the song to be as impossible as it is for a purpose. You aren't meant to beat this song. And if you use bot play, you can hear the full one, but you still need to use the mouse mechanics on your own to finish it. Boyfriend can keep trying as many times as he wants, but Legion is just as determined with that smug grin of his, and he never lets up either. No matter how many losses or wins you get doing this song, you will eventually give up. And after Legion claims his final soul of the entire world, he celebrates his victory. As someone approaches from behind, and the voices surrounding Legion fade away. When Legion turns around to notice who this character is, it scares the hell out of him. And once more the game, or perhaps I should say the world, resets on us. A mystery voice that appears to be from the figure that approached Legion reaches out to Boyfriend, and at this point in time he is infected as a Trollge. But enough of him is still left there to be able to make a deal with this character. We're given the chance to replay the song My Dear Love, which is where we failed to save Girlfriend, and this time, whatever that mystery voice's deal was, gave us hints and abilities to be able to finish it. As we finish the song and we see Boyfriend's memories of happier times with Girlfriend, we're all rewarded with hearing Girlfriend's voice sweetly responding and smiling at Boyfriend. And as Boyfriend stares down Legion one last time, he defeats him with the only way a musician knows how, with a painful and sustained high note. Now this is the point in time that I'm going to point out that even though it's clear Legion's going to be pretty messed up after this, if you go look in the files after you finish the game, it explicitly states that Legion is not destroyed, but contained. And that file was clearly written after the confrontation with Boyfriend because it says so in it. However, considering what Boyfriend did to him and the theory that I have that Boyfriend still has the powers that he used to defeat him, Legion is not any threat anymore. And after the credits for special acknowledgements roll past, we're rewarded for all this time and effort with a certain pair of eyes opening. Not as a cliché, but as a reward for all that us and Boyfriend had been through. To go back to the two characters that we skipped over for the analysis, Legion and this mystery figure, let's start with something about the mystery figure. As I pointed out in my previous video, all the characters that appeared in this mod have been foreshadowed to us by the files of the previous version of this mod. All of them except for one have appeared, and that one is Trollface. And that's why I'm going to conclusively say that this mystery figure is Trollface. And I will also say that I believe that Trollface is the individual that Author/Legion made his deal with to get his powers and his transformation. I will go into that in a second. Now, Trollface has very, very little evidence about who it is or what the motivations it has are. So a lot of what's coming up now is speculation based off the tiny bit of information we get from his speech, but I feel that's enough of the evidence for it. If we take all the evidence into account that this figure appears And he's able to counteract the powers of Legion. He's able to reset the world. He's able to give new powers to Boyfriend. The fear that Legion has when he sees him, this is clearly another godlike being. Now, to put it this way, I do not believe Trollface is a god in the sense of all-powerful. I believe, however, it's that kind of Greek god or pagan god kind of thing, where he's a god that's all-powerful in his domain. And in this case, I believe that force of nature he's controlling is the concept of trolling itself. And in a way, Trollface might be the source of that concept as a whole for everybody around the universes. This is where we get wild, folks. Now, let's start going back to Legion real quick, because these two are intertwined a lot. As I said, Arthur made a deal with the voices he was hearing, which appears to be Trollface. Important to the theme of this mod, however, which by now should be clear, being stuck in the past and not moving on, Legion's motivation was that he was already forgotten when he got the skills to entertain people. Now, I keep going on about Trollface being the godlike embodiment of a concept of trolling, because it's made clear the way he's talking that he's not human, and in fact he actually looks down on them and thinks of them as sinful. And he makes it sound as if being stuck in the past is one of those sins that he holds against them. So with all that, why does Trollface even make a deal with Arthur to begin with? Why does Trollface care about humans and making deals with them when he has no interest in them? He's just trolling. Consequences be damned, Trollface is out there wandering around, finding people that he can entertain himself with by giving them the power to troll. In fact, you could say this power was given to everybody who makes the meme comics and the rage comics and things with the Trollface as well. And there's a reason I bring that up that we'll get into. The deal that Legion made with Trollface was obviously for power. And as the god of trolling, he gave godlike trolling powers to Legion. However, Legion was so wrapped up in the past, he was mind-controlling instead of using his trolling skills. This could have violated the deal between him and Trollface. And after the whole world was consumed and there was no going back from what he did, Trollface returns and takes away the powers, disappointed in him. After the powers are taken away and he leaves the world to rot, Trollface comes across Boyfriend out of all the souls that are left behind. He recognizes that instead of trying to save the world as it used to be, Boyfriend didn't care if anything could actually be fixed, and just wanted to stop Legion no matter what the cost, even his own life. For all Boyfriend and us knew, there was no going back from what had happened. So seeing this within Boyfriend prompts Trollface to make a deal with him. He tells Boyfriend he needs to prove himself, which is probably also what he told Legion, which is why instead of Trollface just snapping his fingers and fixing everything, Boyfriend gets some of his powers to be able to save Girlfriend if he can use them good enough. And that's why during that sequence, the new power you get is just being able to push the spacebar to stop the life drain effect. It's up to you to finish doing what's necessary to get to the rest of the song. Now, to summarize all of this, the Troll's mutations I don't think are actually directly caused by him. He's the source of troll cells in every living thing. They can all be trolls, but because of the sinful usage of them by humans ourselves, for whatever reason, we go one step beyond just plain trolls and become evil entities, as in the Trollges. This is why I think even without deals being made with other Trollges or the voices within them, certain people can become Trollges either by their will or by the will of others. And of course, I'm going to conclude that the given theme of the game is once more being stuck in the past and not being able to move on from it. Of course, that's easy to tell with the quote at the beginning of the game that we keep seeing. But what if there's a way we can take that idea farther? An important part of the memory that we unlock about Legion is that he says he can't get his powers to work in, quote, this world. That memory is the key to a lot of the speculation and theorizing I'm about to go into, and I'll make sure to do my best to keep all these ideas up to speed for everybody that's following along with me. In short, I am about to get into the idea that this mod has parallels to the Friday Night Funkin' community itself, as well as all of us in the world as a whole. And there is a lesson and message that we can learn from this, not just about being stuck in the past, but what we actually learn from the past. And before we go further, I will say that I do not think this is something that the team intended when they made this. I am not going to discount that idea that this was meant to be something that we would discover. However, this is going to be a leap, but I have the evidence for it. To go back to the memory, Legion says that in this world he's in, which is the world that Boyfriend in this mod is a part of, he has found bomb-headed people and talking TVs, as well as sees this iris symbol that we've been seeing throughout the entire mod. And when Legion sees the iris symbol, he says the name Daddy Dearest, and realizes that he has an idea of what to do in the world now. Bomb-headed people and talking TVs are clear references to some of the earliest fan mods of the community, namely Versus Witty and Versus Hex. The iris symbol also comes from Versus Hex. The canon usage of that symbol in Versus Hex is meant to be as a symbol for a media conglomerate. What all this together means is that the world that we're seeing with this mod is a world where the fandom and fan works are canonical to it. And if you understand how the books and worlds of that old video game series Myst worked, you have a similar situation here. In other words, the best I can describe it is, in the infiniteness of the universe itself, over time, if you were to search long enough, you would find a world that is either identical to this one, or identical to it with a few differences. Which means that somewhere out there is a world where our fiction that we're writing or creating is real in some fashion. Now that leads the question of how Legion learns so much about our world just from a symbol. It's because he can mind control. This is a day and age where nearly every corporation and store you go to gathers as much information and data about you as it can. Internet cookies, signing up for shopping cards, sign up for free crap, you get the deal. And so if Legion gets his hands on the right guy, he gets all the info that a major media conglomerate has on everybody. So from all this, there's something deeper to take from Trollface's discussion and to deal with Boyfriend. Trollface is an entity that's on the outside looking in. He can see how the internet of our world took the troll memes and turned them into something dark and horrifying with the Trollge memes. And that is also a part of why Trollface sees humanity as sinful. They took something that he was a part of and turned it into something that he felt it wasn't. Trolling is just for fun. Trollges hurt people. Boyfriend, however, has become a meme of his own these days in our world. He has fans as well, and those fans have been putting Boyfriend and even Girlfriend into other dark and horrifying situations for their mods and fan works. The music being used in these mods are either based off those formats that are being used, based off the crossovers they're using, or entirely original compositions. Those factors all applied, and Boyfriend himself being a musician, Boyfriend can be symbolic and indicative of how humans can take the past and build off of it to make something better and greater. The Blueballs incident uses Friday Night Funkin' and the Trollge memes as a way to create something greater. Meanwhile, there are a number of excellent remixes of songs for the main game, this mod, and other mods by very skilled and talented people. I'll name drop Sairi Taikutsu again, but also I'll bring up J Phantom and the very skilled Faye Hadlami, just to bring up artists that remix songs from the Blueballs incident. The point being, how many of these artists would you have recognized and shared with other people if they didn't do fan art or remixes or what have you about already established and popular franchises? So I just got a message in my inbox during the editing of all this, and I need to get back in front of the camera to give a very special thank you to Fahad Lamy. So when I get to the tribute for the Blueballs incident team in this video, we will be hearing Triskaphobia Trouble. And I want to point out that I'm using that song specifically because it uses bits and pieces of multiple other fan mods as well in it, including Sonic.exe. So I think it's actually a great illustration in music form about the fan community coming together. So please give it a listen to, check out the tribute, And then make sure to go to Fahad Lami's channel to see much more good stuff. Just as Boyfriend proved to Trollface something greater and better can be built on what came before, the modern internet community a lot of times relies on using previous works to create new things. Let's Players, for example, will play a popular game, and over time they would gain people's trust that they're just as entertaining to watch and listen to as with other things. People across the world can use YouTube and Instagram to have others they would never have met realize their skill and potential. And there is another theme and genre that you can say that this mod is, which I'll get into now, because after all that, it's time to return to Girlfriend and Boyfriend. On the surface, Girlfriend doesn't have that much I didn't bring up back when she was transformed. However, I will say that it feels like Girlfriend and Boyfriend are being treated in such a... Hi, kitty. Wanna say hello to the camera, kitty? However, it feels like Girlfriend and Boyfriend are in such a strong relationship together and so inseparable that they're being treated as if they're one dual character. We see flashbacks during My Dear Love that show us it's not just Boyfriend singing that has them staying together, and it's clear Girlfriend is conscious of her decisions to be with Boyfriend even in their most dire of moments. These two care for each other deeply, no matter how stupid they actually are. And that's shown to us in the epilogue for this mod.
Why are you two not running right now?
Early on, we're shown that Boyfriend is aware of internet memes when him and Girlfriend weaponize a JoJo pose against Smiler. And after the mod's finished, we notice that, even though he's an idiot, Boyfriend's still aware enough to not just troll a troll, but also drop all goofiness and become dead serious when the time comes. Another major aspect of Boyfriend is that he has no true ill will against anyone he comes across, either in this game or other mods. And this is true even with him in the main game, notwithstanding the idea that he's too stupid to fully understand his danger. And to point it out again, in this mod, he didn't treat any of the danger seriously until they were casualties, namely Girlfriend being taken from him. Now we have actual confirmation of this with the fact that he's actually befriended two of the Trollges, which reinforces what was said before. Smiler declares his friendship as he's passing on.
From the depths of my soul, I need to say, thank you, my friend.
And as stated, he was friends with Jenkins after he was captured. And to go back to something that Trollface was saying that I skipped over a little bit when he was talking to Boyfriend, he states that he is tied to the same ropes as him, but unlike Trollface, Boyfriend accepts, quote, them. If the ropes he's tied to are the same as the quoted them, then it's plausible that Trollface is saying both him and Boyfriend have a connection of some sort to the Trollge individuals. But unlike Trollface, Boyfriend didn't discount any of them, wasn't disappointed at anyone, and he actually befriended them. A deeper theory goes back to what I was saying about the worlds and how they're on the outside looking into all these different worlds where one of them might be our world and how we're using internet memes in it. Now I'm kind of using Boyfriend being knowledgeable about JoJo memes, being evidence of his knowledge of boyfriend and girlfriend memes and Fangames. And just as Trollface was disappointing and disapproving of how people were using the troll memes and transforming them into what he didn't like, Boyfriend is accepting of the new memes, of the new formats he's being introduced to. Or to put it more bluntly, from the outside looking in, Boyfriend is accepting of us. That's a hell of a stretch, I know, but the point stands. And if you think all this discussion about Boyfriend being self-aware as an internet meme is a little out there for your taste, then consider the idea that Boyfriend is a celebrity that is accepting of his fan base. We are the ropes that Trollface and Boyfriend are tied to. The ropes being our desires to see new and interesting things for those characters to be doing. We resurrect the memes with how we keep using them, and not wanting to leave them alone. Just like the fans of Jenkins resurrected him in the mod storyline. And to conclude, I think that's why I'm really convinced this is a true work of art, if not damn close to it. Because in all forms of art, the author generally almost always has a way they want it to be intended and how to be seen. However, great art is not one that just simply has a theme and ideas behind it, but one that also has enough room for people to come to their own conclusions that they find interesting. A way to keep it alive past what it was intended. Consider the fact of all the fan works and fan remixes of just from Blueballs incident, or from other fan mods that you may be introduced to. This is a mod that gives enough wiggle room for people to have their own conclusions to try to keep it interesting for others or just for themselves. And it might be possible that even the authors love seeing what these unintended ideas are, because it might give them inspiration on what their new projects will be in the future. No hints given, I'm just saying. But the point being, this is something that, in the end, inspired others, inspired me, and hopefully inspires you somehow. And all of this wild theory that I've come up with would not exist if it wasn't for that memory of Legion talking about how he traveled the worlds. So to conclude this, we're going to look at one last song. And after you finish the game, normally, there's 2 more that are unlocked. The first hidden song with Trollface is just goofy fun that doesn't really appear connected to any deeper lore. It does, however, include a combination of mechanics from all the other songs for the most part. However, the second song unlocked, Daisuke, is clearly an epilogue song that is meant to be a conclusion to everything we've had. The first thing you'll notice is that both boyfriend and girlfriend are obviously changed. Girlfriend has paler skin and hair from her transformation. However, I think the red eyes might just be her demonic heritage growing inside her a little bit more. Boyfriend's arm is now completely black, and while I've seen plenty of people say that this is a remnant or influence of the Trollge transformation, considering everything went back in the past and was reset, I don't think that's actually what it is. What I do think it is a remnant and a sign of either the deal he made with Trollface, or it could be the continuing existence of the powers he was given by Trollface. Most importantly, however, this is clearly a love song, and it's a gorgeous one at that. This is just 2 lovers singing with each other. And since it's not a battle, the game actually won't let you lose this song. So with this song, with full conclusion of all the storylines and arcs we have in the game, not only was the Blueballs incident a horror mod, but it was also a love story. When the song's over, they relax hand in hand with a sunset that lasts forever, or until you finally hit a button to move on from it, letting the 2 of them be as you move on with your life. Maybe like them, you'll return to the game to have those memories of horror and sorrow, or share the game and those memories with others like they possibly would. But just like those 2, after this final song, you can smile when you remember it. Because we all know now how it turns out. With a well-earned happy ending for them and us. Again, this whole thing was an experience, and if you haven't seen it by now, I hope you go watch it. Just wanting to share this mod with everyone I know inspired me to get back to working on videos, and I know this mod has inspired many others as well with their own work. Like I said, there's fan art, remixes, crossover mods, and videos. Again, Malicious Bunny is working on a new project, and I feel with what we've seen here, the team is absolutely capable of making something great, no matter what it is. And I'm not saying that whatever they come out with next has to be better than the Blueballs incident or on par with it. What I am saying, though, is that the Blueballs incident has proven to us that Malicious Bunny and the people that she works with definitely have the skill and ability to take whatever they work on and make something wonderful out of it. Now, of course, this is a discussion, so feel free to leave comments if you think there's something you think I got wrong, or if you think there's something I miss, or something that you think was interesting, or your take on anything. But most importantly, go leave likes and comments on any work you come across that you feel is worth it, and definitely share it with others. This has been a long set of 2 videos, and that's mostly why I put them into 2 parts, because I knew there was going to be a very long length between them. And I am very happy if you stuck around just to watch one of the videos. Now, my next video coming up in about a week is going to be how Sonic the Hedgehog and its developers are stealing ideas from Grand Theft Auto and its developers. And I will be... Hi, Gabriel. My next video will be Sonic the Hedgehog and how its developers seem to be stealing ideas from Grand Theft Auto, and why you should care about something like that. But in the meantime, make sure to take care of yourselves and others. Oh God, that was a hokey sign-off. Whatever, I'll keep it. Well, it looks like Sonic Origins is on its way out now, and if you didn't know, it was an HD remake complete with animated cutscenes of the first 4 Sonic the Hedgehog games, Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Sonic CD. Unfortunately, they're running out of ideas on how to do these things and have once again stolen ideas. This time they've stolen an idea from Grand Theft Auto. Now, what could Sonic the Hedgehog be stealing from Grand Theft Auto? They already have the open world game coming out, but that's not this one, right? Well, it's not what the game has in it, it's what the company is doing. Sega decided that in their announcement of the game's release, they were going to remove the individual downloads of all the other Sonic games. Now, a while back, Rockstar came out with the remastered Grand Theft Auto Trilogy collection. This had the same problem, where you could now only get the remastered versions. Remastered. They wanted to make it convenient to be able to get everything in one package, so they delisted all of the individual downloads of Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, if I remember correctly. Of course, Grand Theft Auto has a lot of fans, and they didn't like that, so after a very large amount of public outcry, Rockstar decided to about-face and relisted the individual games again. Now, by the time Sonic Origins releases, it would have been about a month since they delisted the individual games that are included in the collection. And the fan outcry against Sega for pulling those games has been out there, but they haven't relisted them yet. Now, of course, this could mean either Sega isn't listening, Sega doesn't care, or, unfortunately, Sonic might not have enough fans left to hear from. Now, I will quickly point out that I did have Sonic CD previously bought on Steam, and I checked, it is still available to download if you already bought it beforehand. Now, what that means is the data is still stored on the servers, at least on Steam, which means that if they try to use the excuse that they can't, afford to keep the data on the servers, it's still there. So, now I will make it clear that I do believe that remakes and updates of games are very important, especially for old ones. Of course, that brings up the fact that if these games were $5 up until 3 months ago, why do I gotta pay $20 for them now just because somebody put a new coat of paint on them? Well, the guy who put the paint on it needs to eat, so I'm not against paying a little extra if he had the work put into it. However, the point and topic I'm driving at this point in time is that this thing of pulling the digital releases of older games needs to be addressed in some fashion. And in the articles I've seen through the years of this occurrence, I'm not sure how many of them have brought up the discussion that I'm about to. Now, to start with, technically, the supply of digital goods is near infinite. What I mean by that is for negligible cost, they can be infinitely reproduced in some fashion or another. However, there is a cost in hiring the developers to at least make sure the modern versions of old games are still compatible with what we have nowadays. But when you own the only source of something, when you're the only person that people can go to get a product, then that makes me think of De Beers. The short version is, some time ago, De Beers owned the monopoly of diamonds and diamond mines. Now, this allowed them to create an artificial scarcity of the diamonds, making it so that you had to pay a premium price, even though they knew the supply was high enough to make them much cheaper. Now, does removing a product from the consumer so that they can only purchase one thing that you are forcing them to sound a little familiar in this case? Now, the worst part about this is we're effectively one step away from a company declaring, hey, we've got a much better version of this game. You don't need that old version anymore, so we're going to go ahead and delete it off your hard drive for you. Come get the new one. Unfortunately, in this case, I'm very cynical but not conspiratorial. allow me to bring up the example of General Motors and their EV1. These were electric vehicles from the 90s that were never sold, only leased. And this is a very long and complicated discussion that I may make a video about later, but the short version is General Motors declared, we don't want to sell this anymore, and we don't think anybody should have it anymore. So we're now going to go out, take it from everybody who has a lease with us, because they signed a contract with their address and everything on it, and then proceeded to lump them all up and crush them so nothing could ever be used again. There's 40 that are still intact, but the agreement to keep those intact required them to take out functioning parts of the car so that they can never be used again. This line has been crossed before. And think carefully of the fact that, especially in this digital day and age, a lot of game companies and software companies, especially the big name ones, are pointing to the end user license agreement and saying that you don't actually own the game. What you own is the license and the agreement to be able to play it and download it for yourself. And I will now put a pin into a personal event for these sorts of things. When I first got a PlayStation 3, one of the earliest things I bought was a digital copy of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 from their online store. Unfortunately, at some point in time, Capcom temporarily lost the rights to using Marvel characters in video games. They eventually got it back, but the PlayStation 3 version of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was never relisted, which meant that I could never download it again after my hard drive died. So am I saying that companies should be forced to ensure their digital copies of game, software, whatever, last into perpetuity? Not exactly. Like I alluded to before, things get old enough that technology progresses to a point where they just aren't compatible with it anymore, and it would be required to hire new people to new coat of paint, fix it up, make sure it runs. And a company can always choose to remove a product completely from the store shelves, otherwise we'd be buried up to our necks in things from the 1950s. But this is a case where I feel there is an issue that needs resolving. I'm not going to say concretely whether there's an ethical or legal issue with any of this. Obviously, I feel there's a moral issue, but in terms of legal standards of ethical complaints, that's another level. But something I want to try to do with these Why You Should Care videos is have discussions and conversations about the issue and raise awareness of it in ways that I don't think have been covered. Now, I am thinking that this is an artificial scarcity issue on their part, and I am going to suggest that the individual games that are in this bundle should still be available for purchase, because you have an instance such as myself where you might have 2 or 3 of those 4 games and you just need one more, so you're effectively stuck with 3 copies of a game that, to my knowledge, you cannot separate them from the package and gift them to friends, family, whatever, just so that you have some value from it extra versus not needing them at all. Yes, I know there's some extras and bells and whistles on this, but let's have a generalized conversation about this, using Origins as an example of the issue, as well as GTA Trilogy. Like I said, technically, not counting things like electricity costs and such, it is negligible in price to duplicate a digital version of a game. However, there is a cost associated with running servers or renting server space to store that data onto Steam, server farms, whatever. Today we have something called the cloud, or as we used to call it about 20-something years ago, peer-to-peer file sharing services. Or a shorter name, torrents. Yes, I'm saying that the cloud is a more finessed and legal version of torrenting sites from back in the day, and I see no reason why for the next few decades we can't stretch that a little further. Now, I believe that companies, including Steam, may already have some form of cloud downloading thing where you buy a game on the storefront and you download pieces of it from other people that might be connected to the internet at the time. But what I'm saying is we turn the marketplace itself into a cloud service. Now, we already have the right to resell a copyrighted item that we already own. You bought a DVD, you're tired of watching it, you can put it out in your yard sale and sell it for $5 or 5 cents. So you have a digital copy of a, for instance, PlayStation 1 or a Wii game, and it's not being offered anymore as something for people to buy or download. Now, what if we had a program or platform of some sort? For instance, as an example, let's say we take BitTorrent and reprogram it a bit. We make it so that these digital goods that you now own have tags or some sort of identifier in them, so that if you duplicated it and sent it to somebody else, either free or even sold it to them, then you or the other person, or possibly even both of you, paid some sort of fee to make sure that the original creator, owner, copywriter, what have you, got their cut of the deal out of it, thereby helping make it a legal transaction, not just for you, but for the company in the eyes of the law. This is probably pretty close to what NFTs are, or at least what they claim to be, but in this case, you're selling an actual product. And the thing is about these digital marketplace controversies that we're having nowadays with Sonic Origins, GTA Trilogy, and other things that aren't even the same problems that they gave us. A lot of answers for these issues can come from just applying existing law. However, it's a very common legal argument these days to say, well, this law didn't account for the internet when it was written, or it doesn't specifically talk about the internet in the writing of it. Which effectively means that trying to apply the law to anything in the digital and internet environment turns into a game of catch me if you can. And until somebody gets enough money to hire the lawyers to take them to court over it, they're free as a bird. It's kind of a real-life pay-to-win scenario when you think about it. Hey, speaking of pay-to-win, anybody else hear about Diablo Immortal? Yes, now that Activision Blizzard is done grabbing interns, they want to go grabbing for your wallets now. And because most of us keep our wallets where they were aiming for beforehand, Activision Blizzard shouldn't be having to change where they reach too much. And to start with, I'm just going to go back to the infamous "do you guys not have phones" quote from the dude on the stage. I think it's obvious to all of us that that announcement wasn't for the customers, it was for the investors. But if it wasn't for the customers, then why are they trying to sell it to the customers? Well, I mean, I know it's free, but DLC and such. Well, the thing is, the customers aren't the actual target. They know exactly what they're doing with this, and they know exactly how to plan for how much money they'll make out of this. They're aiming to get their projected income from it quickly, and they keep updating it regularly, so that the people who already gave them a bunch of money can look at it, see cool stuff, and give them money again. Now, to be fair, so I was about to ramble here about ways that free-to-play games could be made quote-unquote correctly without being a, infinite money pump. And then I remembered I actually did play one that was a quote-unquote correct free-to-play game. And that one is Pokemon P-Cross on the 3DS. Now, in short, this is a puzzle game where you play a certain number of times, limited by the amount of gems you have in stock. And either you get them over time or you purchase gems, the typical free-to-play thing. However, in this game, once you spent about $30, I think, it actually unlocked infinite gems. Effectively told you, you spent enough money, here, play the game as much as you want now. And I am sharing that because, well, I like that idea and I would like to see it more often in free-to-play games. An actual cutoff point where it says, you gave us enough money, have everything. And the interesting thing I thought of was, we've never really had pay-to-win stuff like this go away from mobile games and even paid games, but we never really heard much about it after loot boxes became a thing. Unfortunately for these companies, a lot of countries around the world are now declaring that loot boxes are gambling, or they're having higher regulations on them. So they're trying to find a way to get that money made again without using the loot boxes themselves, which has them fall back to pay to win. And it's funny how Activision Blizzard is trying to backpedal from all this by saying, well, Diablo 4 won't have this kind of thing. It'll only have cosmetic purchases in it. Weren't the loot boxes in Overwatch cosmetic as well? And didn't you try doing a thing in Diablo 3 where you could sell in-game items using real-world currency? And speaking of the pay-to-win stuff in this game, yes, it is expensive if you pay to win in this game. It's like $50,000 to max out one stat on a character. But in seeing all that, there's a message I really gotta get out there. All you streamers that are paying hundreds and thousands of dollars to the game on live Twitch streams and things such as that, just to show how bad the RNG is in these things, stop giving them what they want. You think this is bad press for Activision Blizzard when you're showing people how much money it takes to get a 5-star gem in the game? Do you know what Activision Blizzard is really thinking when they see you spend hundreds or thousands of dollars in this game? Mission accomplished! And I'm going to point out something about the amount of money you're putting into this stuff. I am well aware that most, if not all of you that have done this, have access to accountants or financial advisors that show you how to take this money you've spent on stream and put it in your books as a work expense so that you can have it refunded to you when you do your taxes. Most likely quarterly taxes because you're self-employed. But that free money for you is free money for the company as well. And another thing to be clear about that was alluded to earlier. These gacha games, loot boxes, pay-to-win stuff, none of us that complain about it are the target market. And, in a way, not even the so-called whales are the target audience. Their target is all the rich people that don't care about their money. Their target is the poor people that don't care about their money. They love the people that are weak-willed and compulsive and always fall for their "the first taste is free, buddy" trick that they learn from their corner drug dealer. These systems in these games aren't designed to actually advertise anything that you actually want. They're designed to effectively brainwash the young and old, the rich and poor, to effectively be unable to resist the compulsion to spend the money that they're being asked to. And they really, really love it when little Jimmy finds mommy and daddy's credit card and buys thousands of dollars worth of stuff in FIFA without them knowing it. All these court cases and stories about this sort of thing happening, when the money's refunded, that's considered a loss in their accounting books. That money is insured by the company. So when Timmy's parents sue the pants off these people in court, they're not actually paying the money. The insurance companies are. And if they really know what they're doing, they might actually have somebody who knows how to work the books to make it so that hiring a lawyer was covered by the insurance too. And of course, one of the defenses they like to give us about these sort of things is, well, because of things like COPPA or the rating systems, well, kids weren't supposed to be playing Grand Theft Auto and buying shark cards to begin with, or playing Diablo Immortal. You companies out there know damn well that kids are playing these games and getting all over the place online. Otherwise, YouTube wouldn't have been kicked in the balls by the courts over COPPA. The cynic in me wouldn't doubt that these people are trying to file information about kids online by putting it in something labeled "people of indeterminate age, presumed to be over 15, but have childlike interests." Now, if you're asking me if I believe things should be more restrictive for children on the internet, I'm not sure one way or the other. That can be a slippery slope. What I am saying, however, is that education is a powerful tool. If you're playing a game and a little pop-up goes, oh, we got a great deal for you, give us 20 bucks for a starter pack, and you or your kid wants to pay that 20 bucks for it, well, maybe you want to give the game the money, or maybe you want to check online real quick to see if Amazon has a deal on, say, any used college textbooks that you could read from. And if you've got a few $100 or $1,000 to be able to show off how bad the randomness is for these games, then why not sign up for some classes and share the information you learn with the people around you and on the stream? There's some things you're not going to be able to share for legal reasons and other reasons. However, knowledge is power, and right now they've got the power. Right now, all this monetization stuff in these games, even the full price games, is all done for the shareholders and the people at the top in the company. They know it's only a percent of the people that play these games that make 50% or even more of the profits they make from it. But something a lot of businesses these days seem to have trouble remembering is that a business is not successful because of their shareholders. It's successful because of their stakeholders, which includes their customers. I do hope that you found this interesting, and considering current events, I felt that this was something that needed to be addressed and discussed. Now, the next video I'm working on right now is probably going to be a couple weeks, but it is going to be about a game series that I hold close to my heart and feel is worth discussing with everybody. So please subscribe and all the other good stuff YouTube wants you to do so you can keep engaged with the channel for when I'm ready to release the next video. And of course I will be reading comments for any suggestions you want me to do in the future, or responding to your opinions and statements on this video and others. So I will now go work on the video for the Danganronpa series, and hope that you all join me for that. It may be another multi-parter, it might not, depending on how things go with it. So until my next video is ready, remember that you should care about yourselves and others. And now, Millennial Senior Productions gives a classical tribute to modern gaming companies. Hello, our fan base. We've heard complaining about the games you like. Remade and screwed up nice, then sold to you twice the price. If you don't like that and you decide that we don't deserve your cash, then suckers bite me and you can kiss our ass. This is a video about an M-rated game. It contains things you see all the time on CNN and words that you see on Facebook every 5 minutes. Well, it's been a weird summer for me, and I can't believe I'm looking forward to going back to school. Fortunately, we're going to the best one we can get into. Hope's Peak Academy, where only the best of the best are allowed to attend. Think going to an Ivy League school is the best you can do? People at this school will laugh in your face. Only students with an ultimate ability in something can get in, ranging from something as nebulous as ultimate luck to something as specific as ultimate fanfic creator. However, they want as many ultimate talents as they can get their hand on, so you might be sharing your class with the ultimate biker gang leader as well. And when they're willing to admit some rather amoral ultimates into their facility, well, it becomes predictable something bad happens. As soon as you enter, you fall unconscious, wake up with all the exits and windows sealed, and have no way to contact the authorities as a strange teddy bear says the only way to get out is to kill someone and get away with it. This is the setup for one of my favorite mystery game series, Danganronpa, and I am a sucker for good mysteries. While there's a number of games and spin-off media, I'll only be covering the 3 main games, as well as the side game Ultra Despair Girls. My focus isn't so much on the franchise as a whole, but how the video games have started and evolved over time, not just to give us an enjoyable gameplay experience and interesting mysteries, but also characters that are just as interesting, intriguing, varied, and often surprising as the mysteries themselves. And while the games and most of the other media allows you to start anywhere without missing out on anything, that means that nearly everything else in the series has unhidden spoilers about the first game. Mostly the identity of the mastermind that set all this off, as well as fates of some of the characters and some of their hidden secrets. With that in mind, let me go over what these videos coming up will be like. In this review of the first game, I will not be revealing identities of the killers, the victims, and hidden identities of people such as who the mastermind is. This is a mystery game, and as such, solving the mystery is a major part of the gameplay and experience. Now, with the spoilers excised from the video, I still am going to be able to analyze the characters and the story. Possibly not fully, but good enough to get the points across. In future videos for this series, where things such as survivors and identities are unavoidable due to the plot, then I will give a deeper look into the characters from this game and others, where they are more relevant and we have a bigger picture about who they are and what has happened. If you don't want to play the game to see things for yourself, then there are many Let's Plays for it, including the original fan translation of the game on Something Awful, which is what helped Danganronpa reach Western audiences to begin with. However, I will ask, and keep this in mind for similar situations, if you watch a playthrough or whatever and you liked how the game worked out, you saw it, you read it, whatever, and you like how it was, the games are cheap enough to give some money to the developers for the enjoyment you got from them. Give some support and respect to the people that you like for these things, you know? Now then, let's begin. A consistent thing to note about the series is that us as viewers or players would have a hard time getting past the ridiculousness to become invested in it if it wasn't for how the students become our viewpoint into the rules and consistencies of the setting, as well as their reactions taking the situation seriously. Obviously this works better in some cases than others, not just in these games but in general. But Danganronpa, I think, is a good example of at least trying to get it done right. Or to put it simply, they are helping sell the reason for why we should care about the situation and the characters. This is accented by the fact that even though we as normal, moral human beings hopefully wouldn't be goaded easily into becoming murderers, the game sets up a believable situation to get the ball rolling. As far as they know, the characters don't know each other, and a few of them keep harping on that fact until it plants a seed of doubt in everybody. This turns into a shared paranoia that the mastermind begins to exploit and build upon, especially with what amount to motivation speeches. This is a horrifyingly realistic way to get the ball rolling for the story, and a clear example of how just because the situation is a little ludicrous, the game is going to stay within certain bounds of reasonableness for the events that will unfold. So, who are these characters that are supposed to be so good at helping the game? Considering they're the most important aspect of the series, I see no reason why I can't start my analysis with them.
Before we go any farther, I guess I should introduce myself. My name's Makoto Naegi.
Makoto, the ultimate lucky student. He earned his place in class and that title by effectively winning a raffle. He's the character we play the game through, and meant to come off as an everyman-style character who doesn't really have anything truly special or unique about him except for maybe a bit more optimism than the others. But then again, in this game, some of the other Ultimates don't really have their abilities come into play that often anyway. However, the big theme of the game is hope and despair, and Makoto certainly seems to have a lot of hope surrounding him in the game, either being the source of it or finding ways to share hope. And that brings me to an observation that while he begins earning respect from the group for his performances during the trials and other situations in the game, I don't think anyone in the group can actually be labeled as a leader. By the end of the game, it feels like everything's been a group dynamic, and solutions have been found by putting everybody's heads together, especially during the trials, instead of just one person or a handful of them being the ones that are able to handle everything. Makoto is a fairly important piece of the puzzle to solving a lot of the mysteries. He's a player character after all. But everyone else does have their time and moments to shine. Which I guess is an interesting way to show that just because characters are important to the story or the franchise, they don't have to be the only ones that do important things. And while I really can't criticize the blank slate feel he has sometimes, I do think a lot of his inner monologuing could have been cut. I'll discuss that a little more later because it's not so much a problem with the character but the writing and presentation.
I'm Kiyotaka Ishimaru. I believe in bold simplicity. Let's work together on our educational crusade.
I love this guy, especially how he's written in X. The ultimate moral compass, he always comes off as a zealous team leader. And I do mean zealous in some pretty enjoyable ways. He isn't just funny, but also generally entertaining. He wants to keep everyone's spirits up and keep the group working together. But at the same time, his personality feels like, at times, he would be a pretty cool guy to hang with.
Not that you'll remember my name anyway, but... I'm Toko Fukawa.
Toko is another of my favorite characters in the series, but in this game, major spoilers are attached to those reasons. She's the ultimate writing prodigy and has a few tricks involved with her that help solve the mystery of the school and the events surrounding it. On the surface of her, however, her character is a very antisocial one with an inferiority complex, and she constantly pushes others away or belittles them when she thinks she can get away with it. And this often does lead to a bit of humor and people's bewilderment at her antics. Now, eventually she gets the hots for Byakuya, and this leads to something that could possibly be an uncomfortable thing about her character. Now, Byakuya is the kind of character that makes snide comments and belittlements toward everybody, but in Toko's case, she's actively acting on those belittlements and statements, taking things literally so that she can do something to impress him. She's effectively becoming obsessive over him to the point of a one-sided submissive dominant relationship where most of the time it seems like she would be the submissive and meek one. However, there are moments it seems that she wants to flip the script on that. Now, of course, the game is playing this off for comedy. Make your opinions on that what you will. However, the game has the characters as well as Toko herself point out that they realize how toxic this relationship that she's imagining would actually be. In the end, Toko is a train wreck of mental and social issues, and her shyness and submissiveness are just a couple of the handful of ways she winds up coping with it. And a lot of the other classmates do make their attempts to reach out to her. And rest assured, there are things about Toko that show she is either willing to put up lines that she won't cross, as well as has ways of pushing back if she needs to.
Hi, I'm Sayaka Mizono. I look forward to getting to know you.
Sayaka, the ultimate pop idol. She actually went to middle school with Makoto and is the source of some of his history. Now, a lot of the history and info you discover about characters comes from when you go out and talk to them during the free time events between murders and trials. Sayaka gets a good bit of her story explained in the story proper, without having to hunt it down, as it were. She's like most of the other characters in the game, in that by the end of the story, you feel like you have learned a lot about her without having to dig any deeper. Also, I enjoy the running gag they gave her. It might not necessarily be funny as a joke, but it's still a nice character quirk to give her without being something overly goofy or obnoxious.
Yo, the name's Leon Kuwata. What's up?
Leon is a character that helps accent how just because the students have ultimate skills, they don't have to be written wholly within those confines. While everyone else has their depth and development in various forms throughout the game, Leon is a character that actually doesn't like his ultimate skill. The story itself tells us early on he's actually trying to become a punk rock star with the money he's making from being a baseball star. This is something that makes him stand out a bit more from some of the others, whom typically live up to or defend their ultimate ability, even if we don't see it in action.
I am Hifumi Yamada, but if you want to call me by my nickname,
The Alpha and the Omega!
I don't mind.
I'll start by saying that I enjoy his voice work and think it was well done. And by the end of the game we get hints that he's a kind-hearted person trying to do good, as well as other things hinting that he was more than just what was presented to us. Unfortunately, he's the ultimate fanfic creator, and this is where we fall into the trap of a character being written entirely around what their ultimate skill is. And to be clear, I blame most of my distaste for his character with the writing and the story presentation of him, honestly. He's presented as a cookie-cutter Hollywood stereotype of anime nerds, and that includes perverted dispositions, including a running gag about how he has no interest in real women because he is entirely focused on 2D. It's not so much that the character is annoying or repulsive at times, and he is. It's just that it's more he feels uninspired and not really different from what's come before and what we've seen before. And to be honest, it gets a little distracting with this character because of how blatantly it's played up to us. Especially how other characters in the game are presented when they're in a position where they could have been used as safe, cookie-cutter archetypes. To put it this way, when Monokuma makes jokes or comments that are fairly risque or mature, he's using it more in a mocking manner. Hifumi's antics are played straight to give the feeling that we're meant to laugh at him.
Heya! I'm Aoi Asahina, but my friends just call me Hina. Sup?
From one of my least favorites, we come to one of my favorites in the game. Aoi is the ultimate swimming pro, and by God does she have a lot of energy and character. Honestly, she comes off more of an everyman character than Makoto does, and I think it's because she's not in the hero role, playable character form like Makoto is, so she has more room to be normal or have moments and reactions that are unhindered by requiring them to be viewed by the player, related to by the player, or controlled by the player. Effectively, she has room to be her own person. And she always seems to have interesting conversations or interactions with other characters in the game, and she has a few moments in the spotlight, both big and small, throughout the story. I actually find her a little more relatable, and even if we don't get to see her ultimate skill in action, her character is built up in such a way that when she does discover the pool, her reaction feels completely natural in terms of the person and character that we've come to know by that point.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Chihiro Fujisaki.
She is one of the more complicated and interesting characters in the story. I wish I could go deeper than that, but that is a major spoiler. Like Toko, she has an inferiority complex, but she went in a different direction with how it influenced her. She's constantly concerned with how others perceive her, and constantly tries to take actions based off of or affirming those views about her. She's definitely not one for confrontation, but still wants to become better, and her attempts to break free of that shell cause a few memorable moments in the story of the game. While I can't say for sure how her efforts to become stronger and more assertive would affect her character and the path she takes in the long run, in the end I think she's just someone that wants to be who she wants to be, and be accepted and respected for it, even if she winds up being seen differently for it. I'd love to give a deeper analysis on her about all this, but it would be an incredibly huge spoiler. Just know that she is one of the more interestingly written characters in the entire series, and there is no shortage of competition for that.
My name is Kyoko Kirigiri.
She doesn't remember what her ultimate skill is, and that, of course, winds up being an important part of the mystery. It does start getting obvious fairly quick what she's good at, though. She's generally a loner that's good at figuring out things, but unlike Byakuya, she tries to help out everybody instead of actually being a selfish prick about it. I like how her character was done, and there's some depth that wasn't shown until later in the game. She's a good example also of how the character portraits and artwork are used to help accent who the characters are and what they're thinking. She's one of the more important characters of the story, but overall she doesn't actually hog the spotlight that much. Again, this is a game where everybody gets their chance to have moments in the spotlight and their time to shine when solving the mysteries. And just because Kyoko and a handful of others are the smartest, doesn't necessarily mean they can be the only ones to help solve it.
Hi, I'm Junko Enoshima. Charmed, I'm sure.
The ultimate fashionista. Her voice work, writing, and presentation is one of the standouts of the series. The story proper gives her moments to impress us, and even outside the story, her bombastic personality is wonderful. She is one of my favorite characters of her type in any medium, and definitely memorable. And even with all that, while the game gives her some flirty comments and jokes to go with how she's dressed, even early on we feel there's more to her than just looking good for the cameras. In fact, you could say she's just playing it up.
Name's Mondo Owada. Nice to fucking meet ya.
Mondo. He's another well-presented character in the game with some openly loud and crazy moments that I actually enjoy. He may not have the chance to be a biker gang leader in the story itself, but his character definitely sells the idea that that's what he is. I love the snake design he has going with him, and interestingly, he isn't just a loudmouth badass who seemingly wants to pick a fight or prove how tough he is, but he also has an honor and respect toward others when he feels it's appropriate. Once or twice, he even goes out of his way to apologize for taking things too far, and actually does have moments of defending others.
I am Sakura Okami.
The ultimate martial artist, and quite frankly, she looks it. Her intimidating voice and presentation belie the fact that she's still a kind person underneath. She's also very willing to step in and do what's necessary to protect everyone, including threatening to knock some skulls a few times. Another memorable character from the game, her ultimate ability actually does come into play a few times.
Name's Byakuya Togami.
I hinted at this guy earlier. We're told he's the ultimate affluent prodigy. But he's written and presented as the ultimate insufferable rich jackass. As Celeste describes him, he considers victory his destiny and has lived his life accordingly. Now, I know I'm a little harsh in how I feel about him in this game, and it's possible he was written as a critique about elite business families, in Japan specific, or just in general. Unfortunately, the story doesn't give us the details on what made his character to actually deep instead of just shallow. The short version is he had to outperform all his other siblings to become the leader of the family fortune, and all his other siblings got disowned by the family in return. Therefore, he feels that if he doesn't succeed, he therefore dishonors those that he defeated. And I think that's an interesting take on the type of character he is, but it's only discovered if you do enough free time events with him, which are optional and therefore missable. And I'm effectively ragging on all this about Byakuya because if you want us to understand the characters as you want them to be understood, then things like an optional conversation that gives us a lot of depth to the character and his motivations and reasons for being how he is probably shouldn't be optional. When we can miss out on important aspects of a character, we miss out on them.
I'm Yasuhiro Hagakure. Hero for short. Take it easy, yeah? I know I will.
Yasuhiro, the ultimate clairvoyant. He's a wacky, goofy oaf that's usually the one to get things wildly wrong, but I can't help but like the character. He's a clairvoyant, but he actually hates the occult, and because he's untrained, he only gets about 30% of his predictions right. And we get very vague hints that his visions are real, but he's unable to interpret them correctly. A moment during the game where he discusses his hamburger is a good sign of that, where him connecting the imaginary dots of a wild event lead to him making a proper conclusion. And one of the predictions he gives later in the game does in fact actually come true. He's given to us as a bumbling comic relief type as the game goes on, but still has room to play with how his character is presented. That said, he is the cause of the story taking a screeching halt during a trial, where he's convinced that one of the classmates is a ghost. This wouldn't have been so much of a problem if the ranting and raving during the trial led to new information. However, it instead just wastes everybody's time for about 15 or 20 minutes just to add an attempt at humor in the game that feels like it goes on a little too long.
I do not think we have been introduced. I am Celestia Ludenberg.
The Ultimate Gambler, which I would have loved to see how they could have written that to come into play, but sadly it doesn't, at least in an overt way. However, her writing and presentation is great, and it really plays up and sells the regal airs she gives herself. And on that note, I absolutely love what the English voice actress was able to do with this character. And it might be the best performance of vocal technique in the game. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I want to say her skill does come into play. It's just, she's not so much gambling as having an amazing poker face with what she lets others know and see. Monokuma, the bear, the myth, the legend. The evil headmaster that controls the killing games he forced the students into. Most of the killings come from how he gets under the students' skin or into their minds and pokes around on the right buttons. And even then, the ones who survive still have moments they might not be proud of because of his dickery. He's like a cross between the Joker and Teddy Ruxpin. Also, nearly all of the musical themes and songs that involve his character are very memorable and enjoyable in my opinion. He's darkly funny, twisted in logic and actions, and when push comes to shove, he does show why he's a threat to be taken seriously. He's definitely one of the most unique villains I've seen, and in this game I think he might be at his strongest, but it might just be he's equally good in all of them. So after all that, I hope I've been able to explain how much care and attention was given to the writing and the presentation of the characters in the game. And while it's not necessarily a rule that because you worked hard on the characters or the writing that automatically makes them good, this is a game that understands the importance of the attention it needed to give these characters, because if it didn't do a good job on that, then we as the player or the viewer wouldn't care about the characters, which means that we also wouldn't care about the situation they're in, which means we wouldn't care about the story, which means we wouldn't care about the game. Now, the characters aren't the only thing that makes a good game. Playing the damn thing makes it a game. Danganronpa is a visual novel that allows you to spend time walking around and building reputation and relationships with the rest of the classmates. When someone inevitably dies in this murder mystery game, you walk around investigating and gathering clues. This leads into the trials, where gameplay turns from simply moving around and talking to people into a sort of shooting game. In an interesting usage of the phrase, you literally shoot down arguments and discussion in the trials by using the bullets made from the clues you've discovered. There's variations on this, such as shooting letters to make a word, or a sort of rhythm game where you lock on and shoot multiple words at once. But in the end, reflexes aren't necessarily needed as much as knowing what the right answers are. But the big thing is, the trials are where the voice actors really get a chance to shine. The voice work in this game is generally well done, and I really wish there was more of it. File size limitations be damned. The character interactions are well done, and the music works great. Either being a perfect tone for the situation, such as thinking music, or constantly building up as the trial goes on. Now, there is a little hint that I want to give for the trials. At any point in time, it allows you to open up the handbook menu so that you can review your information and clues and other things such as that. The menu that you open also allows you to save the game wherever you pretty much want in the middle of the trials. So if you think you're having a little bit of trouble with the trial, or you're not sure you know what the answer is, then you can always put down a save and use some trial and error.
It's punishment time!
Alright, too much. Won't do it again. Sorry.
Hey, come on now!
Also, if you're thinking of trying to get the story to move along faster by taking the option to skip the free time events and talking to the other students, keep in mind that taking the time to talk with the others eventually unlocks skills that you can use to make the trials easier to get through. I also want to take a moment to draw attention to the artwork, which it may or may not be your thing, but I think it does stand out in terms of an identity for the series. I don't think I've seen anything else that matches the drawing and art style the game uses. I feel it gets even better during the cutscenes where we get some motion to it all, mostly in the executions. And the executions generally aren't explicitly bloody or gory, but they are still quite brutal for a lot of them, and they definitely deliver the tense and horrifying feeling they're meant to convey. The art changes up a bit during the closing arguments comic that you have to piece together during the trials. Even that style works well because of how it keeps the manic and sinister tone of the murders. Something else rather iconic about the series is the pink blood it uses. Now this was actually for censorship reasons in Japan where it originated, but because of that the team effectively got another recognizable hallmark of the series pretty much by accident. Now, before I get into the criticisms I have with this game, I'll just say here that even if I don't think that this is the best game in the series, it still is a good game, especially for the mystery genre. And I think it's a very strong start to the franchise as a whole. If you're a fan of the mystery genre, then this is definitely something that I recommend you try out. However, now is the time that we start getting into my criticisms for the game, both minor and major. Now, of course, some of these can be chalked up to growing pains for the first game in the series and things such as that, but we aren't going to learn anything by not taking a look at them. To start with, this is a visual novel, emphasis on the novel part. The advertisements already make clear this is a game where a bunch of students are locked in a school and start killing each other to escape. I understand introducing everybody and making sure the setup of the setting, the situation, and the characters are all made and understood, but I wish it didn't take as long as it did to get to that explanation in the game itself. I'm not sure if it took a full hour, but it certainly felt like it. Also, things like flashbacks in the game can get very repetitive. There's an infamous scene where revelations are given at the end of a chapter, and then when the next chapter begins, about 1 minute later, you get the entire scene replayed in full. And there's also a few more times that the scene is flashed back to as well. And most of the time that it replays it to us, it's not because there's new revelations or information pertaining to that scene. It's more or less just so we can be reminded. Also, similar to the flashbacks, I think that we have too many instances of inner monologues and inner thoughts of the main character especially. I mean, I get what they're going for. It's like the old-timey detective shows where you have the hard-boiled narration Sam Spade or Johnny Dollar likes to give.
My name is Sergeant Frank Gribben, Detective Lieutenant, Police Squad, a special division of the police department. There'd been a recent wave of murders at the city zoo. I was bringing in a suspect when I got a call from headquarters about the kidnapping of Terry Burton.
Now, done right, that helps build the characters and the story. Done wrong, it feels like pointless rambling. Inner monologues aren't inherently bad, but care should be taken with how people look at them in the context of what everything surrounding them is like. At times, the game feels less like it wants us to organically process and feel our own emotions about scenes, and more the writers telling us through Makoto's thoughts how we should be feeling. But to be clear, there are plenty of moments where Makoto's inner thoughts give us insight into his character, how he's processing his own emotions, and things such as that. But, for God's sake, I could swear he says the same 5 boxes of text for each and every trial, and it gets to me. Now obviously this isn't unique to this game in any way, but I do want these videos to analyze things we can not just appreciate or respect in art and media, but also learn from. A good game, movie, book, whatever, we know why we like it and we can put words to it. And we might not feel that there's any need to improve it, but we can still learn from what it's done good. We can also learn from what a bad game or movie has done bad, how that can either be improved or avoided. So, nothing that I've talked about so far feels like it needs to have been removed or excised from the game to make it better. Now, some of the lines could have been removed to make things flow a little better. Some things could have been reworked to be a little more effective, but effectively they're mostly harmless. That said, there is one thing that should have been removed completely, and was removed from further games in the series: the reaction system. Like I said, emphasis on novel in this visual novel, so a majority of the game is talking. The trials are kind of a reward and climax of the chapters. Again, not a bad thing, but the reaction system is where things start going wrong. When talking to people, you'll eventually get pink text that you need to highlight and select in order to get people to continue to talk about that topic. The reaction system is redundant at best and worthless at its worst. The game will not progress with the story until you've talked to the right people and heard the right conversations from them. Meaning that important info that is within the reaction selections that you have to make are things that they should have just said they were going to say anyway, and more or less naturally would have said anyway. You push buttons to continue the conversation. It's just you're pushing more buttons to do what one push used to do. Now I think that puts an end to the analysis of the game and gameplay and surface level stuff about the characters. So now I think is a good time to dip into some of the spoilers and surprises in the game. Like I made clear before, I am going to be avoiding identities and things that can influence the trials. However, these characters don't show up until a little bit after the game goes through, and after they appear, they do become important to the story. So if you want, you can count these as light spoilers, and if you don't want to hear them, feel free to skip ahead to the credits where I have a little bit of a mystery game for you guys to try out yourselves. And if you want, check out the game on your own time and come on back. In the meantime, since these characters are a part of the story, I feel it's worth analyzing them. I want to try to discuss these characters to keep the game enjoyable to the people who are going in with, ears unspoiled, eyes wide open, and keep some surprises tied to them. The labels these two characters have is Genocide Jack and the Mastermind. Both of them show up in the story because both of them have ties to the students. And I won't be getting any less vague than that. Now that said, both of these characters do show up and get discussed in future games in the series. And like I said, when they show up in these future games in the series, then I'll be giving them a deeper analysis. To start with, just like the Mastermind, Genocide Jack is discussed early in the game before they can make their appearance. And a lot of their usage in the game is mostly for irreverent and slightly outlandish humor after they become a part of things. But there are moments they're presented as an actual danger, limited only by the rules of the killing game. After all, Genocide Jack is a serial killer. Most of Jack's antics and discussions surround Byakuya, which lends to some humor in the game, where his stuffy shirt personality has to deal with a giggling loon that won't leave him alone. That said, because of the nature of Genocide Jack's character, they have outside information that helps progress the plot and solve the mysteries surrounding the situation of the game as it goes on. The Mastermind, however, stands tall as a villain, and became a fan favorite for good reason. Their presence is felt and repeatedly referenced through the other games and parts of the franchise. Now, naturally, you only get to find out who they are during the final chapter, and even then, you still have to solve the mystery of who they are before they reveal themselves. This is where the final trial begins to feel like a boss battle, because you not only have to use evidence and reasoning picked up from throughout the entire game to unmask them and discover their motivations, but after they appear and after everything's said and done, you still have to come to your own conclusions about why they went through with their motivations and what truths they've told are true. And their motivation is definitely a part of what makes them an interesting character, so we're going to delve into that a little bit. They call themselves the Ultimate Despair, and as such, they want to spread despair. And they want to do this because they believe that life is boring and predictable unless despair is injected into it. This leads to a part where they suggest they use the students in the killing game because they were actually legitimately friends with them and wanted to share what they thought was a gift with them. They back out of this explanation shortly after, but at the same time, when they're defeated, they begin to celebrate feeling the despair of loss as if it was a good thing. In fact, there's more than once that they describe despair as a wonderful feeling, either for themselves or others. So I'm inclined to believe that in a twisted way, they do see despair as a gift. That said, they're clearly insane, and it's a broken and crazy motivation. And there's a bit of an unsettlingness and terror in the idea that someone with such broken and crazy ideals could convince others to join in those ideals. And with the writing, voice work, and overall presentation of the character, we get to experience how they could be pulling that off. The Mastermind is a very memorable character to just about everyone that's played this game, and the frankly terrifying amount of intellect and charisma they show in just a short time that they're in it helps cement that. After all, we get to see their scheming and mocking nature through our interactions with Monokuma. But aside from this game, probably the most important thing about the Mastermind and the story in this game is the effect it has on other villains and characters in the franchise. While the Mastermind might have been defeated, they cast a long shadow around the world. And as we see that influence in other games and media, we get a growing picture of Ultimate Despair's character more and more. And in the next game, we'll see just what kind of consequences that influence and reach had. Because like any good series, emphasis on good, the game and stories only get better from here. Mostly. Give this one a try if you can, and check out the others as well if you like it. They're all plenty cheap in various forms. Now that you've given me the time to go through what I think is good and bad about this game and why I think it should be given a chance to be looked at, I'm not necessarily looking for you to agree with my statements, but if you agree and you like this game series, like I do, then that's wonderful. But even if you don't like it and think that it's not that good a game, then hopefully in the comments you have a chance to share what you think needs to be fixed, or even if there was any good bits to it that you think should have been kept while other things were changed. And if you have the chance, go ahead and share with everybody what you feel is a better mystery or murder mystery game. One game and one video about the game isn't going to give us a full picture of all the good things that are out there. In the meantime, take care of yourselves and stay through to the credits for a short little mystery I'm giving to you just for a little bit of fun. In the videos I've been putting up recently, hold on, I know there was a lot of delays. In my more recent videos, there was one of them that was long enough to have 2 timestamps. These timestamps are 43 minutes and 8 seconds and 44 minutes and 35 seconds. And when you discover the significance of those timestamps, I promise the video that I'm working on for that is going to be hopefully interesting and have some unique discussion in it. Before we begin this video's topic, I would like to take a moment to address all of you directly. All my subscribers, supporters, commentators, people who are just coming around for another look at things. I just wanted to say thank you, and in regards to why I chose Sonic.exe to talk about, I wouldn't say that this is a topic that's been requested, but it is something that was compared to the Blueballs incident a lot in terms of a Friday Night Funkin' mod. And while I did think about talking about it, it was one of those things where it was popular, it seemed done to death by everybody, and I just didn't want to come off as somebody that was just, doing something for popular sake. But because of the support all of you have given me, I feel that this is something I can cover without coming off as some Johnny-come-lately, some guy who just wants to get easy views on YouTube. I think by now I've shown I'm able to look deeper into things, give a few ideas and theories about stuff, and more or less keep things interesting, if not entertaining. Now, I'll save some more discussion about that and the influence of my subscribers and viewers at the end of the video, but for now, let's get into the Sonic.exe family of works, because holy crap, was there a lot to see about this. Sonic.exe got its life as a creepypasta a while back, and if you don't know what that is, just think of campfire stories that are shared around forums or just online in general. Now, it's known for being two things. One of the earliest, if not first, haunted video game creepypasta, and being absolutely bad. Now, to be fair, it does have some scary ideas, at least, that just were implemented very weakly. Overall, it takes a very slasher, B-horror movie approach to everything, and the spelling, composition, cliches everywhere, and a lot of repetition about certain aspects of the writing, it just wouldn't pass muster in any English class. The story goes that some guy named Tom gets a burnt disc in the mail from his friend with a note to destroy the disc. So of course Tom wonders what's on it, boots it up, and starts playing a creepy version of Sonic the Hedgehog. Only this time around, Sonic is apparently some evil entity pretending to be Sonic, and is bloodily killing friends and enemies from the game, before taunting Tom himself, and then he finds a scary plush of Sonic on the bed. That's how it ends. Now, the writer later came out with a sequel, which I feel was slightly better, if only in the concept of it. This time, a detective is investigating mysterious murders linked to the game, as well as a cult that's trying to spread it around so the entity X, which is who the evil Sonic really is, can wipe out humanity. Honestly, the whole thing with one disc being what spreads it feels really stupid. Download sites were around back then, and were probably even more prevalent then than they are today. If it was just a basic .exe file this thing was, it could have been instead spread on some website or Napster, masquerading as the original game it's pretending to be. Instead, the idea is that this cult runs out and finds where people died and tries to steal the CD back before the cops can get it. Then, somehow, with no further explanation, it just shows up in other places. From what I understand at the time, people did treat the story as good-ish. I get the feeling it was a we like it because it's all we've seen so far kind of thing, and eventually as time went on it became near universally recognized as bad. I'm glossing over a lot and being vague about this and what's coming up because I don't think it's worth getting into a detailed timeline of events, but it started up high and fell down low, as better creepy game stories like Ben Drowned or the Godzilla NES creepypasta began coming out. These days, I think people like Sonic.exe more for what it helps start than for what it is. This thing stumbled so that other stories could walk and run. Now, to give you an idea of what we got with this story's writing, let me start by saying that just how an author writes can be something memorable and entertaining in and of itself. Douglas Adams, I feel, is a champion of being able to do this. Some of this author's descriptions we get include things like hyper-realistic blood and fur. This was a term bouncing around horror creepypastas at the time, and I think we can already see the flaw in it. In short, we get this word, and it might as well be shorthand for, "Now is when you should feel creeped out."
Scream.
Now, the part about the hyper-realistic fur goes into a little more detail about why he's creeped out by it. If he just focused on that, then we ourselves would have felt that growing dread and unease about what was unnatural about what he was seeing on the television screen. And this sort of goes into something I also brought up in my first Danganronpa video, where I said there's a clear difference in making the viewer or readers feel what you want them to versus making them feel they're being told how to feel. And to give it a little bit of an example with this, in the Godzilla NES Creepypasta, to bring that up again, there's moments where he's talking about how he isn't sure how or if the NES was even capable of showing what he was seeing on the screen, giving us an example of why we should feel creeped out instead of just telling us to be creeped out. Other things about the descriptions include things like constantly telling us the music sounded like other video game soundtracks that were played in reverse, or just soundtracks from other popular creepy games. Of course, that description gets us wondering how Tom would know that off the top of his head, like he makes a habit of listening to music backwards for some reason. And there are constant moments of giving specific times that things lasted or occurred. And here's the image that gives us when, and I'm effectively quoting here, "I screamed for a literal split second." Ah! Look, knowing that you screamed was enough. Now, to give credit, again, I'll point out that the concept of X is an interesting idea. He's a monstrous creature that's stuck in a video game, sucking in souls of the people he kills to torture them forever in the guise of characters in the video game itself. It's almost like he's a Sonic the Hedgehog Cenobite. There's an idea for a remake for you. Also, I feel like the sequel, the way it was written, would have been better if it came out as the first story. Having the detective follow a trail of mysterious murders where the only connection is destroyed computers with a mysterious game file on them, leading to him discovering the truth about what the game is and the monster behind it, was an interesting way to present things, and if time was taken to flesh it out a little bit more, could have been something much better. But at the very least, you could say the sequel was a small step forward in terms of quality. A very small step, but at least it went forward. And the author eventually remade the whole thing into a more short story that was, again, another small step forward in quality. I think at this point in time, it would have passed with a D or something, but in the end, the author wouldn't get the chance to get any better. I went through the bad, tried to find some good. Here's where we get ugly. Now, as I mentioned before in my Danganronpa video, and will probably mention again in the future, hard work on something does not automatically make it good. But all creators should be prepared for honest criticism and some people just not liking the style of whatever it is you're doing. Some people might not like your music, some people might not like the art. You just gotta give and take on things. You can't please all the people all the time. However, this fact is something that the writer of Sonic.exe apparently didn't agree with. When consensus was reached about the creepypasta being bad, it was moved to a site dedicated to bad creepypastas. This led to the author going on a bunch of rants to defend his, quote, masterpiece, some of which are included with the original creepypastas. By now you probably noticed I haven't given his name. It's because I don't want there to be other people looking for excuses to go harassing or bugging people about stuff like this, and other things coming up. A bridge-burning spree like this isn't surprising online, but there was more he was doing that came to light about summertime of 2021. Not only was he emotionally abusive toward his at-the-time girlfriend, again no names, but he was doing very adult roleplay chat sessions with very not adult minors. As a consequence of all this, official ownership of the Sonic.exe creepypasta and, in general, story and characters, I suppose, went to somebody named Astronomicon X. And as far as I understand, they're working on a new official version of the story where it's a horror comedy. I like to imagine it's going to be about X being in a copy of Sonic 2006. That would really give him a reason to hate humanity. But that's just me coming up with some inspiration from a bad idea to see how it could be done better. Showing that even something that's bad can still give inspiration, or even in some cases respected, which is something that this story continues to do to this day. Mostly because it was where the inspiration came from for Miss Crimson deciding to make a game to actually replicate the story's experience. And it was this game that showed there was actually a way to make this story scary. If that lead-in didn't give you the hint, unlike the original Creepypasta, the game is actually fairly good, if basic in how it's played. You play through the characters and scenarios described in the story, and it's faithful to the events, so expect a lot of death and jump scares. However, there's also some instances of strobing and flashing lights, so don't play this thing if it'll actually hurt you. That said, the game's final version has some expanded moments and secret areas to play, and when it breaks away from the confines of the source material, it does a great job of showing how creepy a game like this can actually be. If there were any Sega Genesis games that actually got as creepy as this in terms of atmosphere and what it's able to show, I want to know what they were. And if there weren't any, then that's a damn shame. To expand on the experience, there's a bit of a secret stage to find if you collect all 3 of the negative rings, where you can play as Sonic traveling through the game as well. A sequel game was made and offered a similar experience where you play as Amy, Cream, and Sally, and it's much shorter, but it also has some nifty tricks and traps in there to keep you interested. Miss Crimson has made it clear there won't be any more updates or games for Sonic.exe stuff. In their own words, it was never a serious project. However, they are being serious with their work on a project called Shrouded, so keep an eye on that. Look, they gave us the Sonic.exe games for free. I think we can repay that by giving a little look-see at what else they're doing, right? So for a while, the only good thing that came out of the Creepypasta was a quick and dirty experimental game that still managed to be creepy and unnerving. People liked it, and they had good reason to. Now, plenty of other fan games were made, other fan stories popped up here and there, trying to create an actual scary story from the ideas, and in general, the game got more attention and love than the original Creepypasta. Now, the story of Sonic.exe could have ended here, on something of a high note, or at least higher than the note it had before. But a few other people had plans, wanting to find a new way to share Sonic.exe, as if the cult was starting to form in our real world. Okay, it was nothing sinister. The Friday Night Funkin' mod versus Sonic.exe is a horror mod, but as time went on, it comes off more as a sort of celebration of the story and game than something meant to recreate it as a serious horror story, though it does have moments of that too. It's technically had 3 versions released, and I'll explain that later. But each update introduced new and updated characters and songs to play, with some updated artwork. And like any good Friday Night Funkin' mod, the songs are very good. Most of the time the songs use music and sound effects from the fan game or the actual Sonic games, which of course makes sense. But even if it wasn't, it still works pretty well, and in a couple of instances, you have to really listen to catch what music they're basing the songs off of. Again, this is a mod that celebrates the Creepypasta and even the Sonic franchise and fandom itself, to the point that unlocking special credits and dedications, as well as the extra songs, utilizes a sound test menu, evoking the cheat codes in the classic Sonic games. So, I'm sure the first question we need to get out of the way is this. Have I gotten any better since my Blueballs incident videos? Kinda. I mean, I have improved, but I'm no sticky BM here. Versus Sonic.exe is much more forgiving in timing, and I did keep up with it fairly often, but other times I had to do something a lot of you Friday Night Funkin' players are going to hate me for. I used to do fairly decent in DDR games up until recently. You kinda need working legs for that. But in DDR games, there is no penalty for hitting all 4 notes at once on a controller outside of your timing. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there's a right way and a wrong way to get through these songs, and I did the wrong way, slapping all 4 keys at once as much as I could to keep from failing. Now, you can't do this in the actual Friday Night Funkin' games, so I think it has something to do with either the engines the mod uses or how it was programmed. Also, there's a few songs where you can't really get away with that, thanks to something called Phantom Notes, and I'll point those out later. Now, I did try a few more times after recording and found I am better at playing in windowed mode versus full screen without having to get slap happy, so maybe it was just me being able to see arrows easier in that form, but something to consider. There are difficulty levels like in the original game, but playing on easy doesn't unlock anything, and the only way to get to the sound test to unlock the extra songs and secrets is to finish the story mode on hard, which makes me wonder why bother, other than the practice. And in any of the versions you play, the songs that are unlocked don't have difficulty selections either, so be ready for that. Now, if you want to skip unlocking everything to play the songs, then just play the latest release. Though since it's an unfinished build, a couple of the songs aren't actually in the game and will crash if you try to play them. So, why was it unfinished? What happened there? Well, unsurprisingly, the explosion in popularity that this mod got led to further development on it, trying to come out with new updates, new characters, new songs, and new people joining and leaving the team constantly. As you can imagine, this desire to keep building something bigger and better led to an amount of self-expectation, among other things, that built stress on the team until the whole thing eventually imploded like a leaky submarine. That is the reason why the project was cancelled, and eventually a link to the unfinished build was released on the Game Banana page with the rest of the finished mod versions, so that all the work they did had something that people could play. However, people that follow this project know that there were a few other things going on behind the scenes that weren't helping matters. While it would be easy to skip over all this and just move on, I feel that now's a good time to talk about it. We're going to get very ugly again, but only because I want to get it over with now before I go back to talking about the good stuff. And I will say clearly, once more, that no matter who I bring up or talk about, harassment is never an appropriate response. Not to the team members that left the project for stress, not to the ones kicked out for varying reasons, and not to fans or detractors of anything. And while I'll avoid using names again, some of them are still in the credits, depending on which version of the game you play. So to be quick about this, there were 2 groomers kicked off the team, 1 person that was apparently supporting the actions of one of the previous ones, and 1 person given the boot for being involved in some kind of fake leak that revealed IP addresses. All of this occurred after version 2 was released for the game, and that's why certain songs and characters aren't visible in the 2.5 unfinished build. The team decided that it would be best to remove and forbid the use of characters, songs, stages, things such as that were created and worked on by the more egregious offenders. And out of respect for that, I will not be covering those songs or characters in this video, regardless of whether or not they're playable in version 2.0. And while we're here, let's take a moment to be the adults in the room and discuss this issue. Everybody that is watching this video is old enough to know whether or not something that they want to do is a good idea, a bad idea, or a good thing or a bad thing. We all know what lines we're about to cross, and before you do so, get help. And if you know somebody or are associated with somebody who's getting help before they do things, support them. Now, I don't mean talk to them constantly about it. I just mean make them feel as if they're not being ostracized or pushed away because they recognize that they're going to do something bad and they're trying to do something to keep themselves from being bad and make themselves a better person. Now, if they've already done something, that's a different discussion, but we're not going to go that far. The point being, there's plenty of places people can go to discuss thoughts in their heads, be it harm toward others or themselves, and people should not shun them simply because they want to stop themselves from doing anything further. And they should not be afraid to approach such people or organizations. If everybody out there wants to have an opinion on how much society sucks, then think about this. Let's make sure everybody understands the shoulder they can lean on before we show them the boot that'll kick them in the ass. It takes a village to raise a child, but I say it also takes a village to raise an idiot. Now, I'm sorry if all that sounds a little preachy, and I did consider skipping over all this and being done with it. But this isn't the only time any of us have heard about this sort of thing happening, and I feel like this is a legitimate time to make a point about it. But to go back to the good, controversy shouldn't be the only thing that's allowed to be remembered about something, or you risk losing or destroying the art and the good that was made despite of or outside of the controversies. The rest of the team should be remembered not just for the good work they gave us and their skill, but also their perseverance to get as far as they did, even if in the end they called it quits. Versus Sonic.exe, as well as all other works in this fandom and other mediums, should be allowed to be enjoyed on their own merits. The material involved with the bad actors has been removed so that the mod could continue to exist without the stigma. And even the fact it was cancelled and left us with pieces of what could have been doesn't need to be a major memory of it. The work this team created was great and worth sharing before all the fiascos occurred. And today and in the future will continue being great and worth sharing for the same reasons as before. If you want to support the people that worked on any of these projects, or any of the fan works, then please do so. We won't get to see what new art and creations they can give us otherwise. Just remember that they probably don't want to be reminded of all the rough things they had to deal with that we've covered, and would be better served hearing how much you enjoyed what they've done and look forward to hearing what they have to do for the future. And while I'm being such a Debbie Downer, I might as well bring up the fact that there was somebody on the team that did artwork for one of the removed characters and brought them to life that wasn't involved with all the bad stuff going on. However, he died before he could see the release of, and subsequent removal of, his work. So let's have a moment of silence for Divide before I move on to the happier stuff again. So what I'll do here next is go through and analyze the songs and stages pretty much individually, because each of them is not only home to different characters and presentations, but unfortunately the mod doesn't exactly make clear who these characters are and where they came from or anything like that. So I'll touch a bit on the backgrounds as well. First up, the story mode, where we deal with X himself. He starts off with a goofy goblin kind of look that fits in with a Friday Night Funkin' style, even in his creepier animations. But as the songs go on, things will change. We start with the usual challenge to a rap battle while X is in the middle of some redecorating. Presumably after the events of the first Creepypasta. Maybe boyfriend and girlfriend played the game and got sucked in by X, or they were crazy enough to think he'd be a great opponent to a rap battle. Either way, X takes them up on the offer and plays along. The animation and pace of the song suggest X literally is just playing along, toying with them like he did his other victims in the stories. Unfortunately, he stops playing around when he gets something he never dealt with before. Defeat. X just decides to end things, but girlfriend uses her demonic powers a couple times to get X to knock it off and sing a little bit more. Yeah, if you haven't seen my Blueballs incident videos, I give details on her having those powers in there if you want more explanation, but she does officially have them in the original games. So as they try to walk off, X is ready for round 2, and this time actually looks frightening. I'll point out in all 3 of these songs, there's plenty of scares and surprises that come up as you play, and in this second song you'll start seeing phantom notes that damage you if you push them. More interestingly though, a lot of his animations in this song have X looking at the screen, like he knows you're the one controlling boyfriend and helping him win. And with him pointing at boyfriend, that feels like he's threatening you that you'll be in there with him soon enough. Also, at one point it switches over to Genesis graphics, and at first I thought that was a nice little touch, but then I realized it's almost like he's trying to pull you deeper into the game. And when that doesn't work, he gets really mad. Honestly, I love this song. It has a very dark and heavy rock feel to it that drives home this is something full of rage singing at you. And in most other games, it would feel like a boss song. I also think the unfinished build version of it has better presentation with additional animations after the Genesis segment to show just how royally angry X is getting. So coming up next is probably the most memorable moment of the mod for those that witnessed it. And while a number of Friday Night Funkin' mods can be said to have big boss battle songs in them, this finale clocks in around 8 minutes long with multiple singers. Those damn souls that X is tortured and trapped in the game get thrown at you to wear you down as Xenophanes pops in between them to try to finish you off as the game and its programming falls apart around you. Now, Xenophanes is part of the new canon I mentioned a while back that the new owner of the Creepypasta is working on, and it seems to be the true form and name of X, or close enough to it. So yeah, good work on that nightmare design. The song isn't so much a rage-filled attack like the previous one was, but it does fit the bill as an endurance run, as not just the characters, but what they're singing keeps changing up as it goes along, including within their own parts. And come to think of it, it's a lot like how some of the Sonic games have song medleys during their end credits. Huh. Also, the constant shift in perspective is very nifty, and even swaps sides of the arrows sometimes, capping off a varied and continually fresh presentation of the main story songs. The story doesn't get an ending, you just get a screen showing the codes to unlock more songs and hidden secrets in the sound test. However, I do have a theory that I think makes sense about what happens afterwards. I heard something like this. Let's consider the fact that these three trapped souls are now involved. And while he had them out battling Boyfriend, Xenophanes was not able to defeat Boyfriend and Girlfriend. And in short, it's canon in the original Friday Night Funkin' game that Boyfriend and Girlfriend can go into and out of a video game. All that considered, it's very plausible that with her powers, Girlfriend could be able to rescue the souls that are trapped in the game and pull them out with her as well, freeing them from the hell Xenophanes had trapped them in. And you can go as far as saying that this is why they entered the game in the first place. Maybe they did want to go on a rescue mission. And there's really nothing stopping the idea from going even further and saying that Daddy Dearest is the one that sealed Xenophanes in the game to begin with, due to not liking him, but I'll be the first one to come out and say even that's a stretch. A fun little thought, and nothing really wrong with a happy ending. Though I suppose if they don't destroy the game after they get out, Xenophanes can just go around capturing more souls. But at least they're safe now. So, there's plenty more songs to get to. What's next? Imagine Sonic might be familiar to those of you who played Sonic CD. He was infamous for years online for showing up as an odd little Easter egg with a developer message while the Robotnik boss music played. This time he has a much more upbeat and jazzy song to go with him, but if you fail, Boyfriend seems to get turned into one of him. I'm not sure how evil he actually is, but this is a sign that not all of the things in this mod are directly pulled from other creepypastas, and are just other creepy things the Sonic franchise has given us. There's also a second version of this song in the unfinished build as well, with updated artwork for the character. Next up is Lord X, a more serious and threatening alternate version of the original X. His big debut was another fan game called Sonic CD Port, and in my opinion was successful in making X a more threatening character. The funny thing is, in version 1 his song Execution and his design for that song got tossed out and replaced in version 2 because the team didn't like how either of it turned out. And I kind of see where they're getting at. Execution was fairly weak compared to the other songs, and his version 1 animations and design made him feel more like someone trying too hard to be scary. In version 2, the direction they took was to make him much less serious about what was going on, though he'll still take Boyfriend's soul if he loses. I think it works better that way because it gives off an aura of somebody who knows he could take you out easily, but hasn't had any good fun in a while.
Ready, set, go!
Now, Tails Doll and his song was one that at first I didn't know what to feel about, but quickly won me over. It's an aggressive song like You Can't Run, but also his voice and jerky movements give the impression that Tails Doll is not just something that's haunted, but also tortured. Though by now you'll notice the art style and presentation have changed quite a bit for this one, with even Boyfriend getting a doll or a 3D model. Now I know Tails Doll originated from Sonic R, an old racing game from the franchise, but as far as creepypasta appearances, it's kind of all over the place, and I'm not sure anybody agrees on the canon with it. In any case, the presentation of this song is something I'll come back to later, because it involves something else I want to get into about the mod as a whole, and another reason that I wanted to talk about it. So, up next is a bit of a surprise compared to the rest of the mod's characters. Now, I know at first you think you're just going up against some version of Super Sonic, But this is actually a canon character from the British comics called Fleetway Supersonic, after the publisher of the comic. Now, effectively, in their canon, the Chaos energy makes Sonic bloodthirsty and evil when he's transformed, which I suppose makes sense. He gets a little chaotic using something called Chaos Emeralds. It's also a very unique battle, not just with a surprise laser attack that you have to dodge, but it also has boyfriend change into a super mode as well. The constant boasting and then breaking down Fleetway gives during the song is a very nice touch as well. In the end, this song felt like it was an actual episode of a story playing out, and I had a lot of fun playing this one. And from there we get to... well, what the hell do I say about this? Sunky is actually a legitimately hidden song in version 2. You have to push up, down, left, right, and then enter at the title screen to play the song. Now, Sunky comes from the fan game, or I guess I should say parody fan game series, Sunky.mpeg. The song is pretty chipper, but the presentation of it was changed between version 2 and the unfinished release, and the song was changed up a bit as well. I actually found myself really enjoying the newer version of the song. The charting and the music just really made me feel the fun coming from it. In a collection of dark and threatening creations, tossing in a parody character like this does seem like a good idea to me, especially considering the idea this mod is a celebration of all the Sonic.exe works. Then again, maybe we should have stopped at one parody character. Sonic.exe is that meme drawing of Sonic you've seen everywhere, turned evil. And not much else I can explain here, except for everything is also a bunch of references to MLG, which is Major League Gaming. It feels like the weakest entry of the characters in the game, and the changes to this song's presentation in the unfinished build really rubbed me the wrong way. This song isn't exactly bad on its own, but something made to be deliberately bad or obnoxious does have the chance of being too successful in what it set out to do. I get and understand why it's here, but this is one of, if not the only song, that I wouldn't want to replay in this mod. And on this topic, I might as well bring this one up now too.
Nothing personal, kid.
Cold Steel the Hedgehog. This is a blatant shot fired at fan original characters and edgelord writing, which is what people see the original Sonic.exe story as a bit these days, as well as some of the fan stories it inspired. The thing that sells me on this song isn't so much the music or the presentation of it, which is still very good and a lot of fun, but how it embraces the fact that so many fan characters like this one can't be taken seriously at all. The song is a pretty good rock number, but accents the suck, so to speak, by breaking down at parts. I see this as what was attempted with Sonic.exe song being done much better. I can say I laughed a couple times when I first tried the song, and even still find it really funny.
Shut up! Fingerless gloves look badass!
But let's move on to the last few songs now, and like Cold Steel, these are from the unfinished build. I'll start with Needle Mouse, and we're getting into stories inspired by Sonic.exe that tried to be something original or unique, instead of simply trying to salvage the idea of X. Now this setup comes from a YouTube series that's called Needle Mouse, and if you don't go watch it to understand what's going on here, I'll give the basic idea that this version of the cursed game it's an incomplete build of a Sonic game, irony not lost on me here, possessed by a ghost that's trying to get revenge. It seems in this song, though, the ghost is more interested in just having a fun time, and the music is a really jaunty and upbeat one that, once again, sounds great. Just don't expect things to go this good if you go watch the actual series these characters are from. A nice song with very artful takes on boyfriend and girlfriend. I can't really say anything bad about this one. And a cursory look into the series it all came from does make me want to take time to check it out some more. So finally we come to the final two songs that are playable in the unfinished build, Prey and Fight or Flight. And I find this villain to be one that's very unique and interesting and dark as hell. Starved, as he's named, is probably my favorite character in all of this, and a wonderful surprise. So what's the background with him? Well, ever wonder what all those cute animal critters in the Sonic games taste like if you ever barbecued them? Robotnik found out, and now he wants to eat all of them, including Sonic and his friends. They might talk, but they're still tasty animals. However, he is amicable toward humans and isn't a cannibal, which means overall, Starved is still a generally normal person with a much darker focus on his hunting activities, which really creeps the hell out of me. His design is frightening, and Fight or Flight is a song that he seems to want to sing as if he's in an opera house, coming off as some kind of Hannibal Lecter as he's waiting to sink his teeth into tails. It's hard as hell, though, and I've read somewhere it's probably because the mechanics to it haven't been properly fleshed out before the cancellation. The real highlight, I think, though, is Prey, which makes it feel like our whole song battle is going on in an actual Sonic game. Sonic is getting chased, first by a barbecue version of Metal Sonic, and then by Starved himself. And I think all the voices, including actual voice work, fit really well, not just to the song, but the characters themselves. Whoever did Sonic, I think, should actually be picked up for an actual Sonic project.
Seems like that bucket of balls will have the notch this time around. Hey, Redhead, might want to repair your toys.
And I also love how both of the songs involving Starved make great use of the various Robotnik boss themes. Just to drive home not just the character, but how terrifying and threatening the confrontations are. In fact, after Starved shows up in Prey, it seems that Sonic is doing his damnedest to get away from him, as if Sonic is the last hope for whatever's left behind him. If there's anything in the unfinished build that shows us a hint of what we missed out on with a complete version 3, it's this stage. But it also highlights one other thing. This is still a Friday Night Funkin' mod. The constant perspective changes in Triple Trouble. Voice acting in some of the songs and a transforming boyfriend in Chaos. Imagine if more time was taken in a stage like Prey, with some jumping around obstacles and such, to make it feel more like an actual Sonic stage. Now after all this, I will still say that I find Blueballs Incident to be my favorite overall Friday Night Funkin' mod. But at the time it was released, there was a reason Sonic.exe kept getting compared to it, or brought up in conversations about what was best or what was a favorite. And since those days, a lot of other mods have come around as well, including ones based off of the cut content from the 3.0 version of Sonic.exe, as well as those unfinished ideas also coming to light as just song releases or stories. And it's one thing to say that Sonic.exe continues to inspire people to have other mods, expanded stories and characters, and even derivative ideas. So with all the originality and uniqueness that mods like this and others have given us, I can only imagine what new things are in store for not just Friday Night Funkin' mods, but just creations in general. I mean, I've come to wonder if there's the possibility of a Friday Night Funkin' mod for Doom or House of the Dead, where hitting the arrows to the beat of the music and the combo strings kill off zombies, like they do in something like Typing of the Dead. There's still a lot of creativity and inspiration out there to be had from many people. And to be clear, nothing needs to be as extravagant or have as much work put into it as the Blueballs Incident or Versus Sonic.exe, or even newer things like Indie Cross, to be something unique or fresh or memorable. And this is something that's not unique to the Friday Night Funkin' mod community either, but it is a good example of it. The popularity of Friday Night Funkin' and its mods has ignited the creativity in people, and the popularity of it also helps give them a pathway to be able to share that creativity. It's entirely possible that the first steps taken by people in the Friday Night Funkin' community to create mods, popular or not, can lead to their experiences growing to bigger and better things. Remember, the Sonic.exe game a lot of this was based off of was just an experiment about a stupid creepypasta before Miss Crimson started work on something bigger and better. If you want some more information about things that didn't make it into the game, check out the Versus Sonic.exe page on Funkopedia Mods Wiki. I'm not really one to suggest wiki sites like this, but it does have a lot of information I couldn't cover for time or relevance reasons, as well as being a place that can help you find other Friday Night Funkin' mods that you might have an interest in trying out. Another reason I wanted to avoid talking about versus Sonic.exe as a Friday Night Funkin' mod was because after covering the Blueballs incident, I didn't want to go into something where I'd be comparing the two of them. But in the end, I think it's best to say there really isn't a comparison. Blueballs incident and versus Sonic.exe have different focuses and goals in mind for what the mods are. The Blueballs incident is one that focuses a lot on horror and builds its themes around horror. Versus Sonic.exe is more of a tribute to those horror elements, and it also has a focus on great music and fun times playing it without trying to be tied down by themes or anything like that. There's still plenty of room for other mods or creations to be the best at what they set out to do or be without having to be compared to others. In the end, there was much more to this popular mod than just, "It's great!" or "The music is so awesome!" It's much more respectful to the art and creators to take the time to try to understand why it was good, what could have been done better, what we could have learned, and what kind of support can be given for better work, or in some cases, better people. And that's why I call this series Why You Should Care, not why I'm right, or why you should listen to my opinions. I'm no expert on anything, I'm just trying to apply logic and common sense and things that I do know and have researched without coming off as some sort of self-centered jackass. I just want to be able to share things that I feel are interesting or can have interesting discussions about them, have a little fun, and even see if the bad things can have inspiration drawn from them. And to wrap this up, that's really the big reason why I chose this to be the topic of my subscriber special video. All of you that supported me with subscriptions, comments, likes, and especially sharing with others, just giving a chance to view things even if you haven't watched all the way through, that does give me the confidence and feeling that I am talking about these things in a way that's respectful not just to the work, but also the people viewing these videos. Or to put it another way, I'm not afraid of whether or not people are going to be seeing me as talking about stuff for easy clicks or easy views, easy attention. And I especially enjoy being able to use the comments as a way to give you voice to your opinions on these things. So, one last time, I want to give a very grateful thank you to everybody out there for the support you've given me, no matter how small it seemed or felt or whatever. And I do hope you'll be sharing that kind of support with others out there as well. Take care, everybody, and I do hope to see you again in my other videos soon. Yeah, check that out. You got like 3 seconds on me that time. Yeah, you're getting better at this. That doesn't mean I want to try to have fun with these things. You want to watch the subscriber tribute with us? What would you do if you went out on a tropical vacation when suddenly your magical bunny girl teacher chaperone got beat up by an evil black and white teddy bear who then demanded that you and your friends start killing each other? Yes, it's once more time to visit the Danganronpa series, where such fantastical ideas as animate plushies, mysterious murders, and affording a tropical getaway are treated with a surprisingly believable seriousness. Set 1 year after the first game, I think this is the best of the 3 main games in the series. The voice acting is great for everyone, the story makes great use of the setting and the characters themselves, and there's a lot of development and depth to the characters and lore, while still having plenty of room for incredible mysteries and revelations. That said, I need to cover something real quick about these 2 games so far, and generally future videos. I want to take a moment to apologize. In my previous video, I was keeping things vague and nebulous a little bit, because I was a little more concerned about keeping things from being spoiled for people who might want to play the game, because I did want people to try to play the game or see the game for themselves. But even if they did have an interest in it, the issue that comes up is a lot of things that interest us, we may not have the time, the money, or just generally the ability to be able to see it or play it for ourselves. I already said in my Danganronpa 1 video that these upcoming videos about the series are going to have spoilers in them, and I'll say it again here. I just want to make sure that, play the game or not, for whatever reason, you aren't left out from a full understanding and a full picture of everything that I'm discussing. And with that out of the way, let's go back to that magical bunny girl I mentioned. Somehow the game starts off with Usami here being the teacher chaperone of a school trip for the latest class of ultimates from Hope's Peak Academy. And instead of demanding death, she wants everybody to be friends with each other in a bit of a team-building getaway. So, hey, the school is still open and has a new class. Things must not have been as bad as the ending of the first game made it out to be. Unfortunately, Monokuma is still around, so after everyone finally gets over their confusion and settles down, things turn into the first game again. Escape by killing someone and not getting found out at the trial. And with the rules of the game established, let's meet the players.
My name is Hajime Hinata. There's only one reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy. Because I admired Hope's Peak Academy.
Hajime doesn't remember what his ultimate skill is, but unlike Kyoko's time with that idea in the first game, it's much more important to the story what Hajime does and doesn't remember about himself. Though it's established early on in this game, everyone lost their memories about their time at school, Hajime doesn't really understand how he got admitted to the academy in the first place. This opens his character up to be the everyman-style character the players control and have a viewpoint through, but at the same time he's presented as a more natural-feeling character than Makoto from before. He's much less prone to the poetic, meandering inner monologues that Makoto had, thank God, but still lets us share his emotions and confusion without feeling as if it's forced into our laps. He's just a plain kind of guy, even with how he dresses, but he still feels expressive about himself. That's a more personal opinion for me, to be sure, but be it the writing, voice acting, and or just a different setting with more interesting characters surrounding him, I do enjoy him a lot more. Also, Hajime and the others' reverence toward Hope's Peak Academy and Hope in general is something that this game explores a little more, which makes the school not just a setting, but also a major character in the story. Which means that yes, an institution is now a character.
Hey!
I'm Chiaki Nanami, the ultimate gamer. Video games are my hobby, and I'm a fan of all genres. Nice to meet you.
The ultimate gamer. She's the best at any game you can think of and plays so much she barely sleeps. She's also friendly toward everyone, if a little prone to stare off into space and lose her thoughts, and is one of the characters that likes to help prod Hajime into answering questions during the trials when everyone's a little lost. Now, the game uses all the characters' ultimate skills in the story to some capacity. In Chiaki's case, it's blatantly used when she talks Hajime through a video game that's hiding a clue. However, I also think her attentiveness to detail in games is translating fairly well to an attentiveness to detail in the trials. She has more than that going on with her, but we'll cover that down the road a bit. In the end, she has an innocence and purity of sorts about her, coupled with a determination to keep things sane and civil between the rest of the group.
My name is Sonia Nevermind.
The ultimate princess. She's a literal princess from a foreign kingdom that was accepted into Hope's Peak as a foreign exchange student. Her regal style, form, and way of speaking is clear to everyone, but throughout the game has plenty of moments showing hidden depths or surprising interests. She has a knowledge of military weapons, serial killers, dozens of languages, and random trivia about anime and Japanese entertainment that her entire country is apparently in love with. She's a little ditzy and confused on the surface, but in the end it's clear the foundation of that is coming from a different land and culture. When the situation calls for it, she shows why she has the adoration and respect of her subjects when her royal presence becomes a commanding one. However, she never stops treating everyone as an equal and a friend, and is happiest among them because she feels she can be open about herself without fear of having to keep up appearances or ceremony.
Yo, the name's Akane Owari. Nice to meet ya.
Akane is the ultimate gymnast, and a short description would be she's a combination of Aoi and Sakura from the previous game while also being her own character. She's hot-blooded and seems to bring up throwing down for a fight more than just gymnastics, but overall she's just a fun-loving girl that wants to constantly be at physical perfection. Also, to eat a lot. Come to think of it, she kind of fits the bill for a female version of Goku. She's a character that helps keep levity in the story as it unfolds, but even then her personality, stubbornness, and constant training are involved with a couple discoveries during investigations, as well as the cause of a major event in the story. Out of everyone, she feels like the story barely, if at all, uses her ultimate skill in a direct manner. However, her ultimate skill is a major catalyst and link between her and Nekomaru, which is how both of those characters display a lot of their personal growth and depth.
I'm Hiyoko Sayanji.
The ultimate brat. Ultimate traditional dancer, who is a Class A brat and bully to nearly everyone. This is pretty much her entire characterization, but it seems to come more from her being childlike and immature more than fully malicious. Yes, she uses all that to her advantage to get away with her antics, but there's tiny flickers of her having an actual heart underneath everything. Tiny, though. She develops an actual friendship with Mahiru, and that in turn leads to some of her kinder moments, if only to one person and possibly selfish ones. But she still has it in for Mikan most of all. At least in the second trial, however, she has an honest reason to be spiteful toward everyone when she's accused of being the killer. And later she tries to create a legitimate shrine to their dead friends in the game. Her ultimate skill gets a moment to shine in the game when she performs on stage with Ibuki and Chiaki. At least to the characters, we still just see a single image. But the garments she wears and how she has to constantly deal with them do lead to her accidentally disrupting a nearly perfect murder scheme. In the end, though, her character gets slight development with hints it could have gotten better, but she ends up still more bratty, half-pint than matured.
You may call me Gundam Tanaka. Remember it well, for it is the name that will one day rule this world.
You can't have a Danganronpa game without someone loud and outrageous, and Gundam fits that bill perfectly. He's the ultimate breeder, able to tame, command, and raise nearly any kind of animal. I absolutely love him, with the way he boisterously talks about incredible feats of darkness and evil that wind up being mundane sessions with cute and fluffy critters. His dreaded 4 dark divas of destruction, for example, are actually 4 hamsters that are tucked away in his scarf and sleeves. They are legitimately skilled though, and Gundam openly cares about the animals that he handles. But if this guy was competing at a dog show, it would be infinitely more watchable, with how his commands sound less like, "Fetch the stick, boy!" and more like he's summoning the flaming damned souls of hell itself to empower a tiny yappy dog jumping through a hoop. Honestly, however, the feats his hamsters perform during the game and some of his tricks, as well as the blatant scar and eye damage, hint that there's probably some truth to the admittedly awesome supernatural bluster that he gives. In the end, he's a character that clearly shows he cares for everyone else, and wraps up his good intentions with declarations of evil and darkness that never really veer into full-on edgelord territory. He knows he's playing up a character fully to the hilt, and it's enjoyable to witness it and often try to figure out the intentions he has behind his words.
Name's Kazuichi Soda. I'm the ultimate mechanic. Nice to meet ya.
Despite his punk and dangerous appearance, Kazuichi is actually a little cowardly and much more normal or grounded in characterization. He's the ultimate mechanic, and he has numerous times over the game that gets to come into play to help out. He's also a comic relief character, so expect him to get loud and exaggerated with his emotions very often. That said, I find him a more normal version of Yasuhiro from the previous games, since the things that Kazuichi gets worked up about are usually more understandable and relatable. He's not going to drag out a trial to find out if somebody's not a ghost. He has an eye for the female body, but when he's not distracted by his baser instincts, he has moments of not just intelligence, but also schemes and plans to try to help the others stay safe or friendly. Be they finding a way to cut open a coconut and share the juice inside it with the others, or trying to find a way to crash a girls-only beach party. He's clearly a guy with a good heart inside a body with typical teenager thoughts.
Let's see. I'm Mahiro Koizumi. I'll be counting on you from now on.
I already mentioned her as being a kind of big sis friend to Hiyoko, but she also comes off as a fairly assertive teen mom toward the others as well. She's the ultimate photographer and loves doing her thing. Her pictures come in handy for at least one trial, and her character is a major aspect of events that raise parts of the game's story to the heights they reach. She's more collected than the others in terms of personality, but she's still not afraid to speak her mind and try to get across her points and statements as bluntly as she can. We'll be revisiting her a little bit as the video goes on, so let's see who's next for now.
My name is Teru Hanamura. On the streets, I'm known as the Ultimate Cook.
The Ultimate Cook, or Chef if he convinces you to call him that. He's incredibly talented with all kinds of food and dishes, and he is always eager to be in the kitchen and have a chance to show off his skills. He's also just as eager to show off how perverted he is, and he's more blatant and open about it than Haifumi in the previous game. However, in my opinion, while I know a guy being creepy like this isn't as funny to some of you out there, the blatantness of it combined with others constantly calling him out on it, as well as being friendly and otherwise decent to everyone, helps soften it into being more legitimate as a comedic characterization. Alongside that, when things go very wrong for him in the game, there is a little tragedy and pity that can be felt for him. Once again, his skill is put to use plenty of times, and even his perverted nature becomes an important clue in the first trial.
I'm Nagito Komaeda. Nice to meet you.
Oh boy, am I going to enjoy talking about this guy. One of the more important characters in the game, and even in the overall setting as a whole, he's the ultimate lucky student. And I don't mean like Makoto, where he just won a raffle ticket to get into the school. I mean, honest to God, blessed by the fates, monkey paw style luck. He gets both good and bad, in mostly equal measure, usually closely following each other to keep things balanced. For instance, his acceptance into Hope's Peak came about the same time as finding out he had 2 terminal diseases. And Nagito knows this about himself, so it's no wonder he's a little crazy. As I said, no more holding back on spoilers, but I'll discuss more about that aspect later. For now, understand that Nagito worships ultimate talent and the ground the other students walk on due to his devout fervor for hope. And yes, at times in the game, Nagito effectively weaponizes his luck, even though he keeps telling everyone his ultimate skill is worthless. Though I suppose with all he's been through, he'd be more than happy to be rid of it. In the end, you could say he's a dark reflection of Makoto's character from the first game, and that includes having the same voice actor as Makoto in both the English and Japanese cast. Honestly, there's plenty of times the voice work for him comes off really great. He isn't the only time in this game, however, that what seem to be positive or enjoyable aspects of the first game are given a deeper look, and we can find out more about unintended or even intended darker sides to it all. Just know that by the end of this video, you'll most likely understand why he's one of the most well-regarded characters in the franchise.
I am the ultimate team manager, Nekomaru Nidai!
The ultimate team manager. If you get this guy as your coach, he'll put your team through hell, but definitely get you a winning season. Despite appearances, he's actually held back a little by a heart condition, but his determination and training keeps it at bay. Most of the time in the game, he comes off as trying to keep things upbeat and positive for the others, even willing to put himself in harm's way. Again, he became fast friends with Akane, and while he dedicates himself as everyone's coach on the island, he takes a more direct and professional interest in her. He also loves to fight and spar as much as she does, and neither of them go easy on each other when practicing. Neither of them would have it any other way, though. Again, his connection with Akane leads to an important moment in the game's story, but even after that, his dedication to being an inspiration and drive for the others leads to an even bigger moment for them and his character.
Ibuki Mio Da! Put it together and what do you get? Ibuki Miyoda!
Another fun character in the game, and definitely the peppiest. She's friendly, outgoing, and the ultimate musician. She has a couple moments to play her guitar in the game, but also shows off at one point her exceptional hearing, which I assume good and trained hearing is related to musical skill. Her tendency of zany outbursts also helps lead some of the trials in unexpected but ultimately helpful directions. It could be said her outlandish and wacky personality might be a one-trick pony, but it is used in very effective ways to either bring lightheartedness to the story, or just shake things up a little to keep things from being too dark at times.
My name is Peko Pekoyama. It is nice to meet you too.
A stern face among the crowd. Peko is the ultimate swordsman and is professional with herself to a fault. It's expected a character like this would be the sourpuss of the group, but in actuality, she doesn't seem to mind the others around her and has moments of feeling at ease enough to open up her feelings toward the others. She's not above joining the other girls and trying to bake and share desserts from a cookbook. That said, we'll be revisiting her as well, since there are major revelations about her that change the way the story and characters interact.
My name is Mikan Sumiki. From the bottom of my heart, I hope we can get along.
A shy, shrinking violet klutz that has a habit of thinking everybody hates her, and somehow always tripping in ways that land in embarrassing and degrading poses. She's the ultimate nurse, and she feels that taking care of others is the only time she feels like she has power over others. Outside of that, though, she's convinced herself she only gets attention from others by repeatedly humiliating herself. Hiyoko's savage bullying of her and everyone else's lack of really controlling it doesn't do her any favors either, but in the end she has plenty of moments she feels at ease enough around them that she gets to feel some happiness and acceptance. She's also a lot smarter than she gives herself credit for, and her medical abilities come into play very often. She also gives a peek at the biggest twist in the game before any of the other characters are involved in it.
Name's Fuyuhiko Kuzuryu. Just so we're clear, I don't plan to act friendly and shit with you guys.
What a mouth on that guy.
One of my favorite characters in the franchise, and possibly one of the biggest reasons this game is so wonderful for what it is. He's the ultimate Yakuza, and he is not one of the friendly types. He constantly pushes everyone else away, doesn't want to be a part of anything, or at least admit he wants to be, and constantly threatens to kill people for doing things like just talking to him when he's walking around. He's a more violent and dangerous version of Byakuya from the first game, but his character development is done so much better. Naturally, this means we'll come back to him as well later on, but understand that Fuyuhiko and his interactions with the others through the game are probably the standout example of excellent writing.
My name is Byakuya Togami.
Speaking of the ultimate affluent prodigy, here he is! And apparently he's been celebrating his survival of the last game at some buffets. His personality is mostly the same as the last game, except when the killing game starts this time, he declares it's his responsibility as the best among them to ensure everyone's safety, instead of declaring he'll win the game on his own. So apparently he did have some maturing while he was away, though he doesn't recognize the situation they're in, nor Monokuma for that matter. Our magical bunny girl teacher. She starts off as Usami and spends the entire game trying to promote friendship and love, even when all things are going to hell under Monokuma. And when the evil bear does show up, he brutally takes control of the school trip from her and rebuilds her as Monomi, his self-labeled little sister. Even then, she still tries to be a positive influence to the students as a clear foil in contrast to Monokuma, but she herself has a few secrets to hide. She's fully aware of the truth of everything going on, both before and after Monokuma arrives. And there's plenty of hints that what she knows is damaging to the students she's hiding it from. This gives us not just a goody two-shoes, but a character that is presenting an honestly happy, cheerful personality to everyone that doubles as a way to distract them from the mysteries and truths that she doesn't want them to know. For instance, Usami is the one that took everyone's memories away, even before anything with Monokuma started. It creates a dynamic where even though everyone knows she's against the killings of Monokuma, they're still suspicious of whatever it is she's involved with. Still evil, still wants to see everyone kill each other, still darkly hilarious. In an odd way, he feels like he's more comical in this game than before, and I think that ties to the existence of Monomi. He has giant robots to guard the island, but his greatest weapon is still his manipulative statements in nature. A lot of the time he openly tells the truth, being the one to say right out of the gate that everyone's memories are stolen, as well as some choice info about who's in charge of all the mess going on this time. And a lot of hints we're given through the game imply that he's taking advantage of what's really going on, instead of being the direct cause of it all. However, because in this game he has someone he can play off of more directly than just the students, he does get a chance to show a more sadistic and dangerous streak than what he could in the first game. So, once more, an interesting and unique cast of characters. What else is new in the sequel? Most of the gameplay changes or additions were made to the trials. A simple but big one was the ability to now agree with certain statements, instead of just refuting all of them, and a new way to debate using swords to literally cut through someone's arguments. Hangman's Gambit was changed as well. Unfortunately, it got a lot more complicated than I think it needed to be, so this is going to be one of my few criticisms about the game. Instead of just shooting the letters to spell out the word or words, now you need to use a different button to pick up a letter, match it to a copy of the letter, then shoot it to put it into the word. It gets just as time consuming as the last game if letters you need aren't showing up, but this time you can lose them to a game of alphabet bumper cars. And yes, I've had times when letters hit each other as they spawn in from the sides of the screen before I can even see them to react. I would have preferred this one stayed like it was previously. It was much simpler for what it was trying to do, and in the end it doesn't change how the minigame actually works. It just adds a bunch of extra steps to do the same thing as before. Also, this is a good time to point out that in this game the difficulty is higher than the first game. And what I mean by that is, in the first game, the first trial typically only gave you one bullet to use during the debates, and Hangman's Gambit, for a while, would have a couple letters filled in. In this game, you have multiple bullets right from the get-go, and when you get around to having Hangman's Gambit again, no letters are filled in. So there's a lot more emphasis in this game for you, the player, to figure things out more often. And speaking of that, what I think is the best addition to the game is the Logic Dive minigame. When Hajime begins to puzzle over things, it's interpreted as surfing down a digital lane, dodging obstacles and not falling off while trying to take the path to the right answers. It really makes it feel like a string of thoughts are coming together. You pick the wrong answer, you fall off and go again. Even if you just randomly pick answers, it's like each mistake is Hajime thinking, "No, that doesn't feel right," or something doesn't add up with that train of thought. The fact it's actually fun to play doesn't hurt at all either. And again, like the first game, you can save at any time during the trial if you need to take a break, or just pick a safe place to come back to if things aren't going your way. And taking a break is probably what you'll use it for most often. The game is longer than the first one, with the prologue taking about 2 or more hours before Monokuma shows up and the first chapter begins, if you have auto advance active for the text boxes like I did. I complained about how long it took in the first game to get the ball rolling, but in this game I have the opposite feeling. Instead of everyone locked in a room staring at the ceiling tiles when they introduce each other, it's a wide open tropical island setting. The time given to the characters allows them to react and comment on the various things about the island as well as themselves. In fact, some of them are already on board with having fun, even after Monokuma's appearance. The game takes time to flesh out the characters and setting in nearly all scenes, and even Monokuma has a little more freedom in how he acts in this game. I guess a way I can try to put it is, it's like going on a 1-hour trip down the road and all you see is fields or forests or something like that, versus a 2 or 3 hour road trip where you've got towns, sights to see, scenic routes. It felt less boring for the 3 hours in this game to start versus the 1 hour of the first game to start. Speaking of driving, spoilers. It's time for all the fun story, explanation, and analysis, and there is plenty to explore a little deeper in this game, especially with how elements connect with each other to build and strengthen the story and presentation. Bringing up Byakuya again, things progress to a point where he decides the best way to get everyone to get along and not try to kill each other is to host a dinner party. It works out pretty well, but just to be extra safe he pats down everyone, locks away dangerous items, and removes dangerous decorations from the food. So, anyone out there that's seen horror movie sequels want to take a guess at what happens to the returning character from the first game? Anyone? You're right, but you're wrong. In both this game and the first game, the first trial is meant to give us the don't trust anybody, anything can happen kind of situation. And in both of these games, it involves the original attacker having things turned around on them. In this case, however, it builds and moves forward the story more than just unexpected character is the killer, don't trust anyone. Nagito, and this won't be the last we discuss him, reveals in the trial that he is such a deranged believer in hope that he'd push despair onto others to create, in his words, an even bigger hope. To that end, he planned a murder he then bragged about to the person that killed Byakuya. And in case you're wondering, yes, Nagito was planning to actually get killed for what he believed in. However, Byakuya caught on to what was happening in the middle of everything going on and tried to protect Nagito, essentially taking the bullet instead. And the killer? Teru, who would have simply protected the others by warning them, if not for the fact he realized he could get away and get back to his sick, ailing mother that was running their family business on her own. And while there's a sense of pity toward him, Teru's last words are an honest realization of what the entire situation did to him.
I think I'm the one who went crazy.
So yeah, that was the opening chapter in this game, and like I said, there's a lot of things that happen in it that have reverberations and influence to things that happen further along in the storyline as well. For instance, Nagito may not have been the killer, but he was obviously dangerous. So Nekomaru and Kazuichi tie him up and lock him in a building when nobody's looking. So with that all set up as the first chapter, let's get to the second one, which is one that's probably one of the most memorable for a lot of fans of the series. It starts with Monami setting the pattern of her somehow being able to defeat one of the giant robot monsters Monokuma put around the island. And this is actually a minigame you can play from the main menu of the game. And while I am moving past a lot of the stuff that happens in the story for time reasons, understand that there's a lot of moments between the murders and stuff that helps give personality to all the characters in the game and liven up the setting. For instance, poking around the library lets you discover Sonya's deep interest in the occult, or the storyline progressing because Kazuichi wanted to get himself invited to the girls' beach party. That said, the next murder is Mahiru, and at the trial the evidence points to Hiyoko. Since they were friends, this makes the brat go understandably ballistic. It can be argued that this is also a reason why she doesn't become much friendlier toward the others, since in the trial they have to keep pushing into her testimonies to be able to prove her innocence. Which then leads to the true culprit and the events that make this chapter memorable. So I'm going to try to explain this efficiently and hopefully not confusingly. Among the memories that were taken was that during their school years, Fuyuhiko killed a girl that had killed his little sister. The girl he killed was a friend of Mahiru's, and Mahiru apparently had some connection with the murder of Fuyuhiko's little sister. Of course, Monokuma sets up a way for Fuyuhiko to discover all this, so Fuyuhiko sets up a meeting with Mahiru to try to figure out whether or not she actually had anything to do with the whole mess, and what she has to say for herself. In his own words, Fuyuhiko didn't want to kill her, but when Mahiru began confronting him over his killing of her friend, he got angry and started to reach for a weapon. But suddenly, Peko is and always has been the ultimate swordswoman because she is and always has been Fuyuhiko's bodyguard, trained and assigned to him since birth. To this end, she's been convinced that she's no human, but just a tool. And when she saw Fuyuhiko go for the weapon, she decided it was her duty to attack and kill Mahiru for him. And to fulfill her duty to protect her young master, she makes sure she takes the fall during the trial, thinking it would mean his escape. Until everyone points out the obvious, that she's still human, Fuyuhiko makes it clear this isn't what he wanted from her at all, and I'll just let this part play so you can see it for yourself real quick.
I never needed a tool. So you didn't need to become a tool.
Let's give it everything we've got!
You just needed to be yourself. I never wanted a tool. I just wanted you. Only you.
Young master?
Why? Why couldn't you understand? We've always been together ever since we were kids!
Let's go! It's punishment time!
Please, Peko. Don't go! I need you! Don't leave me!
Young master? Young master?
And that's why I like to bring up the voice acting sometimes, because, especially in this game, that scene could have worked with just the text on it and everything, but I feel that everybody in the game was able to give depth and characterization and feeling to the people they were voicing. And in his desperation to save Peko from her fate, Fuyuhiko actually barges into the execution and tries to stop it. And from this point on in the game, Fuyuhiko is a changed man. In Chapter 3, he offers a sincere apology to the others, which they only realize is sincere from him when they discover he cut his stomach open for seppuku, the ritual of honorable suicide. For the rest of his time in the game after this, Fuyuhiko never forgets what he caused, and repeatedly says it's not his life to live anymore, but now partly Peko's as well. And because of that, he becomes one of the most proactive allies of the group and devotes himself to putting an end to the killings and escaping the island. Not just for Peko, but to also honor Mahiru as well. And it's really hard to tell that if he was more honest with Peko, and she stopped him from attacking instead of killing for him, would his character have developed this much, or would he still have some amount of standoffishness? So after all that, how could anybody want to kill anybody else in this game now? Well, somehow everyone gets sick. And while Mikan is taking care of the afflicted and everyone else quarantines, something seems familiar. No, that wasn't like a joke or anything about current events. I mean, Mikan actually gets something called the remembering disease. And spurred on by how nobody in the group really treated her with respect or kept her from being bullied, she kills for who she says is the only person that loved her and forgave her for being how she was. And she would have gotten away with it too, if Hiyoko didn't have to go find a bigger mirror so she could tie her kimono sash properly. a minor thing that's linked to her ultimate ability, but still a way to be able to use it in the story in a big way. But that feels like cheating, right? After all, we had so much going on in the first 2 chapters, but this plot twist feels weak, maybe even forced. Of course, it's not that simple, but it doesn't connect fully until the final chapter. And now we get to chapter 4, and unfortunately I'm going to have to say this is a really weak one. To the point that when they did a stage play adaptation of this video game, they effectively removed the entire thing. Yes, Japan has stage plays of video games. I'm currently aware that there's also 1 or 2 Resident Evil stage plays. Broadway's nerdy out there. Coming back to the actual game, though, Akane is so tired of all the crap going on that she actually tries to fight Monokuma. In retaliation, Monokuma fires a bazooka at her, but it's intercepted by Nekomaru to protect her. And because of some rules lawyering by the students, Monokuma saves his life by turning him into a robot. This is fantastical, crazy, and somehow right at home in a Danganronpa game. So as is typical for the game, you spend time exploring the island that was unlocked for the chapter. However, instead of the island at large being used as the setting, Monokuma locks everyone in a funhouse with no food or water. And of course they'll only get out if someone kills, using the prizes to be found in an escape room challenge available to them. Which, to be honest, doesn't feel like Monokuma's typical scheming and manipulative characterization we've come to expect from him by now. At least with Mikan's disease, she still had agency and choice over what she did. At this point, Monokuma might as well just put them on a sinking boat with the exits sealed. So yeah, not only do we get what's more or less a boring and, quite frankly, visually annoying location that's a stark contrast to the rest of the game, but it goes from mystery game to an escape room diversion. Now, when events pick up again with another murder occurring, Nagito takes it upon himself to investigate the escape room and discovers the prizes within it. And his discoveries have consequences for the rest of the game. Starting here, Nagito stops preaching hope as much and suddenly becomes more antagonistic toward the others, Hajime in particular. Turns out, Hajime never had a talent. He was a reserve corps student. In short, his family paid top dollar to get a normal education at Hope's Peak so the academy could get more money for their coffers. And after all those revelations, it's time to enter the trial and discover the truth of the murder. And this time, it's not something that sets up character development, but more like character depth. It turns out the murder of Nekomaru was done by Gundam. Both of them fought to the death in order to save the rest of their friends from starvation. And Gundam openly cites Hajime's words of giving up as his reasons for doing so. How'd he beat a robot, though? He uses hamsters to hit an off button on Nekomaru's body during the fight, which made him helpless. Again, having an ultimate skill actually means something in the story. And Gundam's execution is probably one of the most heartwarming moments you can find in the series. And for all that I had to say about Chapter 4 being overall empty and boring before the murder and trial, it might have been a calm moment included to precede the storm about to come. Nagito is getting more unhinged and openly threatening about uncovering a traitor among the group. Monami, trying to dodge questions, leads to it becoming very believable when Monokuma says there's a traitor among them. And by now in the story, Monokuma has kept bringing up an organization called the Future Foundation, and from her reactions each time it's brought up around her, Monami is working for them somehow. There's no enemy of my enemy in this situation. The group has reason to distrust both of the plushies. With all this going on, it's decided that Nagito needs to be tied up again, if only to have one less thing to worry about. Unfortunately, Nagito has always shown himself to be a smart cookie during the trials, and he came prepared.
This game of self-righteous hypocrisy ends now! And to do that, I will destroy Jabberwock Island!
Yes, he's going to blow up the island and kill everyone unless the traitor reveals himself. When they finally do find the explosives, it turns out to be a distraction while a fire breaks out nearby. And after they put out the fire using extinguisher grenade bottles, they find a badly mutilated Nagito. And once more, the revelations in the trial are where things get interesting. Nagito caused his own death, but it wasn't suicide. When I said earlier he was aware of his luck, this is the point in time in the game where he literally weaponizes it. He put a poison in one of the fire grenades and staged everything so that when the bottle burst open, the poison killed him but made it look like he was tortured to death. Why? Because he was counting on his luck to make it so that the person who threw the grenade was the traitor. But, as pointed out, he made it impossible to find out who the traitor would be unless they spoke up before they made the wrong choice. So, in order to save their friends, Chiaki announces she's the mole from the Future Foundation, and was the one that apparently threw the grenade that killed Nagito with the poison. And take a moment at this point in time to recognize that out of the 5 murders so far, 4 of them have had a culprit that believes almost properly that they were doing the right thing, or whoever they did it to was deserving of it. Targeting somebody who already admitted they were planning a murder, trying to fulfill your duty and your master's will, trying to save everybody's life, and now trying to make sure the villain dies. So that just leaves Mikan's twisted, selfish motive. And while we don't have the full story on her motive yet, there's still more about this one. Monokuma clears up that because even the traitor wouldn't have known if they threw the grenade, Nagito's real goal was to get everyone else but the traitor killed. And his reasons for that are uncovered in the final chapter. There's a lot of hints, clues, and revelations given in the final chapter leading up to the final trial, much like in the previous game. And at this point it becomes clear this is a full sequel to the prior game, building off the story and events as well as confirming things that were left a mystery. Things such as the world having been destroyed by worldwide riots caused by the previous game's villain. And the reason things look pretty good on the island is because this place is a virtual reality program that the students have been trapped in. It's also around this time that the previous game's mastermind returns as an AI virus that was uploaded into the program. With her eyes on finishing the job of destroying the world with the spread of despair, Junko Enoshima makes a hell of a return. And now that she's an AI computer program, if she isn't stopped here, there will be nothing stopping her from spreading throughout the world. So, after all that, how does all this connect to the students? Because the virtual reality program that they're inside of is a literal rehabilitation program that's meant to undo something that occurred to them in the past. And what was that thing that happened in the past? Let's link up the truth that Nagito discovered with Mikan regaining her memories. Why would Nagito, who venerated hope above all else, want to try to kill everybody? Why did Mikan start acting so differently when she regained her memories? How could Junko have destroyed the world if she didn't have help? Every last student in this game, aside from Chiaki, were among the first ones to fall to Junko's brainwashing and become ultimate despair. And these students were somehow found and captured by the Future Foundation after the events of the first game, and they had plans to execute them all, if it wasn't for the intervention of some certain other actors.
Chiyoko! Byakuya! I knew you guys would come!
That's not something you need to take your time saying.
Believe. Try putting yourself in.
Yes, we have the return of Makoto, Kyoko, and Byakuya. You find out earlier than this in the game that the big boy was actually the ultimate imposter, but it felt better to bring it up here. And if you think all this is good enough to make an interesting story, it gets better. As long as your name isn't Hajime Hinata.
Good news, Hajime! Even though you were mocked for being a reserve course student, he had a talent all along! Ultimate hope!
Hajime actually does have an ultimate skill he doesn't know about, which came from an experiment he volunteered to enter in Hope's Peak. They put him into surgery and physically altered his mind and body into their version of Ultimate Hope. Izuru Kamakura. Someone with all the ultimate talents they could stuff into him. And then Junko got to him. According to this game, the tragedy at Hope's Peak that kickstarted the ultimate tragedy that destroyed the world was Izuru killing the entire student council at Hope's Peak. The third anime clarifies this more, but for time reasons the details aren't important. However, it did show Chiaki was a real friend everyone knew in the real world before this game. Junko used Chiaki's death in real life to help brainwash the class into becoming her followers, but even with them, Junko wouldn't have gotten as far as she did without discovering and manipulating Izuru. The person Hajime Hinata can't remember being is the reason the world fell to disaster and his friends became villains they can't remember being. And the only way to prevent Junko's AI from uploading into the bodies of their now brain-dead friends and spreading her despair even more is if they shut down the program and restore their personalities as the worst villains in the world, most likely leading to them being hunted down and killed. Once again, I'll let you see for yourself how this affects the characters.
I can't do it.
Huh? Can't do it?
I can't choose. You guys are telling us the world's going to be destroyed unless we sacrifice ourselves. And that, I can't decide. I can't choose either one.
Hajime!
Shut up! Leave me alone! This is just too much. Why do I have to be a part of this? I mean, I'm different from the rest of you. And I don't even have a talent. But even so, I got dragged into this. And now, my existence is going to disappear? I don't understand it at all.
Both choices are hopeless.
How much of ourselves do we have to sacrifice?
This burden, don't you dare make us shoulder it.
There's no way we can handle this on our own.
Everyone, get a hold of yourselves.
It's impossible! For someone like me, it's impossible. I can't choose the future! Hope, despair, do whatever you want. It's not my problem!
That's...
And once again, I'm going to give major props to the voice actors. They sink into despair and Hajime crawls into a fantasy where everyone is still alive and happy together. And it's actually an interesting sequence to give one last moment with the other characters in the game, especially in a halfway positive memory. The ultimate imposter even drops character, and in one line of dialogue we get a chance to hear who he really was. But with help from Chiaki's memory, Hajime begins to fight back. And unlike the first game where you simply used gameplay to inspire the others, in this game you use gameplay to fight back against Izuru inside Hajime's own mind, and build back the will to push forward against Junko. You saved yourself, and in so doing, the others are inspired to save themselves. In their decisions, we come to the main theme the game is based around, and a moment that feels we can actually take inspiration from the message as well. No matter how much despair we feel or how much hope we have, in the end we have to trust in what we can do for the future, be it for ourselves or others. The students shut down the game and destroy the last of Junko and Ishima. They find that not only do they remember the events of the game, but Hajime has become dominant over the Izuru personality while still keeping all of the ultimate skills. The group stays behind with our comatose friends to find a way to heal them, but in the end, ultimate despair is no more. The previous characters head back to the Future Foundation, preparing to face the music for their disobedience, when Byakuya is reminded there's one more survivor from their class that is waiting for him. This game was incredible for a lot of the same reasons as the first one, with the story, art, presentation, music, things such as that, but it also eliminated my biggest complaint about the first game by ensuring everybody's unique ability or unique talent in this game actually had something to do with the story and how things occurred, be it in big or small ways. And aside from Hangman's Gambit, I feel that the changes and additions to gameplay were overall positive. And while a lot of what I discussed with the characters and story were the more serious story elements, there are a ton of funny and outright hilarious moments. Even when things are most serious during the final trial, Junko herself brings a levity to how things are discovered, and much like the Joker has his dark humor. There's 2 more games left, and the inherent problem of following up a good story, game, performance, etc. is if and how you follow it up. Do you build on it and try to continue what everyone is used to? Or do you try something different but recognizable? So when I get back to talking about this series, I'll be discussing the 3rd game in the main trilogy, and how it approached all this, and how well it did. So until next time, I always enjoy seeing your comments and responding to them, and I love seeing newcomers. So, like, share, subscribe, but most importantly, you take care.
Just one last time, let me say something that makes me sound like a teacher. There's no need to be a hero. You don't have to force yourself just to make people acknowledge you. When you do that, you end up blaming yourself, blaming other people, and feeling jealous of everyone. But still, it doesn't have to be like that. Even if people don't acknowledge you, you just have to be someone that you can be proud of. 'Cause you yourself are your biggest supporter. If you can learn to love yourself, that love will continue to support you for the rest of your life. Love, love.
So here's an interesting thing I thought would be nice to bring up during the holidays. We always get new attempts at songs, movies, or specials for the season. But to be honest, I think one of the best and more original ones came out as DLC for a video game about 9 years ago. How the Saints Saved Christmas. A series already established for having adult and crude humor, though not exclusively, mind you, is the one that seemed to remember one of the most important things about Christmas that so many other specials don't. You're supposed to have fun and enjoy the holidays, for Christ's sake. Intentionally or unintentionally, a lot of holiday specials like to remind us how much our lives or the world in general sucks. And that's why we should focus on having fun at certain times of the year. Not exclusive to Christmas, but they don't make many movies or songs about Thanksgiving, Easter, or other days the banks are closed on Monday. How the Saints Saved Christmas, like the game it's part of, remembers how to actually have fun and enjoy things. Even when blatant references are used to other movies of the season, they still have fun with them instead of going, "Hey, remember this? Our writers were so clever before they ran off to lunch early." So to cover Saints Row 4 real quick, you play as the boss, leader of the 3rd Street Saints gang, and a character you've created and controlled through the entire series. In this game you've become President of the United States due to your celebrity status, but as time has gone on, you're having trouble with poll numbers and public perception. Game came out in 2013, by the way. In events that I hope are not further prophecy, aliens invade and kidnap you and your friends, shoving you into a simulated world a la the Matrix. The DLC takes place after the main story of the game, but you can start it at any point in time after you unlock the requisite powers you can gain. And that leads us to the setup of the story for the DLC. The boss is humbugging about Christmas when a future version of Shawnee, one of his gang, appears and demands help to save Santa Claus. Begrudgingly, Boss hooks up to the simulation once more to help defeat an evil version of Santa, save the North Pole, and spread holiday cheer. Not entirely sure how this works in the simulation, but roll with it. Some things to expect include dealing with robotic nutcrackers and giant gingerbread man while wearing a gaudy Christmas sweater. Exploring a rather well-crafted new Christmas town at the North Pole while trying to take back control of Santa's workshop as the jolly old elf and his wife lend a hand. A very fun sequence of delivering presents and coal while piloting Santa's sleigh. The return of the iconic dubstep gun from the main game that fires off a actually pretty enjoyable Christmassy beat. Topped off with a battle against Claus, where instead of gunning him down, you toss gifts at him until he's defeated by all the holiday cheer you've spread. All while coming across plenty of references and jokes involving the season. One of my favorites is being given the option to lick away a giant peppermint stick blocking a door. It feels like there was a lot of respect given and fun to be had by the people that put this all together. And even now, it's still fun and enjoyable, if for no other reason than it wants to be fun and enjoyable. Illustrated more by the ending montage, where Boss gets into the spirit of things and has a good time with all their friends. Not bad for a series known for its adult and risque humor. I'm not so much going into this to give a full analysis or review. I just felt it was worth it to make a quick video showing that no matter how rough things are or how much things suck, there was at least one fairly recent piece of media that wanted to remind us all. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and have fun enjoying it all as best you can. Some of you that saw my Blueballs incident videos might remember me saying this. This is something that, in the end, inspired others, inspired me, and hopefully inspires you somehow. Since that time, I've seen a lot of fan creations, and I thought it'd be interesting to go through some of them. Not just to see what the Blueballs incident has inspired from other creators and artists, but also kind of to show how even something a lot of us don't know about can be home to a community of creators and ideas that's worth looking into. More specifically, I was interested in taking a look at 2 fan mods, but as I've come across other things these past months, there's a bit more I want to touch on as well. I've already brought up some remixes in my previous videos, but I think it's worth revisiting them real quick. Let's just give a shout out again to fan mashups like God vs. God with Legion singing against Shaggy. There's also Agoraphobia with Sticky BM singing it, which has some surprises in it worth checking out. This is just scratching the surface though with what these people have been able to do, not just in terms of remixing Blueballs incident stuff, but also with other things they've done. For instance, I'll bring up Sairi Taikutsu and Faye Hadlami again, both of whom are still active on their channels, and not just in terms of music. I love listening to this Sonic remix here, and holy crap was I hooked on No More Escapisms for a few weeks. Now, to talk about a little bit of artwork, this one I found on Reddit months ago, but unfortunately I've been unable to find it again so I can actually show it to you. So I'm going to have to describe it from memory, and if anybody knows what I'm talking about, please let me know. Comments or direct message on Twitter, things like that. And I'll make sure to be able to add a link and pin a comment saying that you were the one that was able to find it. It's a fan comic that flips things around in the cutscene before Thanatophobia, where Legion is giving the "this is all your fault" speech to girlfriend and showing a transformed boyfriend as the consequences of her actions. Legion gives a rather harsh speech to girlfriend about how she never seemed to stop or even encouraged boyfriend's attempts to constantly impress her by getting into dangerous situations like this one. It not just sticks to the characterization we have of Legion, but also to boyfriend and girlfriend, in this case girlfriend specifically, and gives us actual questions about how the relationship was working out between those two that led to such things to occur. But considering how the Blueballs incident ended as well, it's entirely possible this is something that girlfriend discussed with boyfriend as well, to lead to why boyfriend chose to retire from the Foundation in that story, aside from all the hell they went through. I really enjoy the story it offered to us, and I'm really hoping to be able to find it again somehow. And in case you're wondering, this is not the comic that Malicious Bunny linked to on her Twitter. It's similar, but it was more about Legion breaking boyfriend's mind, which I guess goes to show that even though Legion's methods are easy to explain, there's still a wide range of possibilities in how he's able to use them. Now, later in the video I'll be sharing and talking about a few other things, but for now, be prepared for the fact that Malicious Bunny's fans have given us quite the rabbit hole to dig into. So, let's look at some of the bigger projects that are out there. To lead off, I'll say this one was cancelled, but the latest demo release available to us has plenty to play and see. There were a lot of ideas and characters planned for this one, as shown by the amount of music made for it, and a few things I read in various places. And while the music definitely feels like a fit for the Trollge files, it's still unique unto itself. I don't think we're ever going to know what the full story was supposed to be for this mod, but there were definitely some interesting concepts in what I was able to find. Most plot elements I bring up are coming from a website that was linked as a source on the Funkopedia Mods wiki site, which appears to go to an unfinished homepage for Disorder. I doubt it'll be updated further, but maybe the wiki site will, so I'll include a link for that. Unused cutscenes for this mod would have explained that after the events of the Trollge files, Boyfriend's right arm would have had an infection spreading on it that would have eventually covered his entire body. It's at this point that a new Trollge named Telly appears, makes himself a sandwich out of the fridge, and says he can help boyfriend heal his arm if he helps him first. Already a strong start in terms of the music and character designs, and also a good time to bring up that the Trollge's and boyfriend's voices in this mod have been either altered to fit the music better or changed completely. Unexplained in the demo is that Telly's power is traveling through TVs, and he can apparently help others do the same as well. Telly was meant to be a central figure in the mod as well, with the most songs planned for him and being a recurring presence in the story. If that sounds vague, it's because that's about all I know. I remember seeing at least one person hoping this meme was in the original Blueballs incident, and the team using that idea for an interestingly somber song and creepy atmosphere turned out well here. It's creepy yet emotional, and the Forever Alone meme comes off as pitiable without even knowing what the story or setup is for it. He's actually hiding from everyone because those that see him are apparently overcome with some sort of curse he can't control that forces them to off themselves. The plan was apparently to be able to end the song with an option to become friends with him, which, if you know the original mod, isn't out of place for boyfriend. The trick of the charts overlapping each other is a simple but interesting mechanic as well. One of my favorite songs in this mod, and I enjoy the little surprise the Trollge gives us about halfway through. The trap notes will flashbang your screen if you hit them, but depending on when it happens, it won't mess you up too much. Peeker's story is that he pranks people in horrible ways and constantly watches them in ways that only the victim can see him, apparently recording it as well. The unused stage art was meant to have a recording studio full of cameras and televisions, and I get the feeling animations would have been reflected on the live feed screens during it. I'm not sure how much work that would have taken, but I get the feeling the presentation of it would have been pretty good. So this guy became a Trollge after he hid inside a big present box to play the part of a Jack-in-a-Box, as a surprise for his son's birthday party. Unfortunately, the wife deliberately set it up for him to get stabbed and killed by the handle when the son tried to use it, then said the box was a fake present before distracting him with a different present. He then got shoved in the attic for God knows how long when nobody was looking. The song is another of my favorites in the mod, and a planned chase scene would have been interesting to see with this guy. If you had to make me choose, I think this is my favorite song in the mod. Argo's gasping lyrics stand out so much compared to the growling of the other Trollges, and the beat is really complemented by Boyfriend's and Argo's lyrics. The quieter moments and ticking clock help lend a feeling of variety and unsettledness to the song, and Argo's design and fluid animations help sell the creepiness of whatever it is. He and his sister were puppet makers and entertainers living in a cabin in the woods until his sister fell ill. He tried to work at the nearby city to get enough money to save her, but came back one day to find her missing. By now, the only thing they had left was a single doll, and he began to hear voices from it. This led to Argo apparently kidnapping people of all ages and stringing up their remains as puppets to put on one last show. Oh look, he has a little mustache. It's kind of odd for me to see a Trollge in robes like this, and there was little I could dig up about him aside from that he uses his powers to create other cultists, apparently under his control. With the mod cancelled, we can only guess how he would have played out, considering there was another song for him, and a third song involving his followers. It's a fairly long song and rather downbeat compared to the others, even taking into account the trip-hop style it takes on. But again, the songs are fairly varied in style in this mod. Telly returns, and he's the final song in the demo. And I'll use this point to explain that at some time the true villain of the mod was supposed to possess and control Telly for his own plans toward the end. The song is fun to play, but definitely wasn't meant to be the final song in the mod. Most of the songs that didn't get used in the demo, including themes and cutscene music, have been released on Ahmed-X RNMD's channel and their SoundCloud. God help me with internet name pronunciations. Give it a listen for more of what you didn't get a chance to hear. And also I'll point out Jay Phantom worked on plenty of the music that wasn't in the demo, but is in the soundtrack as well. Another musician worth taking a look at, links in the description as always, and both of the musicians in this mod do more than just Friday Night Funkin' related music. This mod was approached from the angle that it was effectively a fan-made third chapter for the game, and even with what we got in the demo, it does have the feeling and style that makes me think they did a good job on that front. The charting and music may not be as complicated or difficult, but music doesn't need to be complex to sound good. In terms of gameplay, there might not be much that's unique to other mods in the community, but sometimes being simpler is helpful for a game's enjoyment, and there's plenty of options available to have aspects of the game harder or easier for you. It was definitely on track to be able to compare itself to a hypothetical third Trollge Files update, but we have one last thing to talk about. The message at the end of the mod makes it clear that some things went down behind the scenes, and I have found some information about that. So let me address this real quick before it comes up in the comments or something. I see no reason to look further into anything more than what the message stated, and even then I'm not going to discuss it further. The message at the end makes it known that overall, for whatever reasons they've chosen, the team wants to be done with it, they want to be able to move on, and they don't want any further discussion. I know some people have said or done things, but even if we see those discussions of what happened or what's going on between them, it's not our place to get involved. Therefore, I'm going to respect their privacy, respect what is implied with the message, and not get involved with any conversations, discussions, or look for any more information about this matter. As far as I understand, it is not as serious as many other issues. If you discover anything about what happened, please keep it to yourself, and I'll leave it to your discretion on whether or not you want to support anybody for whatever reason in their future projects and endeavors. I'm not picking a side in this, but don't go harassing anyone over it. I may not respect whatever mistakes were made, but I'm always supportive of trying to fix them and make up for them. In short, if we're all adult enough here to watch stuff with 4-letter words in it, let's act like it. Now, to get back to the focus on fan projects and creations, let's talk about another project that's actually just starting up. I can't speak much about this next project, but I have spoken to the director, and it does sound legitimately interesting. Thank you for bringing this project to my attention, G. Gerson, and thank you for your time. And God help me with internet name pronunciations. The Trollge Memories is a project that wants to take the lore and history given to us in the Blueballs incident and Malicious Bunny's other videos and make songs and stages based off of them, mostly focusing on the Trollges before they transformed and the events that caused them. Kind of a this is how it could have happened fan retelling. For instance, if you've played the game, you have an idea of Legion's past. Well, here's an image G. Gerson shared on Twitter of what their interpretation of Legion's human form will be, presumably the night his little incident occurred. I find it an honestly interesting idea, and that's why I'm adding it in here. Unfortunately, he's still putting together a team to work on it, but if anyone out there wants to help out on this, I'll have a link for that and his Twitter in the description. Good luck on Trollge Memories. Looking forward to what you come up with. And remember, creators, it never really has to be better than anything else in order for it to be good or recognized. Just put your heart into it, and if you feel stress or something like that, it's not helping you work on it or things like that, you're burning out or whatever, nobody will hold it against you if you want to take a break and come back to it, or even just put a stop to it and move on to something else. There's always a next time or a next project. Now, with all that said, I've been looking forward to this next one, and I was planning on making a separate video just for this one, until I realized just how much fan content there was out there for the Trollge files, and put it all in one video. Shout out to S in the comments for bringing this up not once but twice. Thanks for the heads up on...
The town was left devastated. They believed in all your lies, while deep inside, you know that you heard her final cries. You sicken me, little gardener. Now bleed out on the floor. Your friend is next, a sunny boy. I'll be right at his door.
Yes, I'm going to get the name right this time. And honestly, Omori was a brilliant idea to give a crossover to the Trollge files. The horror and themes mesh well due to the similarities and differences that complement each other. The setup is that it takes place after both games' stories, with girlfriend convincing boyfriend to deal with a few more trolls showing up in faraway town, Omori's setting. And to reiterate what this mod says at the start, there will be spoilers for both games if you haven't played them. I think it does a decent job telling a story using the characters and music from both games, without needing to know too much about either of them. The cutscenes are good though, and the art does a good job of being recognizable for both games, while still having room for little details and being creepy when needed. So once more, let's delve into the story, songs, and characters as we go through the chapters. The prologue song, and oh hey, I haven't analyzed mods with full difficulty selections like this. That's neat. I'm recording on normal difficulty, but I did clear most of the stages on hard, and the only real difference seems to be the charts are the same, but with trap notes added to them. Anyway, this is an awesome remix of the tutorial song from Blueballs Incident, and already showing us we can expect good music. Afterward, Basil from Omori gets a visitor. Anyone that's played Omori knows a body count and horrible things happening isn't new for that game, nor Blueballs Incident for that matter. So get ready for it here, as our first introduction to a Trollge shows they're just as much a threat as ever.
Such a shame. She was so talented. All she wanted to do was to play music with you.
So boyfriend and Sonny face off against the Trollge named Radis, who is trying to mentally weaken Sonny with visions of his sins. I would explain the parallels between that and Omori, but I'll leave some spoilers and surprises alone. They sing against him, and... wait, is that the bit from Incident? Okay, that was a nice touch. Makes it seem like boyfriend is trying to finish off the trolls the same way he did the Smiler, implying this is an attack song or something like that. Also, two things. One, I'm not as familiar with music from Omori, so I won't cotton on to music snippets from there as much as from Blueballs Incident. Second, when they do use music from other games, it's usually very smoothly integrated into the rest of the music and singing going on. Speaking of the singing though, Radis makes a point about how useful rapping against him is and injures boyfriend, which leads to Sonny reminding Radis what is useful against him. This leads to some shocked witnesses and the next chapter. From here on out in the game, a bunch of other characters get to stand in the spotlight while boyfriend recovers, and the more I played the game and thought about it, the more I appreciated it. It helps us see what kind of threat the Trollges actually are to people that aren't agents or aren't prepared for them, especially with what appears to be an outbreak occurring.
There's something going on with Aubrey. Young lady.
Girlfriend heads out to find Aubrey, and finds another Trollge has gotten control of her as his new puppet. And I did notice something interesting as I played it. At times, the arrows you're hitting don't make Girlfriend sing, but Aubrey while she's still in the strings. Girlfriend knows all too well how singing can help somebody break free of the control of the Trollges. And I think when we get to play the notes Aubrey sings, that was a sign given through the gameplay that she was starting to break free. Even in failing, we get a bit more story. You might notice if you fail, Girlfriend reverts back to her Trollge form, and a message saying we can't do this again pops up. Finally, Aubrey breaks free and fights back. We then learn a bit of lore for the TCF's operations, specifically if and how they can detect if captured Trollges can be cured. And I know this is the mod's interpretation of it, but it doesn't really feel out of place of the official canon. So the next Trollge we come across is... holy crap, is that Nene? Someone else remembered she existed? Quick note here. Pico was in the base Friday Night Funkin' game, and Nene was one of his friends in their original appearances in Newgrounds.com animations and games. With that covered, we find Kel got infected after he witnessed Radis impersonate a broken Slinky. Fortunately, after Nene defeats and captures him, we get good news when the machine shows he can still be cured. I enjoyed this song a lot, but I might as well just call this whole mod That Song Was Great the Game. Though it is fairly frightening to start getting a look at what the victims are actually feeling when they're transformed, and that's not stopping anytime soon.
I missed you. I have not seen you in a long time.
What are you talking about?
But now we can be together again.
Alright, now!
What?
Sometime after Kel is cured, he joins up with the Foundation and heads back to find another Trollge waiting. Kel might be new and out of his element a little, but luckily he gets back up from Pico. Less of a surprise than Nene, but still welcome regardless. And I'm really enjoying these songs where there's more than just two singers. This is also a longer song, but I absolutely love it, and hands down I can't stop listening to it or playing it. Considering the story beats during it as well, if anyone needs a sample of this mod to get them interested in it, I'd say this is the song to use. Back to the story. They find out the Trollge is another infected character from Omori, this time Kel's brother Hiro, and I feel like Pico changing his part of the song after this reveal shows he's trying to change this from an attack into a rescue mission. Honestly, at this point, I'm surprised Pico is the one used for a dramatic and emotional song and moment. Now, I know things are feeling kind of safe with the story at this point. Nice multiverse get-together from everybody, and despite the horror, people are getting saved. But remember, this is a crossover mod between Blueballs Incident and Omori. So far, those two tastes have been going great together like peanut butter and chocolate. What do you think is going to happen when we get a Reese's Cup of dark horror from those two? Especially with how cheery Omori itself was at the start.
I know we've had a rocky history together, and I still hate you for the things you did to me back then. But you're still young, you have your entire career ahead of you. We start off with Daddy Dearest, of all people, giving a pep talk to Boyfriend and trying to lift his spirits by bringing him back to where it all began. Fans of Omori should at this point remember emotions had a part to play in that game, especially guilt. And I love how this song is done and presented. Trying to get Boyfriend out of his funk, haha, Daddy Dearest goads him into singing their debut songs together. At first, Boyfriend is silent, and then gives token, simple attempts, before starting to pick back up into things. However, the remix is solemn, mirroring Daddy Dearest's expression, and Boyfriend's voice is distorted and weak when he's able to use it. I think this is another of those times someone did a wonderful job telling the story with the music itself.
However, in the end it wasn't enough to help Boyfriend. As thoughts of doubt keep appearing through the song, it ends with Boyfriend running off and heading into Sunny's house, where he makes a terrible discovery. Sunny is a Trollge now, and I would wager he got infected from stabbing Radis. Being close enough, some Trollge cells got on him or in him. But enough about Trollges. The somethings from Omori come out to play now, and they give us real trouble playing the song, almost like Boyfriend isn't used to having to deal with them. And considering things about Sunny and Omori, I wouldn't doubt Troll Sunny is somehow controlling or summoning the somethings. However, Boyfriend's voice isn't getting any better, and after he's attacked by one of the somethings, Boyfriend wakes up with Girlfriend at his side.
I'm sorry, Boyfriend, but he has to be contained.
And after hearing that Sunny was discovered to be incurable, Boyfriend starts getting eaten away by guilt over his failure. Also, I'm being deliberate with the somethings label. If anyone's gotten an interest in Omori by now, I'm keeping a description of those unsaid for major spoiler reasons. Just know a simple explanation is they're monsters tied to certain emotions and thoughts of certain characters.
Last night, I had a strange dream. It was about a lovely couple that loved each other very much. Then the boy went missing. So did the girl. And now was the end of the world.
We pick back up with Basil describing a dream he had, which seems to involve Boyfriend and Girlfriend. This is clearly a cover of one of the more recognizable Omori songs, but this time it has a special guest. During his dream, Basil has to face Legion. Thankfully, we find out he's just a vision and not the real deal, but we also find out that this was a prophetic dream of some sort. We discover there is a Trollge named Ringmaster orchestrating all of the events going on. And the next Omori character that seems to fall under his control is Mari. With all this hell the Omori characters are going through, I wouldn't doubt the somethings start to play a bigger role as we go forward, which I would welcome. And I'm sure using my time from Omori with Boyfriend singing parts of it isn't a good sign of things to come. But I hate to say this, but as of now this is not the full release of the Trollge Files X Omori mod. I know! I can't wait to see more of this and see how it ends. And I know there's places I can go to see more of what the stories plan to be and how things play out in future chapters. I've read some of them, but I'm not getting into them because it's not what's presented in the mod itself. And there are some things in this mod that were planned beforehand that wound up changing, so who knows what's out there that's going to wind up being rewritten. I am dead serious, though, when I say that the Trollge Files and Omori was a match made in heaven. Hell, headspace, whatever. I want more. But as I said, I want their hearts to be into it, and I don't want this to be rushed. So, if we want more, let's see what they got for us in the free play section. And I'll be skipping over some of these. Most of those are going to be joke songs. But the rest of them do have some interesting things to take a look at.
But what if he...
I said do it!
Okay, jeez. Calm down.
This takes an alternate universe fanfic about Omori and uses it as an excuse to make a really good remix of Pedophobia from the Blueballs incident. Yes, a fanfic was used as a reason for this fan mod to remix music from a fan mod. We're about to fall off the Mobius strip into a fractal if it gets any deeper. In short, the AU fanfic has Hero becoming violently protective of Sunny, similar to JJ's brand of protection toward children. I'm also using this as evidence to point back to how Boyfriend used a part of Incident against Radis as an attack. As Girlfriend points out, they're using the same music against someone with similar motives. So it's plausible that, in this mod's canon at least, the Boyfriend sings in certain ways to defeat certain types of enemies. This is just a thing about Trollges invading Deltarune, but I'm bringing it up for how good the song is, as well as how horrifying everything going on in it is. Quite frankly, if this is a look at what this mod thinks the Trollges are capable of, there's plenty more to be worried about with them. Also, don't tease us with the idea of a Trolls Files x Deltarune crossover. And I know this song was also inspired in part by the Mandala Catalog YouTube series. Don't tempt us with a Trollge crossover of that, either. I think I'm coming to the conclusion Trollges can be used as believable villains or threats in nearly any situation at this point. Like being a threat to a cartoon backpack and water bottle. What the hell am I seeing? I'm kind of bringing this one up because I like the song. No idea what I can tell you about the web series it's crossing over with, though, but I'll include a link to it if you want to see it for yourself. But I think this is an interesting way to show how much something random or unexpected used in this mod can still be made into something good. Anything that isn't seems to be them just deliberately goofing around. These are songs from other mods in the community, and it's safe to say the creator of this mod put these in to get people to check them out as well. Just another moment of a creative community supporting each other. I'm here for it. The songs are great. I love Atypical more. But I suppose that credit goes to the mods the songs come from.
Hey, you should play Sunday Night Suicide Overhaul when it comes out, because they made it good. They made the mod good. Oh my goodness, it's good.
First off, great song, and it definitely plays like it came out of the Sonic.exe mods. Secondly, this made me wonder what would happen if Trollges infected X or Xenophanes, whatever, Sonic.exe villain. I think that might make one of the few legitimate horror ideas in a Sonic.exe fanfic. So all in all, I would say this mod is great on its own, but knowing stuff about Blueballs Incident and Omori helps understand what's going on in it a little more, especially in regards to Omori. It's very clear that this mod respected and understood nearly all of the source material it pulled from, and does a good job telling us a new story using that. And of course, the music is really great, and if I'm not careful, my playlists are going to get too long for their own good. The constantly changing singers also helps keep a fresh and different sound to each song. I'd wager some out there would think this mod as a whole, or at least the music, is better than the original Trolls files. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with an inspired work surpassing what influenced it. Just look at Blueballs Incident versus the original Friday Night Funkin'. Now, it's at this point in time I'm sure a lot of you have the obvious question in your mind. Do I see one of these mods as better than the other, and why? Well, the answer is no. I am not going to say one is better than the other. Everything I've covered in this video I find good or great for different reasons, and I'm glad I found out about all of them, and highly recommend checking out all of them yourselves. Otherwise, why would I bother wanting to share them with you? However, there is one more thing I want to share that is a much smaller endeavor than full-blown fan mods, but I think has just as much going for it in terms of storytelling and presentation. Atychiphobia by Mr. Kindle, a fan song presented as taking place right before what I dare call an iconic moment in the Blueballs incident at this point. Yes, it's slower and more subdued, but so was sadness and redemption. More importantly, the idea given in it is that Legion takes one last moment to keep needling at Boyfriend's mind, even in the real world, by reminding him of what he actually fears before the reveal of Girlfriend. This suggestion that Boyfriend fears being seen as a failure might explain why he's always so gung-ho to rap battle with everyone, no matter the consequences. It expands the story we got in Blueballs incident, and adds what I see as a logical character exploration. And it comes together feeling like a deleted scene or something from a director's cut. In fact, the music feels as if it starts out as part of a cutscene, then moves into what could have been a playable section. I highly recommend checking it out, and if you enjoyed it or are just curious, there's plenty more to hear from Mr. Kindle on their channel. But it's just one song, you might think. It's not even in a mod. Well, who says that fan creators have to be limited in the mediums that they show their work through? Malicious Bunny on her Twitter has shared plenty of fan creations, even people that are cosplaying as her characters. Here's one of Jenkins. Here's YH Figuremaker on YouTube, custom designing, 3D printing, building, and painting Smiler and Trollge Smiler figures. Fayhad Lamy, there's that name again, has videos and tutorials of custom Soul Calibur fighters for both versions of Girlfriend, as well as tons of other characters apparently. Here's fan art by Rob77812 of one of the more heart-wrenching moments in the story. The thing that grates on me is that with these mods I've covered, and creators in general all over the internet, there's tons of musical and artistic talent that isn't getting the recognition and exposure it deserves. I was a fan years ago of a radio show called BT's Laptop Symphony on Sirius XM, and in one of the shows he summed up my feelings partly with this statement.
Many of these tracks may or may not be off vlogs. We brought up the RIAA before, but you know what? This is good for everybody. This encourages people to listen to good music that they may not hear otherwise.
The talent we get from these mods, creators, musicians on the internet is just as worthy as being on the radio as all these other top 40 people out there. Some of us remember when anime only came on at midnight on cable channels. There was a techno show that came on at midnight on a local rock station called Zoltar's Subterranean. I know I don't get the views on this channel to really expose a lot of people that I talk about, but at least a few people see it, and I help out a little bit that way. There was a comment Captain RC left on my second Blueballs incident video that made me wonder if people could contact creators of music, movies, whatever we find on the internet, to get permission to share it with other people by getting them into local or independent music, movie, or arts festivals. We can all do our part to help the creators and artists that we like, and I always make an effort to include in the credits and in the description names and links to people that I talk about so that people know where they can go to get to them. Me making the Blueballs incident videos in the first place was to make a presentation for friends and family out there about why I thought so highly of it and why I thought they should give it a look as well. So please, if there's anything out there that you like, don't be afraid to share it with other people or talk about it with other people. Maybe they'll like it, maybe they won't. Maybe they won't like it, but they'll still share it with somebody else who will take a look at it. In the end, you're spreading the word for people that deserve it. With that said, I'll bring up one last thing, and it'll be quick. At the moment, I have no real plans to look for any other Friday Night Funkin' mods or videos to cover going forward. Unless, of course, you bring something to my attention, want me to talk about something, or bring up something in the comments. More than happy to talk about what you guys want me to. However, in 3 instances, I will drop everything to give my attention and focus to them. I'm really interested to see what comes of the Memories project, and also the next full release of Trollge Files X Omori. Talk about a Blueballs incident with that cliffhanger. And, probably most obvious, the full release of a certain someone else's project. Yes, I know the team already released a demo, but I want to be able to look at the whole picture and not just a piece of it. With that, I'll leave you to the credits of the people that worked on a lot of this. And a big thank you to Mr. Kendall for allowing me to showcase more of Atichophobia during these credits, so that you can hear more of it and maybe enjoy it a little more. Thank you so much for everybody out there for all that you've created. And thank you all for taking the time to watch through this, and please give time for the credits and tribute. Take this whole thing as an example of what can happen when things are shared with enough people. And hey, feel free to share in any of my comment sections anything you enjoy. And if Malicious Bunny's watching this, look what you did. Looks like Legion got the attention he wanted.
Three, two, one, go. She is right here.
In my last video I said there was a comic that I couldn't find I wanted to talk about, and pretty quickly the empty one mentioned to me where to find it again. Turns out I was pretty close to finding it. The comic is part of an alternate universe idea by James Pavel over on Twitter, and I would have found it if I remembered to click on the damn media tab. As it turns out, the Breaking Blueballs comic I mentioned in the previous video is a part of the AU, even if it wasn't the actual comic that I was looking for. So, let's give the comic the analysis I wanted to give it, and it deserved. I'll also add in a look at the Broken Blueballs comic, which expands upon the AU, and was done by BlueGlitchBF. So first thing, this alternate universe is based on the idea of boyfriend and girlfriend switching places during the "this is your fault" sequence that Legion gives in the game. It mostly plays out like it did in the original game until this line shows up. Remember, girlfriend is the demonic daughter of the dark and dastardly Daddy Dearest and Mommy Dearest. Her parents aren't nice people. So, Legion hits girlfriend where it hurts. Aside from transforming boyfriend. He compares her actions to the evil that is her parents, and while it's doubtful she's malicious, the insinuation of having girlfriend face these consequences is that she does care about what happened to others she knew or people her parents have harmed, even if she wasn't directly involved. In the end, these are things that girlfriend no doubt suddenly has thoughts about whether or not this is how other people actually do see her as. Especially the accusation that boyfriend might see her as just stringing him along for the fun of it. And one of the worst things that can happen to people is the seed of self-doubt growing to a point where they begin doubting and fearing their own actions in their life. Now, I'll reiterate and expand a little bit about what I said for Legion's character when I mentioned this comic in the last video. Legion is clearly a manipulative and cerebral villain. His powers are so terrifying because he's able to use them in conjunction with his practiced ability, I suppose, of manipulation and getting under people's skins with words, which can uncover weaknesses in his victims that they didn't even know they had. Which means that even though it might be simple to say how Legion's powers work, Legion's application of those powers can be shown and presented in a very wide range, which he more or less has to because he's targeting different people and nobody's the same. Like I said in my theory video, it's entirely possible that the whole having boyfriend singing in his mind against all the opponents was just a diversion because he already knew to target girlfriend, he just had to make sure boyfriend was busy elsewhere. And all that is one of the reasons I think this AU comic works. Because even if it's a fan-made, non-canon story, the characters are still acting and reacting in their established ways. Which brings us to the end, where instead of just going insane like boyfriend did in the original game, girlfriend gets the added bonus of going insane and apparently awakening her demonic powers and form as well. It was a simple concept, but it came off as very well done, no matter how short it was, and it stuck to how the characters actually are. It did a good job of staying to the mod's art style, and overall, the simplicity of what it was showing was all it really needed to get the point across. James Pavel's Twitter has plenty more doodles and sketches that expand on and revisit the AU's setting and ideas. I'm not really going to cover or explore those, just to leave you something to look at yourself. Now this brings us to Breaking Blueballs, a fan prequel and exploration of the AU by BlueGlitchBF. And during a conversation we shared on Twitter, BlueGlitchBF did confirm James Pavel counts it as canon to the AU. There's also a lot more reading, but as time goes on in the comic, the writing does a decent job of building up into the realizations of what exactly Legion's doing. The story shows us, instead of going after girlfriend, Legion instead keeps her unconscious, as he starts to take a different approach to breaking boyfriend. Boyfriend gets his voice taken away, which makes him immediately worry about girlfriend's safety. But as Legion says when his orchestrations start coming into play, similar to driving girlfriend into questioning how others see her, What does Boyfriend think about the possibility that one day the thing that made him useful to her goes away? It isn't just Legion giving a vision of Girlfriend leaving him, but also building up the doubts on Boyfriend that Girlfriend could actually love him for anything besides his singing. And it's not specifically Boyfriend being afraid of that, but being afraid that it's true is what breaks his defenses. The Trollge just seeped into Boyfriend's mind after this. The specific reason given was that Girlfriend wasn't around to protect him, but like I said, I think his defenses were fairly cracked just from the thoughts and realizations he was having. I know in my theory video I brought up that Girlfriend might be able to use her powers to project into Boyfriend's mind to be able to give him support. But in this case, it sounds like it's giving Girlfriend the ability to give off an everything-proof shield. That's probably not what's intended in this story, but I've seen plenty of other fan fiction and creations where they play fast and loose with Girlfriend's powers so much that, well, it honestly might have tainted my perception in this case. That's not this author's fault, and God knows they couldn't have kept up with all the other fan creations out there, good and bad, if they tried. But all that said, it's probably a catch-22 situation in this case, where even if they did know, the writer leaves out Girlfriend's powers, and people start asking questions about why couldn't Girlfriend be doing anything at this point. And there we have a window into how complicated writing can actually be, even for something short and simple. Anyway, his defense is lowered. Boyfriend starts falling to the temptation of a better singing voice as the other Trollges join their voices to his, and further falling to the seduction of being a part of and surrounded by a group that will always be around, where he will have a place without fear of losing them. It's a long sequence, done to show us how methodical and complete Legion is with his conditioning and molding of his victims, as Boyfriend struggles against it fail more and more. Finally, he only has a sliver of willpower left, unable to fight back, and before it's dragged back down by the limitless numbers, he begs Girlfriend to stop Legion, even if she has to go through him first. Like I said, there's been more from James Pavel and Blue Glitch BF on this AU, and it's worth going through their Twitter accounts to see not just more of this, but more of everything else they've done. The original comic I saw was a what-if treatment, whereas Breaking Blueballs is more of a how. How does Legion operate? How are ways that Boyfriend could have fallen into his control? And at first it seems like Boyfriend gives in pretty fast, but in later scenes in the comic, the implication is given that the Trollges that invaded his mind are more possessing and controlling him by that point. And as I think about it, this is something that either builds on or uses the fact that in the original mod, plenty of other Trollges talked about or complained about voices in their heads starting to override who they were. Both of these stories and the extra doodles feel like logical representations and explorations of the characters. I'm more impressed by the first one for the simplicity of it, but the newer one took the opportunity to create more of a story, and did it fairly well without taking any liberties with the characters, which is something else noteworthy about fanfiction like this. Writing is a balance of keeping the reader's interests while also showing a form of integrity and respect toward them. Terms like jumping the shark and Mary Sue are rooted in those times that respect and integrity is lost, even if there is an attempt to create something honestly interesting. I don't see the Dearest Incident AU so far failing that test. Yeah, there wasn't much to work with, but we didn't see Boyfriend jumping in the air doing a backflip hyperdive jump kick toward Legion as a final fight struggle against him. The amount of writing and reading in Breaking Blueballs might not be everyone's preference. It is a comparatively longer story. But I personally think that comes from trying to give us the methodical, insidious ways of Legion breaking down his victims slowly. If it went the other way with just a snap, then that would have felt much worse toward the character of Legion and the writing. I'd rather see possible mistakes made in trying to do things in good or right ways than as if that attempt wasn't made at all. So all in all, I saw this as really good fanfiction for the Blueballs incident, and hopefully now you can see why I was interested in bringing it up in the previous video with all the other ones. I don't think I would have talked about it this much, but at least this gives us a chance to see what kind of things might go into writing stuff, as well as how other people may see it. I mean, I did a video on Sonic.exe. You know I've seen bad fanfiction. But like I said before, fan creations are a way for people to share their creativity and their talents much more widely than as if they tried to just start off on their own with something new. I think James Pavel and Blue Glitch BF are showing talents that are worth building upon and sharing, which is a statement I wish I thought of in my other videos for other people, but just retroactively apply it to everybody I discuss in a positive light. Make sure to share and bring up people and projects that you think deserve a chance to be seen or heard. I always like giving a chance to have more people find out about them. Until next time, take care everybody. And thank you to our special guest. Welcome back, everyone, and after some videos of horror and dark situations, it's time to look at something a little more fun, with the Epic suggesting that I make a video about versus Imposter. So, thank you, the Epic, for the suggestion, and I've got at least one more waiting in the wings I'll get to after this one, but I'm always open for more. With that, let me just catch up some of you about what this thing's based off of, so you don't feel a little lost. Like I said, it's a Friday Night Funkin' mod based off Among Us. And if there was ever a surprise indie game hit that was bigger than Friday Night Funkin', it would be Among Us. It's a simple game with a simple explanation, but that simplicity opens it up to a lot of interpretations or stories created by the actions of the players, or even you when you're the player. It's a multiplayer game on everything from phones to consoles, and it's pretty much a love child of Clue and John Carpenter's The Thing. Not to be confused with Phil Harris's The Thing. You play a crew member trying to fix problems in a research facility, spaceship, skyscraper, or airship. Hindering this is that up to 3 of your mates are assigned the role of imposter, a sneaky shape-shifting alien out to kill you and others either directly or through sabotage. You can try to get rid of the imposters by holding emergency meetings, but you're only able to talk to each other during these meetings, probably to keep people from screaming, "It's black!" while getting chased through a hallway. This means mistakes can be made, usually by the imposters bluffing or covering their tracks well enough, or just general confusion. And you might eject or otherwise execute innocent crew members while the imposter still wreaks havoc. Now, if you do die and there's still imposters left, both crew members and imposters come back to the game as ghosts, so they can still fix or sabotage stuff. That way you still get to play and contribute instead of waiting around twiddling your thumbs. It's a fun little game and you can't go wrong giving it a try, and unlike Friday Night Funkin', there's no surprises that might make it kid-unfriendly.
God effing damn it. Well played, you little shit.
Also, you'll notice this footage is from the mod, not Among Us itself. As you'll see soon, the mod does a wonderful job of using nearly everything that can happen in Among Us, to the point that after playing it, you'll get a good grasp of how it actually works. That's the gist of what the game is for the 2 of you out there who don't know about Among Us. It barely has a story outside of how the players interact, and it's very light on music. So how do you make a music mod out of that? Well, you get creative for starters. The main vocals typically are the guitar string plucks heard during the body announcement, not that one, or a more synth instrumental. This winds up making most of the songs involving boyfriends sound like his singing is led by instrumentation and not just a rap battle. Meanwhile, the art comes off as a near-perfect fit for both games. Along with that, the story and setting of the mod comes off more like a cartoon adaptation. By that I mean there are central characters and more or less consistent characterizations, but overall, even for the main week, there isn't a deep amount of lore to get into. The stories and lore are generally constrained to the moments, and just like playing a game of Among Us, when everything's over, everything resets back to a baseline at the start of a new week. There's exceptions, but we'll cover those. And that's probably the best way to approach making a mod for something like this. Like versus Sonic.exe, this mod feels more like a bunch of fans that came together to create and celebrate something that they enjoyed, rather than, say, make it an unnecessarily edgy remake that loses sight of what people enjoyed about it in the first place. To start with, the story level select menu is fairly open, where we can choose right out of the gate which of the weeks to play through. Now there is a big bad involved with this stuff, so the weeks or stages along the mostly straight paths involve either him or the crew that's tied up in his plans. The branching paths are more side stories with different opponents and setups. Nearly all the weeks play out in the same way though, mostly mirroring the inevitable events of an Among Us game. That said, a lot of the humor in the mod comes from the banter during cutscenes and the interactions of the in-game characters with boyfriend and girlfriend. And continuing a long tradition started by Friday Night Funkin' itself, this is another mod with awesome music, great art, and bad words. so keep that in mind because a couple of the lines in here might cross yours. And just to be clear about this, the actual Among Us game is fairly family friendly. If you don't have a problem with Tom and Jerry style violence, or actually I don't think it even gets that bad, it's just cartoony. But also, nobody can ever control what's said in chat. The first week has us introduced to our first imposter, Red, who gives us some nice songs. And then proceeds to take out Girlfriend. And then Boyfriend. All played for laughs, then played like Among Us, where Boyfriend and Girlfriend come back as ghosts to finish one last song, while Red's cover is completely blown. In a nice touch, Boyfriend's vocals actually get changed a bit to make it fit his new spectral form. But wait, how is there more if they got killed? Well, they've jumped into the actual game again, so by the game's rules, they come back to life at the start of a new round, or even at the end of it when it's all over. They even discuss how they died last round when they come across the next imposter, Green. This is where I noticed the songs took a step up in difficulty and complexity. So, I had to reach deep down, gather up all my training and my ability, focus, and use skills that I never knew I had to make sure that I went through these songs fully, completely, and made sure... Look, I tried, but this video wouldn't get finished for another month if I didn't take the easy way. Doesn't stop the music from being fun to play, though, and when I'm able to keep the pattern and rhythm, I can hold my own for a while. Back to the music, the 3 songs with Green are different versions of the songs with Red. They fit the higher difficulty with the rhythm and beats, but they're still clearly different and new. I love the jazzy tune for Sussus Tugus, and the saxophone break was surprising and amazing. The next song, Lights Down, is again its own twist on the second song with Red, but incorporates power outages, not just in the song, but in the end of that little segment of the story where Boyfriend and Girlfriend escape to go check on the reactor. And I'd say this is one of my favorite songs in the mod, but there's really nothing in here I don't like. If I had to pick a favorite, I keep changing my mind. In any case, Reactor is a really good song to cap off the week. Except there's one more. As the reactor overloads and everyone else gets cleared out, Boyfriend and Girlfriend are chased out of the building by a transformed Green. By the way, has Boyfriend always had the Newgrounds initials on his shoes like that, or was that something this team came up with? The ending, though, is where I have my only real problem with this mod. Not really enough to give it a strike or anything, but we get a bunch of openings and endings to these chapters and stages, but no real endings or closure. Song's over, everyone goes home, I guess. And to be fair, it doesn't need to be a complicated or long ending, just a short little scene. We were set up by the first week to have that completeness to it, but not often does it actually get completed fully like that. But even though we get the impression of overarching stories or characters in this mod, we also get the impression that this is being played off more like a Saturday morning cartoon show. And to be frank, that's actually a bit how Among Us operates. With what's implied for the final song, though, I'm pretty sure Girlfriend is going to save Boyfriend with her ever-present, overpowered demonic abilities, such as being the only one that grabbed a parachute. Now, week 3 is the start of a sort of multi-part story. The duo meets an actual crewmate and sings a song as is literally described in their task logs. Now there's a bit of a secret to this level, but I'll come back to that later with the side stories. I love this song and I love playing it. After a second song that includes a joke worthy of the Deadpool movie, not for kids, remember? The plot thickens as Yellow gets killed by White in full view of the witnesses. And I still chuckle at that little counterattack Boyfriend gives before we find out White is the furthest from deserving that halo of his as you can get. Another good song, and we find out White isn't the only imposter this time, as Black gets the drop on the duo. Boyfriend now has to keep running for his life as Black takes a stab at him, leading to double kill, where Boyfriend has to contend against Ebony and Ivory together in harmony. The ending implies that Black wants to finish off Boyfriend on his own, and we get that showdown in week 4, Defeat. Here, Black shows his true colors as the big bad of the mod's story and setting, and you're required to choose how many misses you'll get before you fail the song. You can choose 5, but no matter what, if you miss too much, it's over. Oh, and to mention the respawning thing again, you'll notice amongst the bodies is one of Boyfriend's previous ones. I'll dip into the free play section real quick, because after completing Defeat, to unlock the true final song against Black, you're going to have to complete the song Identity Crisis. Here you face off against not just an imposter version of Monotone Doc, one of the mod's artists, but also previous opponents in what I feel comes off as a test to see if you're actually worthy of getting that last song. Appropriately, it's named Finale. Unfortunately, you only get to see the cutscene once, and I wasn't recording at the time because I was doing a practice run through the mod so that I could get better footage when I went through another time. Sorry about that. It's one of the more creepy moments of the mod though, with the level select becoming more ominous as you make your way to the challenge. There's no instant loss in this one, but Black has definitely become much more threatening. Now, Black will continue to show up throughout the mod after this point, but his direct confrontations with the player are more or less finished at this point. So I'll take the opportunity now to delve into the background and information about him. Official lore of the mod is that Black is actually a malevolent entity somehow tied within the game's code, and the rest of the people you've been coming across are mostly players, although to prevent confusion I do have another thought about that. It's possible this could be a situation similar to Reboot, where the crewmates have personalities and existences outside the times the players are playing. And Boyfriend and Girlfriend are crossing paths with those versions. After all, there are bios and histories written for the crewmates as if they were their own characters and not just players controlling them. Anyway, what's suggested about all this is that when Black is part of a game round, he's generally always a dangerous imposter and always tries to take the lead and create some sort of planning with the other imposters to cause as much mayhem as possible. And to aid with all this, he apparently has a power to travel between different game lobbies. So If there's any wild theory to take with all this, it would be my assumption that he somehow has some control over who does become an imposter in the game rounds. That said, I'm pretty sure the Black we see fingering Red in week 1 isn't the same, since he has not only a different hat, but also a different visor. Either that, or they just had him look different at the time. This is the earliest part of the mod that was developed after all. Not much else to say about him, other than he's a villain designed with a fairly simple explanation, but also varied execution in how he's used. The next week's opponent is Maroon, and he just doesn't give a damn about getting along with anyone. There isn't much else to discuss that won't be a repeat of before, though. The great songs and some amusing banter leading to another Fade to Black ending. His monster form is pretty awesome looking, though. After that, we get a week that shows us what other ways Black can spread his evil. And while I did say he makes attempts to seemingly coordinate or control the other imposters in the game, he also seems to be able to have some sort of control over the characters within the code itself. And that'll come up in a little bit. Gray was working hard with his mini Gray, hanging around and learning the ropes when an emergency meeting was called. Black manages to convince everyone to eject Big Gray, and quite frankly the cutscene does a good job telling the story and having us feel the sadness and loss. Then Black takes Mini Gray, who, in being a pet in the game, is actually an in-game character and not a player, under his wing and raises him to become a psychopathic killing machine. A nice story and background to Gray and what kind of things Black is capable of doing. And since Gray is another entity within the code of the game itself, either Black comes back to the lobby Gray resides at, or travels with Black between lobbies. This is the part of the mod that's more darker and threatening in tone, even taking into account the songs against Black. Those felt more like the boss battles they were. This stage gives off a more purposeful vibe of fear and foreboding. After that's over, we come to the final main week. And once again, boyfriend and girlfriend made a friendly face. This time, Pink is legitimately looking to make friends, and they sing a couple songs that actually seems to be a fit for what Pink's bubbly and happy personality seems to be. I really like all the songs in this stage, and I really think they fit the personality of the week as a whole, but I'm kind of a sucker for synthwave these days, so take that as you will. The third song is when a couple of things happen, however, because, well, nothing can ever stay good in this mod or Among Us. Gray has been hanging out in the background, and after Black makes an entrance to cut the power, Pink is left alone to stand against Gray. Just as Gray is a psychopathic crewmate, Pink turns out to be an imposter that is actually friendly and doesn't want to hurt anyone. It's been revealed Pink is somehow another imposter within the game's code, so isn't a player, but isn't tied to Black apparently. That little bit of info might actually shed light on why she wants to focus on making friends so much, because with that in mind, she might actually be alone when there's no players around. And returning players are a sight for sore eyes for her. Continuing the idea of the crewmates being their own characters, however, she apparently does have a continuing relationship with Yellow. Now, that was the main stages of the game, the core episodes of the cartoon, so to speak. But there are side stories and weeks that you've seen on the navigation menu. To start out with, there's Logos Week, which has a couple fun holiday songs. And then there's Rousey Rival. We get a surprise during this one where, at the end of the second song, we find out boyfriend and girlfriend are the imposters this time. Which, considering how Among Us works, I guess it was only a matter of time before they drew that straw. Also, the crewmate turns out to be a hamster controlling a robot. Apparently a shout-out to the Rivals of Aether series. Next is an interesting stage you can get to, either with selecting it on the menu, or, the more fun way, clicking the hidden teleporter button when singing with Yellow. This takes boyfriend and girlfriend to one of my favorite indie series, and they face off against Henry Stickmin. If you don't know the series, it's a hilarious choose-your-own-adventure style game, which this mod takes a moment to give homage to. The way the songs play out is interesting as well. First you sing against Henry. Then when Henry calls a friend to sing out a plan with them. Reinforcements arrive in the third song. Then as a finale you face a couple of the villains from the games. Before the teleporter brings boyfriend and girlfriend back to the start of week 1. It was fun to play through and a nice inclusion of another game members of the Among Us team worked on. Which, as it turns out, the dev team for Among Us, Inner Sloth, gave assistance to this mod's developers for this stage. While this might be the first and so far only time the original developers of a property have aided the development of a Friday Night Funkin' mod, it's still an unofficial mod, so as much as it looks and feels like a Saturday morning cartoon rendition of Among Us, it's still not official. That said, it does give curiosity about what would happen if there was official collaboration, though. I mean, Pico and other Newgrounds staples are already all over the place in the official Friday Night Funkin' game, so man, who else could there be? Finally, there's Week J, and I hold this one to last for a reason. This is a more self-contained story than the other weeks, and a more complete one too. Some of it actually started life as a separate mod before becoming part of this one. We start off singing with Chersalsi until Red Mungus, different from the Red Imposter earlier, kills him and takes over the rest of the song. The second song becomes really impressive, with the voting time mechanic being played out as 4 singers try to figure out who the imposter is, with Red Mungus singing notes on your side of the screen. It helps give that confusing and chaotic feel of the arguments going on. After a third song, where boyfriend gets rescued from a last-ditch attempt on his life, everyone joins in for a final song where they celebrate their victory. It was a fun week and really gave a feeling of a musical version of Among Us playing out. In terms of the free play songs, I'm going to cover a handful of them, but I will say all of them are really good and worth playing. But because they're all kind of like single-shot episodes, it would just be repetitive if I went through each and every one of them. To start with, you'll need to unlock most of these free play songs with the beans you've been getting rewarded with as you play through the game. The same currency you win in Among Us, and just like Among Us, you can unlock new skins, characters, and little pets to use during the free play songs. Some of these are harder to unlock than others. For example, Salsis Mugus has a chef version of boyfriend singing, and you have to get 95% accuracy in this song to be able to buy and use that version of Boyfriend in other songs. And if you use a different character, take note that your voice won't change to match. So first up, I'll half-jokingly say Room Code is the obligatory Pico song in the mod. But in seriousness, Pico is kind of the Robin to Boyfriend's Batman in the main game anyway, so I'm not going to hold anything against using him. More notable is the return of our Saxy imposter from Sussus Tugus. Gotta help YouTube's subtitle auto-translate on that sentence. A fun song, and I'll make a point here about that. If you know nothing about Among Us, or especially nothing about the memes and online personalities associated with some of them, the only thing left in this mod is the quality of the gameplay and the music, which can be more or less said for all the other mods out there. In the free play songs, this is much more apparent, where there's little connection and story with most of them. So like with the rest of this mod, in free play you're going to see a lot of excellent art, presentation, and gameplay, but in the end, the music is what really helps sell all this. However, we are going to see a number of special guests in the coming songs. Chippin' and Chipping features Seavol rapping against Pip. And if you recognize those names, Seavol is all over the place as a modder, while Pip is someone that brought us a mod showcase event called Funkin' Forward, and helped spread the word on tons of the mods out there.
Where am I?
After these two songs, it unlocks Torture, where the two of them throw one of the mod's artists named Ziffy into a chair, and take part in a song that actually changes composers a number of times throughout it.
Hey, can I help? Who invited this guy? What are you doing? Get the hell out of here!
If you think that was interesting, let's take a look at Who.
I didn't do it.
Nope.
And neither did you.
Negative.
So who did?
This song is based on a really funny Who's on First kind of joke from another video I'll link to, but it's hard to pick up on the full effect in the song. The punchline is still there and still works in a slightly different way, but it's still fun to play.
Get it? I kill everyone, starting with you! Aha! So it was you all along!
I do recommend watching the video though. It's hard to pull off this kind of joke, and making use of Among Us for it definitely helped the delivery. Sussus Nuzzus is a guest composer's song. Lunaxis made a new arrangement of their song No More Nuzzles for this stage, which was a song used in the fan ROM hack Undertale Halloween hack, which was a merging of Toby Fox's Undertale and his ROM hack of Earthbound called Earthbound Halloween hack. Speaking of Toby Fox, IDK features a doodle Toby made in one of his newsletters depicting himself as a crewmate. But the real special event in free play is Monotone Attack.
3, 2, 1, go!
Like Voting Time and Week J, this has 4 singers involved at once. However, it's the avatars of the dev team and composers, surrounded by others on the team singing in Not McDonald's. Almost like it's a big rap party after everything's been finished. You sing as the sock puppet, by the way. A nice fun way to end the mod, not counting the joke song, and quite the curtain call for the team. I've constantly brought up how fan creations can help give exposure to people's talents that they otherwise might not have, and this is another one of those moments. But most importantly, this was a music mod for a game that really didn't have anything in terms of music. I know I've brought that up a number of times so far, but that is fairly impressive that they're able to create this music and presentation in the game that still feels like a really close fit to how the actual game works. There's a lot of talent and skills shown here, and considering this mod has over 40 songs, I'm amazed it was able to not just be finished, but consistently good throughout. Kudos to the team for what they were able to make, and a big thank you to the Epic for suggesting this video. It really was a fun mod. In fact, in my poking around, I found out there's currently a fan mod of this one being worked on. I'll leave a link for that in the description. I discovered it pretty late in the making of this video, so I didn't really download it and play it out myself, but if anybody out there wants me to, give it a shot and make a video on it, let me know and I'm all for it. It effectively role swaps everybody so that, all the good guys are bad guys and vice versa. Unfortunately, there is one more thing I discovered while making this video that definitely deserves special mention. The creator of Red Mungus, Cooper, passed away from cancer shortly after the mod's release. A GoFundMe for St. Jude's Children's Hospital was created by the director of this mod in Cooper's name, so I will definitely be pinning a link for that in the video. I'll have my usual credits tribute for the team, but before that, a moment of silence and a chance for us all to give tribute to Cooper. And if there was ever a time it deserved to be said, take care of yourselves out there. So, who wants to see two of the baddest girls in fiction beat one of the most horrible villains in fiction? I want to make something clear before I go into this video. Some of you who know this game know that it has very controversial and uncomfortable scenes in it. I'm going to be editing a chunk of those out and only putting in the things that are absolutely necessary to get points across. That said, I will be holding off until toward the back end of the video to get a deep look into those sorts of things. So, when we get to that point, I will give a very clear warning if you would rather not see anything you might have issues with or find uncomfortable. If you have a problem with stories or situations that you feel go too far, this game is probably going to go there and further. Please stick around for the analysis on everything else, but when the more controversial elements come around, feel free to leave. I'm not going to force you to sit through anything you don't want to see. That said, I do feel it is worth covering those, and the approach they took toward them and the lessons learned. Again, I will make sure to point out when that is. Now, the last two Danganronpa games have been murder mysteries where you try to figure out who done it, while discovering the awful truths of the situation everyone's in. The first game was a strong start with some rough edges, while the second game really found its footing with improvements in gameplay and story that gave us an incredible experience. Ultra Despair Girls takes place between those two games, kind of a 1.5, changing from a murder mystery visual novel with investigation and trial elements to a third-person shooter. Well, more like a visual novel puzzle shooter. In a game series known for murder and death, the protagonist this time is surviving in a world gone mad, with nothing but a megaphone gun that can only damage or control mechanical objects. This includes the army of Monokuma robots, showing us how dangerous the mascot can actually be when the leash is off. The gameplay is mostly focused on exploration along a mostly linear path while fending off the robot. I'd say hordes, but the combat isn't as common as the word shooter would suggest. There's plenty of enemies to break, but it won't play like Doom. In fact, the controls in combat is fairly rudimentary, and at times a little slow to react compared to more dedicated shooting games. You have a number of attacks at your disposal, with break being your main damage bullet. Others, however, have their uses in the environment or against the enemy. Knockback to get rid of shields or push certain enemies into others. Paralyze to not just stun, but also shock enemies in water. And move to activate machines for pickups or to drive cars over enemies. These aren't the only ones, but those examples help show what I mean by a puzzle shooter. There's even a ton of challenge rooms where if you figure out how, you can herd the Monokumas into a one-shot victory. Most of them aren't that hard, but I've had issues where being off just slightly or randomness can screw you out of a perfect score. If you'd rather just shoot the damn things, though, the glowing red eye is always the weak point. Now, I'm sure it's harder to get a clean shot on the PS Vita that this thing came out on first, but the version I'm playing is obviously keyboard and mouse on computer. Therefore, I really haven't had any difficulty with the game on the normal difficulty until the final boss, which, as you'll see in the footage later, I still can't get the hang of some of his attacks. Aside from shooting, you can also choose to have your partner go into an invincible slashy super mode to help clear the tougher fights. Yes, you'll recognize her from the first game, so I think now's a good time to get into the characters.
My name is Komaru Naegi. I'm a completely normal high school girl who lives an abnormal daily life.
Little sister of the first game's protagonist, and was shown early on to be kidnapped along with the rest of Makoto's family. Turns out she's been locked in an apartment for a year and a half, which means we're picking up 6 months after the ending of the first game. She's just a normal girl with a combination of normal, geeky, and way out there interests to discover during the game. But most importantly, she's kind of the only time in the entire game series we have someone that isn't part of the whole ultimate skill thing. This is reflected by her mannerisms and ways of dealing with things throughout the game. Namely, she's lost, confused, unsure what to do a lot of the time, and scared out of her damn wits. A major aspect of her character development is that she never really loses those aspects, but still matures and learns to move ahead despite those feelings. Mostly because of help from...
It's Toko Fukawa.
Toko Fukawa?
Oh, sorry for having such a boring name. I bet you think it's perfect for a hag like me, right?
A lot of my love for this character comes from this game, and probably influenced how I described her in my video for the first game. Naturally, this means she survived the events, and she still pines for Byakuya, sneaking into the city to follow him around in the first place. Fortunately, she isn't a slouch when it comes to defending herself, because of a trick up her skirt. Remember me bringing up Genocide Jack in the first video?
Found you.
Yeah, we get to meet her in this game too. Jack is Toko's serial killer split personality, which by this point she has more control over. Turns out Jack likes to target victims that she sees as pretty boys, seemingly brought on by Toko having issues with boys that were pranking her with fake dates. They don't share memories, but they do share emotions and feelings. So since Toko is madly in love with Byakuya, Jack feels the same. Now Byakuya is aware of this aspect of Toko. He figured it out in the first game to begin with. But he seems to offer a way to incentivize her to control it, which I'm mostly basing that off of he does seem to at least show respect toward Toko in the end of this game and the short moment he mentions her in Danganronpa 2. I don't think he's ever going to go on a date with her or anything, but it's better than he was before. In short, Toko cannot join the Future Foundation fully and be close to Byakuya if Genocide Jack ever kills anyone. So, even Jack is willing to hold back so she can be with her master. No, Toko hasn't stopped acting or fantasizing that way toward Byakuya, and it's still used for levity and humor. I'll get back to that in a moment. With all that said, she tags along with Komaru for the stated reason that she's still Future Foundation, even if just an intern. So she has to help protect people. To that end, when her meter is filled up enough, you can summon Jack to become an invincible engine of destruction, slashing and tearing enemies apart with specially made scissors she keeps holstered under her skirt, next to the kill tally scar she gave herself over the years. Since she's a survivor of the first game, however, she has a tendency to get serious and look down on others when they seem to be giving up. Eventually she declares Komaru her first true friend, and this becomes important not just to the two of them and their support of each other, but to the story and interactions with others as well. To say it here, if you take issue with her fantasies of her and Byakuya, then you can at least take solace in the fact that by the end of the game, she chooses to stay with the less toxic friendship she has with Komaru. So even though the game makes a lot of humorous moments and jokes about a number of things, including plenty of mature things, it still treats things seriously when appropriate or needed. Either that or it's being indecisive and hypocritical about things. I'll leave that to your discretion by the end of the video. For me, though, I believe there's enough evidence for the former, at least for the most part.
I'm your ally. Look, I'm all white, see? white bear, so I'd like to be called Shirokuma.
Okay, so technically the Monokuma we've come to know and expect in the series isn't in this game. But instead we get an ally in a Monokuma that painted himself all white, changed his name, and tries to be friendly and helpful to everyone. We come across him in Chapter 2, where he leads us to a hidden shelter the survivors have been hiding at, and he tries to be the voice of peace and reason toward everyone.
I can finally talk! Finally!
Yin and Yang, here's a full evil version of Monokuma. Well, he was already conniving, manipulative, and evil. I think you get what I mean. Painted all black is exceptionally rude and foul, and is trying to manipulate the enemy into continuing their path of destruction, vengeance, and death. Though in the end he's mostly ignored by them, his presence is enough to have a role in things overall. Both of them actually have AIs in them instead of just basic robot programming like the other Monokumas, so they're kind of independent and join their respective sides sort of freely.
Yo, Shirokuma! I heard you were looking for me. Name's Haiji Toa.
Leader of the Resistance, whenever the adults decide to fight back anyway. Like most of the survivors, he has a full-on hatred and grudge toward the enemy, and is mostly focused on keeping everyone hidden and safe until the time comes for them to join our heroes in a counterattack. This doesn't mean he's a nice guy, though. By the end of the game, you'll have plenty of reason to want to throw him off a building just as much as the main villain, but until that time, he does try to be helpful when he's sure the heroines are worth helping. So, anyone out there know Children of the Corn? Omen? Damien? Anybody? Okay, enough playing coy. The villain in this game is every damn child in Toa City. Under the leadership of the Warriors of Hope, they use the Monokuma robot army to wipe out all the adults they can find to create a paradise for children. This isn't where you should switch off yet. I'm not getting too deep into that yet. And as for the Warriors of Hope, they're the 5 kids in charge of all the others. Each one is given the spotlight in their respective chapters, so I'll cover them in order as we go along later on. For now, just know that all 5 have very good reasons for wanting to go this far, or at least horrifyingly understandable reasons that are too damn realistic. To make the point here without getting too deep into it, the game regularly focuses on the lasting consequences of what happened to these kids. And among those lasting consequences is that even though they got revenge on adults and aspects of society, the pain is still there. The fear remains. And when you fear something, it's easy to dehumanize it, lose empathy for it, hurt it. That's as far as I'll get right now about that, so for now let's look at one more character that's seemingly helping them.
Me? Oh, my name's not really important. After all, I'm just a lowly servant.
If you saw my video on the second game or played it yourself, then you know why this guy being here is a very, very bad thing in a story that is taking place before the second game. To make it clear, his name is Nagito, and he's definitely not as much of a servant as the others think he is. His focus and goals are about pushing despair higher and higher to the breaking point, just so he can create a moment for the biggest amount of hope to break through. For that reason, he's working with the kids as their so-called servant, as he makes moves behind their backs for his own goals that just barely align with theirs. As a way to explain it more, he's trying to help build the Death Star, not to take over the galaxy, but to see it get destroyed by the good guys after it blows up a couple planets. A very twisted kind of kingmaker. Now, I'll give a bit of an overview of the story before coming back later to give a deeper look at the other things involved with it. To summarize things up front, though, I will say that I think the game does an excellent job with the writing of the characters, the interactions, and how things build up and pay off. And as is usual for the games, the voice acting isn't just good, but is integral to the impact of certain scenes. If you haven't played any of the other games, the start of Chapter 3 gives an overview of the first game so you aren't left out of the loop. And it's played pretty well, as you have survivors with clear trauma and fear from the events recounting it in their own ways. When Junko's name comes out in the second boss fight, as well as coming across other relatives of characters from the first game, Toko's reactions are a clear indicator of what kind of hell she went through in the first game. The first chapter has you looking for a way out of the city with Toko, fighting off the Monokumas while taking in the destruction and casualties of the rampage going on. When you come across another survivor, it starts giving you hints of how far this game is willing to go in terms of the writing, until the first boss makes it clear as crystal. During the second chapter, the girls rescue Shirakuma. He leads them to the adult's hideaway, where we find out Haiji has some kind of problem with the Future Foundation and gives them the cold shoulder. I'll just clear this up now, because it's kind of in the other section this is learned in. This is mostly because he's a part of the corporation that was neck-deep in the ultimate tragedy that destroyed the world. It was unwitting at first, but as things came out and they figured out what was going on, they were not just in too deep, but they also were convinced it was a way for them to make money by selling the technology to fight back against the robots as well as fix the world. Now, here's an interesting thing to notice by this point. This is a game where you're constantly surrounded by blood, bodies, death, and wanton destruction. For all that, your characters are explicit in the story about how they are not and will not kill any living thing. When Monokumas attack the base, the girls fight like hell in the middle of all the panic and screaming to keep any more people from dying. However, Haiji loses his cool at the timing of it and throws the two of them into holding cells, thinking they must have led the robots to their base. Komaru winds up getting an unexpected visitor that abducts her to another location, with Toko transforming into Genocide Jack and chasing after her. This leads to a badass sequence for the character, as well as one of the more infamous parts of the game afterward. We'll save that for later. Eventually it comes to light that the Warriors of Hope are holding Byakuya hostage, and Toko is blackmailed with that to escort Komaru to their headquarters for an untold reason. By the time this comes out, though, Toko has bonded enough with Komaru to not actually want to lead her to obvious danger. For this reason, the boss fight has her hold back, damaging clothes when hit enough before damaging health, and Komaru has to break her stun gun to finish the fight. I know what's going through your mind, and yeah, I'm sure some fan service wasn't exactly a hard sell for the developers. That said, as we'll get into later in the final section about all this, there's good reason to think there was a little more to them putting this in. For her part, Genocide Jack is peeved at how she was used and almost legitimately kills Nagito before Komaru, as her friend, intervenes. In a pretty good scene, Komaru solidifies her friendship toward Toko and promises to help her rescue Byakuya while they try to find a way to end the conflict going on. It's interesting to point out that by now in the story, the reason things came to a head like this is because one of the Warriors of Hope decides Komaru's screwed up enough of their plans.
I don't want you to interfere any longer. So please, just get out of here. Stay away from us, please.
Too bad Komaru was already questioning the idea of leaving by then and was hinting she was going to stay with Toko anyway before Nagito pulled his stunt to keep her in the city. This is pretty much the part of the game where, despite the fears either of them have, they begin to support each other much more than before and head back to the Resistance to put together a plan. Using some secrets Haiji knew about back at his father's company, They get a giant Monokuma under their control to lead an attack against the robot army and clear a path to the main villain of the game so they can destroy the Monokuma control device. It's here that after a long sequence, Toko rescues Komaru from a pit of despair she's sunk into. And with all the dark crap that's been going on with this game in summary so far, I think it's worth sharing this scene fully.
My hand hurts. But that's not the only thing that hurts. This is the first time I've ever slapped someone in the face. See what you've made me do? Now come on, hit me back. Why? Isn't it obvious? It makes us even. I've never had a friend, so I don't know what to do in situations like this. So just, for now, if you hit me, we're square, right? So, hit me! Fine. That was pretty strong. Jeez! You're right. You're right. My hand hurts. That's not the only thing that hurts. Yeah.
With one final boss fight, Byakuya is rescued, and Komaru resolves to stay in the city to help put things back together and create peace between the traumatized adults and what turned out to be the brainwashed children. The helmets weren't there just for show, and while the game doesn't follow up on what happens, I can assume Komaru's hacking gun might be a part of an answer to safely get the things deactivated or removed. Hearing this, even when Byakuya is right there next to her, Toko declares that she'll stay behind with her new friend as well. To repeat a little, Toko is fully aware of how toxic her fantasy relationship with Byakuya would be. With that in mind, I think Toko is making a conscious decision to be with the person that will actually respect her and treat her well. This can also be taken that in the end, Toko just wants some sort of help and support to be able to become someone normal in her eyes. After all, with Toko, being normal is considered a fantasy. Though on the note of Byakuya, her fantasies do give his voice actor a chance to broaden his range beyond stuck-up jackass. Look, I know this all sounds like I'm making excuses or something, but with this game in particular compared to the rest of the series, you're going to want to have excuses to smile and laugh a little. The villainous Warriors of Hope, now having a full understanding of what's going on, survived and are presumably trying to gather up and defend the brainwashed kids until there's peace again. Meanwhile, Monika is rescued by an even more insane Nagito that declares not only will he make her into a greater ultimate despair than Junko was, but that the rest of the remnants of despair are on their way to the city as a side effect of her plans and actions. She seemingly takes up the role in the epilogue pictures shown during the credits, but we'll get more into that in the next game's video. This also combines with what happens next to lead us into the second game. The AI in the monocolored Monokumas was actually Junko's AI split between them, manipulating the adults and the children in equal measure. And that introduces us to Izuru Kamakura, the main factor that helped Junko initiate the tragedy, and a cliffhanger that isn't answered until the finale of Danganronpa 2. Or if you already know what happens, a scene that ties it all together.
So I'm sure the next time I see you, you'll be someone else entirely.
Honestly, the ending sequence might not seem like much if you don't know or don't care about Danganronpa 2, but as a fan of that game especially, I love seeing the little links in it. Overall, I actually love this game a lot. Outside of issues with landing shots and what I feel are moments I got screwed out of the challenge room solutions. In fact, I'd say this is one you can play and enjoy without having experience with the rest of the series, and still get a good feel for how it does things. Komaru and Toko are some of the strongest heroes and characters I've ever seen. Period. Their character growth and depth, their progression and interaction through the game, I would go as far as to say they're excellent female protagonists in general, and they put Lara Croft to shame, and Samus Aran would probably salute them. I actually felt for them and was rooting for them, and since it was Danganronpa, I was fully concerned there was going to be a harsh or dark ending for at least one of them. Fortunately, there wasn't one, but they definitely went through a special kind of hell, much worse than what the killing game in Hope's Peak Academy was like. In all, this was a great game if you were a fan of the series or not. It's a damn crime it's not included in the compilation release of the other games, because as much as Danganronpa 2 is my overall favorite of the series, this game's heroines really are top of the class, and the treatment given to the villains was definitely a risky move that I think paid off horrifyingly well. That is going to bring me to what some of you might not want to get into, though. Before you turn off, I'll lead with this. As I've said before, writing a story is a balancing act between respect for your vision versus respect toward the readers or the viewers. Consider and keep in mind. In all the other Danganronpa games, there's a lot of things that are fantastic or otherwise require us to suspend our disbelief to allow the fiction to play out and try to impress us. A single woman being manipulative enough to destroy the entire world, virtual worlds, even the thing about people being superhumanly good at what their ultimate skill is. This game has just as fantastic elements, but the characters and themes feel more grounded and definitely hit closer to home for some of us. Instead of being what pushes people to rationalize killing, this game offers the exploration of what makes people hurt, and how their suffering can be damaging to more than just themselves. And using kids as the focus of that can be seen as either edgy and shocking, or using that shock and uncomfortableness to more deliberately confront what are real situations to people of all ages. This game would humble the likes of Children of the Corn or Lord of the Flies. And I know that sounds a bit like an exaggeration, but now is the time I'm going to go into a deep dive of not just the that would harm children in the real world. Then I ask you to recognize, if not respect, the attempt this game gave to exploring and giving light to it. And I am serious in saying that I believe it is trying to be honestly respectful toward those issues. There may be some missteps in how they present things, but we'll get into that. But since these are going to be blatantly uncomfortable things the game gets into, and either by design or accident makes us consider and confront them, now is the time to leave. For the rest of you that are sticking around, buckle up, because this is going to get harsh. But as I said, I do believe there's important realizations and lessons to be found in this. To start, Chapter 1 focuses on Komaru getting hunted down by Masaru Daimon. He's the one that plays up killing adults as if it's a game the most, boasting that he has the most points. And for all the childlike emotions the kids give toward everything, especially when Komaru is confused or at their mercy, I wasn't on board with them being fully creepy or frightening until the start of the first boss fight. It was Danganronpa. I thought I was prepared. And then my thoughts got cut off with this part, and more or less the entire game changed for me. I'm going to give this scene a couple minutes to play out in full so that you can have the full effect for yourself.
If I
hunt down every single demon. Then nobody has to be afraid anymore. They won't have to be afraid of the violence and the pain. Won't have to. Afraid. I won't be afraid. I'm not scared at all. I don't have to be scared of the dark and the pain and the alcohol smell. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. No matter how much you beat me, I won't be afraid anymore. You hear me? Not going to be afraid. What is this? Yeah, that's weird. Damn it! Stop! 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 I said stop! I'm not scared! I'm not scared! I'm not scared! I'm not scared of anything! I'm a hero! I'm a hero! A hero isn't afraid of anything! He isn't afraid of dying, of killing, nothing! So just stop! Please stop it! Stop! 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 Stop already! Stop! 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 Damn it! Stop! Oh! I tell you, please stop that! It finally listened to me.
That was the moment I realized someone out there wasn't screwing around. Masaru is a sports prodigy that had to go through the very real abuse of a violent father. And unlike something like, say, Law & Order SVU, this game just showed us how that kind of crap not just harms, but sticks with a kid. Masaru was willing to literally beat himself up to push back down the fear and memories, then played it off like it was a joke when it was clear it wasn't. And holy hell, that voice acting for it. I was legitimately concerned the voice acting was done so well in these scenes because they might have actually lived it. I'm still unsure if they did. I'm a little afraid to go look. Chapter 2 is Jotaro Komori's moment in the spotlight. And he's been gaslit so much about his face that he legitimately thinks people will die if they look at him without the mask. In fact, he's gotten to the point he has a twisted enjoyment of people hating him, and everyone else, including his so-called comrades, are more than willing to oblige him as a repository for all their ire, hate, and abuse. His skill is arts and crafts, so he shows it off to the heroines with a video of him making dancing marionettes out of the adult corpses he's gathered, just so he can brag more and more about it to get them to hate him more. In the end, we find out that, somewhat obviously, he had a nice face he shouldn't have been ashamed of, but it's not the truth that damaged him. His mother hated him for looking better than her, made him wear the mask, and it's arguable he's the most damaged of the 5 kids. Admittedly, it might be a weak argument considering what else is going to be coming up soon, but he's not having an easier time than the others. The thing to take note about him is that Jotaro is always looked down upon and hated and treated with contempt by those around him, including his so-called teammates. So he's never able to have full peace or escape from his history. I mean, the same can be said for the other ones just as much, but with Jotaro we get the idea that he's alone more than the others are. However, he still gives some of the most chilling lines in the game about the warped thought processes of the kids. And after him comes the most infamous chapter of the game. Chapter 3 gets into what happened with Kotoko Utsugi. What happened with her? She's an elementary school girl that was in the entertainment industry. Please don't make me say it out loud. To add to that, her mother joined in on it as a twisted sense of getting closer with her daughter, while Kotoko's father was taking the money to go have fun with a mistress. Chapter 3 is also where a fairly uncomfortable minigame comes up where you have to slap away grabbing hands that Kotoko is controlling. Like nearly everything else in the game, this sequence is played dead serious, outside of what I see as a misstep with trying to make jokes about it during the tutorial. Now, snarky and mocking comments and jokes in the tutorial segments are a common thing throughout the entire Danganronpa series, so I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt that it was just habit or them trying to figure out a way to soften the blow for something they knew was going to be uncomfortable. That said, this is probably one of the moments in the game you'll take more issue with it than the others. However, outside of that, the more serious tone they take with the consequences of the events and the events themselves is kind of the only reason I accept it being in the game in the first place. Could they have done something else to give the same effect? Definitely. But I've played Fear Effect 2, and they have a similar scene in this game toward the beginning where a similar event happens and the two girls treat it as a joke and then move on like nothing happened. I feel this part is meant to confront the idea of naughty fan service that gets in media, among the more obvious things. Especially Kotoko's lines come off as mocking and spiteful on topics even close to this. And for the record, no, I don't just mean anime. I'm also thinking of stuff like 80s and 90s R-rated movies. Or Titanic. I can understand the controversy around it. But at the same time, consider what came before it, how things go during it, and how it's treated after Genocide Jack breaks in and gets Kotoko to knock it off.
Jeez. Now don't go getting captured by some little runt!
I thought you wouldn't come. I mean, right after we had that fight.
Fight? What the hell are you talking about? I just want to save Master Byaku. Toku, I was so scared!
To put a pin in it, just about everything that involves Kotoko or even others in the game winding up in compromising situations in the game take place after Kotoko's backstory is revealed, which makes me consider the plausibility, this is not me saying this is established fact or anything, that it was meant that way to give different context to the scenes that come during and afterward, and even ones that came before. And for added effect, let me link up these lines.
Is it wrong for a kid to be doing this? But it's wrong for adults to be doing this too, right?
Not all adults are like that. There are good people who...
Then why didn't anyone save me? If the world is so good, why didn't anyone help me escape?
All of this makes it easy to realize that somewhere out there in the world there's other kids that are wanting to scream those same questions and fears that Kotoko and the other kids are wanting to know the answers to, which is probably one of the most clear points to take from this game moving forward. By this point it's clear Monika is deliberately pushing the trauma buttons of everyone to control them, and does the same with Nagisa Shingetsu. What's his dark history? Well, some parents out there are worried about their sons or daughters succeeding, doing good in school and their studies, his parents took it to another bastard level. They hooked him up to IVs, pumped him full of drugs, and made sure he stayed awake to study every waking moment for days at a damn time. And it wasn't out of wanting him to succeed. It was more they were treating raising him to be the very best as a game. He uses the words XP and HP to compare what it was like. And he's also very aware things might be very wrong in what's going on. But they're too deep in and mentally broken to have a way out. He's also very blunt about another fact.
We're probably all insane. Broken. But whose fault is that? The adults are the ones who broke us.
Nagisa.
You want to hear the truth? We're scared. We're all terrified of the adults. Hearing their footsteps. Sensing their presence. We can't help but feel scared. Completely terrified.
That said, he has a clear fear of not living up to expectations. Because even though he was incredible at his academic achievements, it wasn't good enough for his parents, and they began to shun him like a used toy they grew bored with. This is used big time by Monica in a couple scenes that might rival the grabby hands minigame in uncomfortableness. He has a crush on her, or at least who he thinks she is. And when he starts figuring out the awful truth, Monica starts really drilling into those mental cracks of his with some kisses and teasings. All in an effort to make sure that he acts the way she wants. And it's very clear he's freaking out over all of it. He's completely broken by this, and his boss fight is a strange combination of a careful, sneaky, hard-to-hit sniper, controlled by someone that, by any other means, would be a frothing berserker. This is also the chapter where Haiji's worst aspects start showing up. He completely hates the kids and is fully prepared to do whatever it takes to bring the fight to them, and put an end to what, by now, is a war in the city. He also makes a comment that would be of interest to Chris Hansen, which Komaru makes a fairly reasonable response to.
Actually, can I leave now?
So that brings us to the end, with Monica.
The truth is, Monica didn't really care about things like revenge and paradise. Bitch!
She was deliberately written to be the most reprehensible, evil character they can make her. And like with other parts of the game, they did too damn good of a job. Professor XX Chromosome here is first off faking the wheelchair. She does it to get sympathy from people around her and her family, which includes Big Brother Haiji and their father. The father that just so happens to run Toa Corporation, a place where Monica convinced them to build the Monokuma robots en masse to be robot servants or emergency responders. Yeah, that's why there's so many of them, and that's how Junko got plenty of them. When it comes to the Warriors of Hope, Monica was in the middle of convincing them they should end things, as a prank, by the way, when Junko interrupted. Junko decided to use them for her goals, and gave them the idea to go kill the adults for what they did to them, or let happen to them, and wipe out the world that let such demons exist in it. By the time Junko died, all of them worshipped the ground Big Sis Junko walked on, especially Monica, who decided to take over as the manipulative mastermind. Due to Junko and Monica's plotting, the Warriors of Hope began their game of killing adults and putting brainwashing helmets on the children. Why? Because Monica wanted to start a full-blown war that would restart the ultimate tragedy the world was just starting to heal from. As she puts it, what would Future Foundation do to these surviving adults if they found out the Resistance killed children? And after all, the leader of the Resistance is a member of the company that made the Monokuma army, and profited off selling technology to fight back against them and fix the world. Added to that, Monica, and to an extent Nagito, wanted to create a successor to Junko Inoshima. Not become one, create one. What would be more despair-inducing, after all, than to see the little sister of the boy who defeated Junko becoming the new ultimate despair? The whole game, the path they took and the stuff she went through, Komaru Naegi was being set up to do one thing that would cause all of the evil plans to come to fruition, just because she was Makoto's little sister and no other reason. Now, this sequence to break the controller goes on for a while. Maybe some stuff would have been lost if it was trimmed down, but it takes about an hour to get through it by constantly picking the obviously correct choice. Even if you break it the first time and find out that was a bad ending, you're spending the rest of the time, every time the selection pops up, going, look, all this talking and cutscene stuff is legitimately interesting, but can we just skip the next 5 times I gotta pick it, cause I gotta get to work. A major thing about the sequence is that, as it goes on, not only do you find out breaking the controller will detonate bombs in the masks the kids are wearing, but also the adults are losing patience, and stop calling out for victory, and start demanding blood and vengeance. That said, when it's all over, Komaru finally breaks in a horrific way when Monika shows Komaru her brutally slain parents. Only Toko, trying to do what's best for her friends, stops another tragedy from happening. When Monika tries to use Byakuya as her trump card again, Toko tells her to take a flying leap because Master Byakuya and her new and only friend Komaru are equally important to her, so she's saving both of them. Things get interrupted by the final boss, and you have to use all the tricks you learned to put the giant robot down.
I won't lose! I won't give up anymore! I won't abandon anyone! I won't give in! I won't fall into despair! This town is doomed? I'll fall into despair? No, that's wrong! Damn, Komaru! You go, girl!
It's here that we get the full theme I believe we can take away from the game. Friendship works because an honest friend is someone that can give you the right support for the both of you to get help to go through the tough moments in life. And that in turn helps us help others, giving the chance to build a better future in society. You know why the power of friendship works so well as a plot device between Komaru and Toko? Because for all the hell they go through, they have each other to lean on. They get hugs. Understanding, hearing each other out, support and having a shoulder to lean on, these are things the kids didn't have and were never given a chance to have. Kotoko wasn't just hurt by her parents. Plenty of other adults hurt her. Nagisa's trauma should have been clear to others, but the experiment run on him was getting results. Not just parents, but others failed these kids. Those are the horrors and monsters we oftentimes forget to fear. Because of that, the only friend they ever got was one of the most horrible ones they could have gotten. Someone that just wanted to use them for themselves. And Monika knew this, and decided she was going to use Junko's plan for her own ends, manipulating and controlling the others in the worst ways imaginable. In comparison to all that, Toko, who definitely has her own issues you'll learn through the course of the game, was able to find her own growth and strengths by helping Komaru, evolving into both of them having moments to help and support each other when they needed it most. And at the end, they're able to save the world in a way that in any other game would just be an over-exaggerated finish. But in this game, I think was fully earned.
I found it. I finally found hope. A hope to call my own. Right, Komaru?
Yeah, me too!
Hope lives on!
This team took their creative liberty in a direction that would have completely tarnished their record if they screwed it up one bit. If it was just showing us the horrible backstories of the children and going, oh, look how screwed up they are, isn't everything so horrible, and then moved on, it could have easily come off as insulting and a misguided attempt at being shocking. The time taken to give the kids a chance to give voice to what is going through their minds and show the lasting damage shows to me there was at least an attempt to show the creators are aware of how serious these implications are and an understanding of what they're getting into and suggesting to us. I can't say for sure if they intended for us to learn and think about all the lessons and thoughts I brought up in this video, but I get the feeling that as they were working on this stuff and putting it all together, they would have been aware of some of the aspects of it. Monica openly discussing how she was using children victims as part of a ploy to manipulate emotions and reactions kind of calls attention to the game doing the same thing, if in a different way. If anything, the game throws shade at the kind of stories that use evil kids as an edgy, cheap way to get attention. Possibly even at the people that like those kinds of stories. This is what I think is the darkest and most thought-provoking story in the Danganronpa series, and probably the darkest and most uncomfortable game I'm ever going to cover in my videos. To be blunt, they had some massive balls to make this thing like they did, and I'll leave it up to you whether or not they should have or shouldn't have done it. But because of the overall treatment and approach it gave to things, I respect this game a lot, and it is one of my favorites for that. I'm not trying to say it was entirely good, and subject matter like this isn't for everyone in terms of viewing, reading, or creating. The point I want to make about that is this game felt a lot more mature and respectful than other games and media that try going down this same road. If you know what I'm talking about, I'd sort of compare it to Spec Ops: The Line in some ways. It's incredibly easy to understand if some people think it went too far, though. One last game in the Danganronpa series, and when we come around to it, we'll see how the final game was just as controversial for much different reasons. But before that, we have another comment to request, so stay tuned for that. Until then, feel free to share your thoughts, comments, or whatever else you feel is worth sharing. I do want to be able to share independent or underrated media projects with everyone out there, so if you like what I do and want to help out with that, like, subscribe, and share. But for now, how about we have a little dance party to lighten the mood a little? So, I want to start by thanking Grbr2006, not just for giving me an interview, but reaching out and offering the interview in the first place. I really appreciate it, and on that note, a really big thank you to everyone out there watching this, and otherwise supporting my channel. This wouldn't have happened without your support, and I hope you'll give some more support to Grbr2006 over on his channel. There's plenty more to see and hear from him over there, and make sure to keep up on his Twitter as well. So here we go, with some gameplay from the mod and screenshots of the chat. Let's get on with the interview. And, sorry if the presentation's a little rough. Now to start with, this interview was fairly late for me, so some questions you see and others you won't see are going to show me becoming a little convoluted with how I'm asking things as time goes on. So the first question is an obvious one. What got him wanting to make a Friday Night Funkin' mod to begin with? Not specifically Trollge vs. Omori, but just in general. And you can say his response was fairly simple as well. It was just boredom and wanting to make something cool. He also describes that his first Friday Night Funkin' mod was of an original character named Michelle, and it was a reskin of the tutorial. The mod's not around anymore, but he still shared his assets and art on Michelle. And looking back, I probably should have asked additional questions about Michelle and what the old project was, but I was tired and just didn't think of it. But in the end, everybody starts somewhere, and I did have presence of mind to ask if he was already creating his own original music at that time, or if he just used the basic tutorial song. And he did make his own music for it back then. And it looks like he still has the music somewhere, but I'm not going to push him to share it. And so everybody starts somewhere, and how did the path go? What other mods did he work on, or think up of working on before Trollge vs. Omori? Well, he did something called Garden of Nightmares, and a reskin mod for Friday Night Funkin' labeled Grbr2006 Remix. And a quick search on my side did find the remix mod, but a lot of all what he's talking about is also available to see and hear on his YouTube channel, so go ahead and check it out. So now the path takes us to Trollge Files vs. Omori, and as I said in the Fanworks video where I discussed the mod, it fits incredibly well together, and the obvious question to ask at that point is, how do you come up with that idea? Well, it turns out there was a comment on a mod showcase video of the original Trollge Files, and they said that the art style reminded them of Omori. He agreed, and also said that the one cutscene image with Legion reminded him of something from the game. So yeah, if you ever question yourself why you should leave comments on videos, you might be the next inspiration for somebody's artwork. And for those of you wondering, something is the official name for a thing in Omori. And the similarity I noticed between them was that they both seemed to have a sort of notebook, pencil drawing, or colored pencil style of doing things. Now, myself, I've gotten about 2/3 of the way through Omori, and already looked up a few things about it, so I'm pretty well versed on the story and the lore of it. And I do honestly feel that Grbr2006 does a great job of having his art be a merging of the two of them, as well as giving the extra effort to give different but still recognizable new outfits to the characters from the games. Now, I asked if he purposefully gave focus to his art to do that, but it was just pretty much a happy little accident that his art looked like that to begin with, and that's normally how he draws and makes things look. And his inspirations come from in his words, a mishmash of multiple different styles from games and cartoons that he enjoys. And he cites Steven Universe, various 2000s art, and of course elements from Friday Night Funkin' and Omori. Now, judging from his YouTube channel, I said that it looked like he'd been doing music and remixes for a while. You know, asked about influences and when that started. And he actually has been making content for YouTube since 2014 on different channels that he didn't want to share. But he actually started getting into music in 2019. And like most people out there, he uses Fruity Loops, or FL Studio. It's been a while, I'm not sure what the proper title of the thing is nowadays. And while some musicians out there would hook up, you know, synthesizer keyboards or something, he does all his work purely on computer, although he has tried experimenting with a keyboard and didn't like the outcome. But like I said, all this stuff started with a comment, so I asked if he knew about the Trollge files and or Omori before he came across the comment that inspired the mod, or was it the comment that led him to looking into what the two things were. Fairly obviously, he already knew what the Trollge files was, back when it was still called the Blueballs incident, which I still think rolls off the tongue better. But he was fairly new to Omori when he saw the comment, and that actually got him looking deeper into it. And like I said in the video, there was a strong amount of respect toward the two inspirations that he had, and I want to know how deep he got into them, whether he played them directly, watched playthroughs, and what kind of opinions he had on them. And to be honest, it's unsurprising to hear that he actually never played them himself. Now, he says he can't play Trollge files because his computer sucks, which, and I mean, this is a common thing with a lot of us. We don't have a game, so we just watch people play it on YouTube or Twitch or something like that. And a lot of times, when we watch it that way, and we see for ourselves that, you know, the hype is real, the game doesn't actually suck, yeah, that might make us actually go out and give the $20, $30 for the independent game, or $60 for the stuff on the shelf. And he did the same thing with Undertale, and I'll come clean here myself. I haven't played Undertale myself either, but to mitigate that, I did buy it and the soundtrack just to make sure that, you know, I gave support to it. I constantly keep telling people to support what they like out there in whatever ways they can, and I'm practicing what I preach. But regardless, the crossover that he created has spread the word for both of the games. And to follow up on that, how much of a fan and how much of appreciation did he have for the games when he was making the crossover? Or in what other way would he describe his mindset toward creating and working on it? And he gives a fairly reasonable response, which is, he honestly has no idea if he accurately portrayed the source materials right. There's a reason why he labels it as a crack fic rather than a fanfic, so it doesn't really have to make sense. And his mindset for most of it was, he thought doing something would be cool for the story. And like I clarify, it's not me asking something to imply only the fans that know everything can do it right. It was just, you know, asking to see what a creator's mindset is like for others out there that might want to try their hand at something. There's no reason you shouldn't have freedom to approach something the way you want to. Even if there might be fans out there that would hold up the "you're wrong" signs or whatever. But now's the time that we begin talking about the mod specifically. So first off is the team. Obviously there's people that have come and gone to help out working on it. The credits for the mod had a number of people in it, but I do get the impression that Grbr2006 did pretty much the lion's share of work on things. But regardless of that, I still wanted to ask how working with the team has been, and how would he describe the experiences for others out there. And it's a simple response, but nothing wrong with it. He says it's been pretty nice and awkward, but nice nonetheless. And I asked if he had moments where people who had more knowledge of what he was working on came up with suggestions, ideas, or they collaborated on things. Everything's been mostly planned in advance already. But there was something when Basil recorded some lines that he thought were pretty cool, so he plans on using them in a later chapter. And so to wrap up questions about the team, how many people did he already know? Did he have to reach out to many people, or were there some friends of a friend kind of thing going on? So the only person on the team that he knew prior for the mod was Disc Jam, who made music for Chapter 3's cutscenes and is the voice of Hero's future chromatic scale. For those of you wondering what that is, chromatic scale is effectively the term for the lyrics the characters are singing in the Friday Night Funkin' songs. But the one who really brought the team together was the voice of Basil, Logan. And he's actually one of the moderators for Funkopedia, which I've referenced plenty of times before, and has done prior voice work as well. And it also helped them when Malicious Bunny retweeted an announcement that they were looking for voice actors for the mod. So in those regards and others, how would he say that the communities for the Trollge Files, Omori, or Friday Night Funkin' in general have been helpful and supportive of him, the rest of the team, and or the mod. And according to him, only the Trollge community has really been supportive. The Friday Night Funkin' fandom thought the idea was fairly stupid, which he thinks is a fair assessment, and the Omori fandom doesn't know he exists. Which, in their defense, they're probably not crossing over into Friday Night Funkin' that much. Now, to step in on this, yes, I've seen and noticed myself in doing research for my myriad of FNF videos that the Trollge community as a whole seems to be more tight-knit among them. I won't get into the FNF community as a whole, but I'm sure there's difficulty in keeping up on everything new that comes around, and even more difficulty in taking projects seriously. In general, there's a lot of ideas and art for Friday Night Funkin' projects that ultimately don't get completed or even worked on further. Now, I'm the first person to know how real life can screw things around a bit, and the last one to complain about missing deadlines even when trying to keep up work on things. So why am I focusing on this? Because it's part of why I keep going on in my videos about supporting artists and sharing their work. It not only helps them out, but also helps how the community as a whole is seen from the outside. Interruption over, back to the interview. So the next question I have was one that was always sticking in my mind when I was playing the game, which was a boyfriend steps aside from the story for a little while and plenty of other people come in to sing the songs instead. And my curiosity was how much of that was intended and how much of the music was planned out ahead of time, and if using other characters besides boyfriend helped in how he made the music. So generally it was planned from the start, and he based a lot of this on criticism and comments people have made about other Friday Night Funkin' mods. Stuff like too many with boyfriend, or boyfriend's voice is the bad part, or there need to be other playable characters. So he cut boyfriend off the stage and let the other characters come in for a little while. And when he does come back in Chapter 4, he doesn't have the same singing voice. And in terms of the question of freedom of making the music based off of other voices, regardless of if he was using boyfriend's voice or not, he was able to do just about anything he wanted. He would just have to make the chromatics sound right, but he would have made it work. But he also says that the only track that had a melody planned before arranging it in Act 1 was Suru Doi Naifu. God, I hope I got that right. So one of the other things I enjoyed out of the mod was when Aubrey's singing was controlled by the player, and I asked about the inspiration for that and where that came from. And it turns out that was unintentional, apparently a glitch, but it looked cool, so he left it in there, which might make that one of the best unintentional additions I've ever seen for one of these mods, considering how it played into the story of the song. But he also took inspiration from a series called SMG4, as well as taking inspiration from SCP-035, which, if you don't know about the SCP Foundation, it's kind of like a Creepypasta mixed with the X-Files Wikipedia site. Now, going back to Suru Doi Naifu, in my video I think I made my approval of Nene being in it fairly clear, and I wanted to ask about what made him want to bring her in. In short, I wanted to know if he knew Nene because she was slated to be included into future official Friday Night Funkin' songs because of her relation as a character with Pico, or if he had already known about her ahead of time. And thankfully, to me at least, being a fan of the old school Pico stuff, he did know about her from Newgrounds ahead of time since 2014. It's just me here being a little happy that somebody I felt was underrepresented even in their original form got a chance to step into the spotlight more. Speaking of Pico though, that brought me to one of the highlights of the mod, the song Ophthalmophobia. I'm gonna have to go learn Latin for more of these Trollge Files mods. Anyway, it was probably the most impressive song I played in the mod. And I didn't notice it until I was editing the video, but if you listen closely, you will spot that the Troll's voice in Hero starts fading away to be replaced by Hero's more human voice. But being the longest song in the game, all those different singers and the different effects to the singers, I felt compelled to ask if it was one of the longest stages of songs he put work into, or if it was kind of the same compared to the others. And it was kind of the same compared to the others. The chart and the song itself took longer just by their time, but the effort was proportionally the same. And of course I had to ask how much work and focus goes into these songs, how much is planned in advance, how many things are given little touches and changes during the creation process. And there's a bit of both there. There's a rough story and outline always in place, and minor changes are made as they go through them. But generally speaking, nothing about the core story has changed. As I say here, I can assume it was a very deliberate use of the song My Time from Omori to be used during Basophobia. And it was supposed to signify the end of something, which he elaborates on a little bit, and I already knew when I made my video, where originally the ending of Trollge vs. Omori would have been at that point with an apocalypse, and Basil and Boyfriend were the only survivors, with the real Legion being around to constantly torment them. But he felt that it sounded lame and it didn't fit the story that he constructed by then. As he puts it, he felt it was a better idea to have Basil going insane from seeing a vision of future events through dreams, more than just, okay, rocks fall, everybody dies. Now I'll bring this up here, and I'll probably repeat it later. Grbr2006 does want to share some things about Act 2 as well, so I'll be giving him the opportunity to do that as well. And on that note, we move on from the story of Act 1 and talk about the free play songs a little bit. Now, I mentioned the joke songs in the video, but didn't cover many of them. And I tell him I assume they were just put in for a bit of fun, but even so, were they given just as much attention and focus as the main songs? This is where I start confusing him a little bit with my questions, so, Anyway, I give an example of something like I swallowed shampoo, which I didn't show in the video, and he explains for that song at least, that was put in as a request from his brother. So yeah, just some fun things he threw in. Now, a song I did cover in my video and wanted to ask about was Xenophobia. I love the design of the Trollge, and honestly, even without knowing what series the bottle and backpack came from, it was an impressive song nonetheless. And as it turns out, he's a fan of HFJ1, which I linked in the previous video, but I'll also link in this one also. And has a story to share for. He says he lost data on the song twice when his computer switched off on him, and he was originally going to just drop the song altogether, but decided to stick through with it. And also, he helped clear up the fact that the bottle is named Bryce and the backpack is named Liam, which I did do research and saw when I was making the video, but neglected to put it in. He also gave further insight into the fact that during episode 14 of the series, Liam and Bryce go through a bunch of universes, and he had the thought that during the montage of them going through everything, what if one of them they went to had a Trollge in it? So Xenophobia can actually fit very neatly into the canon of one, which I'm still unsure of what the canon is. I haven't been able to watch all of it yet. But again, there's a lesson to learn in this, where even if other people might not know about what you're making, just the act of making it can bring more attention to stuff that you like. And I get into that a little bit with him, where I ask that Xenophobia was like Happy and Atypical, where it was a song made for something he liked, or were made to bring attention to something that he liked. So he expands a few things about that, with the song Atypical coming from a mod focused solely on Omori, with the voice of Monica and presumably the characters coming from another mod called Doki Doki Takeover. Happy, as I said in the video, came from Sunday Night Suicide, which was based off a Suicide Mouse creepypasta. In Sunday Night Suicide, the Mickey that is singing the song Happy is nicknamed Sunny, to make him different from the other Suicide Mice mods. It's a creepypasta. Plenty of other people have tried their hand at it. But because they share the name, that's why he wanted to make sure Sonny from Omori was singing it. And so to cover the rest of the free play songs, I asked if Lygophobia, Pedophobia, and the Lord X song, if they were songs made either for something else, or if they were always intended to be a part of free play. Unlike many a creator out there, he was just having fun doing new stuff beforehand, and then added them in. And if you check out his YouTube like I did, you'll notice he has a Yumaniki song up as well. And considering what it was, I had to ask if that was planned for a future update free play song, which he confirmed. And there's a lot about the future update with Act 2 that he does want to share. And as I tell him, the spoilers for Act 2 aren't really going to ruin much about what happens in the future with the game. This is his interview, so he can say whatever he likes. That said, considering it was about 3 in the morning for me, I felt it was a good time to pause everything and catch up with that later. Grbr2006 does want to share things about Act 2, and I'm grateful he wants me to be able to share it to you guys, so how can I say no? That said, our time differences were evident from the beginning, and, well, I should have asked something much sooner in the interview, which I finally got around to. Which, as I've said in my addendum video about the popularity of Friday Night Funkin', the free sharing of art and music on the internet brings people and cultures around the world together in ways that is much easier than it ever was before. So, how far around the world has Grbr2006 been connecting with us? Turns out he's in the Philippines, which for me is literally on the opposite side of the planet. But as this is the end of the interview, there were 2 more questions I wanted to give that I felt were appropriate sign-offs for him to be able to give. How does he feel, and what thoughts does he have about the reaction he's been seeing people give the Trolls Files vs. Omori? To which he gives the message to all out there, seeing people talk about his work in a positive light and telling him how underrated his work is makes him happy. And honestly, yeah, it's underrated, doesn't get the views it should. And to say my piece, Grbr2006 definitely has the talent to be able to stand with any of the big dogs out there in terms of radio play or being on TV kind of stuff. And finally, does he have anything he'd like to say directly to all the fans of his work out there? And he wants all of you to know that he thanks you for your support. And from me, I'll say, let's keep giving it to him. Once again, a big thank you to Grbr2006 for the interview, and I hope you all enjoyed it. If you have questions of your own, want to give him a thank you yourself, or just keep up with things going on, check out his Twitter and support his channel. Downloading his game is good, but there's always other simple things we can do to help creators we like.
Today is December 1st, 2004. This is Dr. Jared Rowley speaking, and my patient's name is Jake Smith. As per authoritative requests, all sessions with Mr. Smith from this point
I know this can be a bit overwhelming, especially since you're just an intern, but I know you're going to be fine.
Now, Jake, before we get started, I'm going to briefly explain the circumstances behind your admittance here on tape, for the sake of documentation. Is that okay? Okay. Jake Smith was declared missing in 2003 during the Discovery Island incident. A year later, on July 23, 2004, he was found and taken into custody after displaying signs of delusions and paranoia. Now, Jake, can you tell me anything you recall from your time on Discovery Island? Maybe you'd like to start from the beginning and work your way from there? About your time as an intern? I know you said it was a blur, but maybe trying to talk about it will help you remember. Thank you, Jake. Now please, tell me about the cabin.
I think he called those things costumes, but, well, we aren't entirely sure what they are or what they're capable of. All we know is that they've been there for a while.
It's no real surprise that a lot of creepypasta fan works out there take something childlike or innocent and try to, successfully or not, make something scary or creepy about it. But I want to give a quick thought experiment to the opposite happening. Imagine you're somebody's grandpa or grandpa and you're out looking in the toy aisle for a birthday gift. You know they like this Five Nights at Freddy's thing on all the kids' t-shirts, but never looked into it yourself. Must be a YouTube thing though, little Jimmy's on there a lot. So there you are, looking at the figures on the shelf, and you see tie-dye Springtrap. So colorful. And a little odd looking, but here it is next to the Pokemon and Minecraft, so it must be some nice fun cartoon. Let me give a quick update for some of you not in the know. This is tie-dye coloring on what can be generally described as the zombified remains of a serial child killer. Damn lazy coloring too. No wonder Funkos are going to the landfills by the truckload. Well, let's get back to the point. If you grew up with stuff like Freddy Krueger or Friday the 13th, you might notice what happened here. Similar to those series, things went from, "Oh God, how terrifying," to, "Oh God, that kill was awesome!" These days, if Freddy Krueger invades our dreams, we're probably going to ask for an autograph instead of scream and run away. Similarly, Five Nights at Freddy's started as, and still is, a horror series by Scott Cawthon, known for creepy killer animatronics, jump scares, and a deep amount of lore tangled up with the supernatural, murder, and robotics companies. I won't get into the lore, but I will say it went from being confined to the games themselves, either explaining or hinting at mysteries, into a multimedia franchise that in order to put together all the pieces, you need to go read a few comics, complete an activity book, and read the other 12 books. And in at least one instance, look at the website source code. Things got out of hand is what I'm saying. I don't really blame Scott Cawthon for not slowing things down. He had a lot of misses before this hit, and some of the fans do enjoy solving the mysteries like that. And yes, I know the books aren't canon to the games, but that doesn't stop the deep lore hunters from trying to find clues in them anyway. I will say that if you're interested in a comprehensive take on the whole lore for Five Nights at Freddy's, I prefer Wendigoon's video about it. Now, why did I go into all that? Because it helps give an example of at least one way fans can get inspiration to do something. Feel like Five Nights at Freddy's isn't what it used to be, or think that you and some buddies can make some improvements on it. Those or other reasons lead to creating stuff like Five Nights at Treasure Island, and the sequel Oblitus Casa. They start from the same basics given in Five Nights at Freddy's. You hold up in a single room and use security cameras and other tricks to keep yourself from getting grabbed by the ghoulies. But from there, both games go in different directions to keep things interesting, scary, and more or less fun to play. To start with Five Nights at Treasure Island, this is actually based off a creepypasta series by Slime Beast, known as the Abandoned by Disney series. And honestly, I'm not sure what was more complicated. trying to solve the story for these games or keep track of how many versions this game went through before it was released as it is now. The original concept and work came from Art 1996, and to just make a long story short, after at least 5 other versions and at least 1 other owner, Radiant's team got the ball and took it across the finish line. Art 1996 wound up having voice lines used in the game, and Radiant's team went out of their way to not just get his approval for the fan game, but also Slimebeast's approval as well. Class act there, guys. Glad to see just the attempt made and happy it went through. Now, there are ties with the Creepypasta, but I'll go over those later with the story analysis. For now, the setup is this. You are Jake from the Supernatural Studies Association, an intern under Greg and Lisa who send you to the abandoned Treasure Island at Disney's permission. Greg lets you know you're going to see moving costumes and don't break anything. But Lisa gives the important bit. The SSA and presumably Disney don't know what the creepy tunes are. They just know they aren't safe. Nice of them to send you here without telling you any of that first, but you'll find out soon this isn't the first time. Gameplay is like Five Nights at Freddy's. Check cameras to track the tunes and use mechanics to keep them from getting you. Like the OG games, if you fail you get a jump scare. I want to point out here that a lot of criticism Five Nights at Freddy's gets is that jump scares are cheap tricks in the horror genre, and I get what they mean with that.
I'm a phantom, listen to me, I didn't do it, how about this?
I'm a fan more of the kind of horror that when it's done, it still can keep you up at night worrying about it. A jump scare is sort of, boo, gotcha! And it's over, at least when done poorly. Some things will try to do stuff like the cat scare, where there's going to be something startling but otherwise safe that occurs, so you get yourself settled down, tension's relieved, you get a little more calm, and then they hit you with the actual scary stuff. Oh, I'm not planning anything or doing a joke or anything, I'm just saying. Spill my coffee. Five Nights at Freddy's, however, in general at least, uses darkness and oppressiveness to make a creepy setting for the jump scares, as well as making sure they're used as a sort of punishment for not doing things right in the games. You know when they'll happen because you'll either see the baddies coming or realize you messed something up. That combination is used by Five Nights at Treasure Island and Oblitus Casa, and in my opinion they did improve on it. Instead of animatronic mascots that would look normal in the daylight, they gave us monsters that would be freaky no matter where and when you see them. First you get Photo Negative Mickey, pretty much the mascot of the Creepypasta in the game. You get rid of him by turning off a camera, which is the same tactic for later tunes known as Oswald, Disembodied, and Impurity. They have no eyes, so they go where the noise is, and I'm not sure why the camera sounds like someone crying out when you turn them off. Maybe it's an odd electrical short that crosses it with some PA character voice system. Maybe it's a supernatural thing, or maybe it's something rigged up by the team considering their prior knowledge. At first I thought you did this to keep them from getting to the office at all, but it turns out the game requires the tunes to be in the room with you when you do these things, which makes it a little more tense. Two others, known as Acephalus and Undying, we'll come back to that second one by the way, are only tricked by staying still since they both are drawn to vibrations. And as the only one with eyes, the face only leaves you alone if you turn out the lights. The difficulty of the game comes from trying to keep track of everyone on the cameras while the generator's energy runs low, with the nice touch of the lights constantly flickering lower and lower as time passes. Run out of power and it's all over, though you can get extremely lucky if you're close enough to morning. This got to the point I began ignoring the cameras completely and just waiting in the room to react. But on the final night, that kind of complacency was probably a trap. Things weren't that easy when these three got in the room at once, though. You can cut the lights whenever you want to save on energy, but leaving them off for too long at once prevents you from turning them back on. Overall, I had a good handle on things until the final boss, Hourglass. You have to react to him based on what toon's starting position he comes from, since he's a merging of all the toons into one being. A lot of my troubles with him were tied to the power limit being so strict that I think it's intended to cut the power in the starting moments of the final night with Hourglass. I had a lot of thoughts about the difficulty of this final night, how much was luck, intentional or accidental difficulty, but in the end I settled on the idea that this may be what fans of Five Nights at Freddy's are used to in terms of difficulty. And like I said there earlier, things were manageable up until Hourglass, so ramping up the difficulty can't really be held against it. In any case, I was able to finish it, and even gave the challenge nights and nightmare mode a try. A couple times in the game you'll also explore pirate caverns to try and find a missing member of the team, but who that is and how the story goes we'll come back to later. Despite how much the difficulty of that last level made me want to pull out my hair, it was a fun game and did a good job in the horror department. I especially liked the designs of the toons and having a bit of variety on how to deal with them. And hearing their voices in the darkness as well as the strange sounds really got my attention and sucked me in. My only real complaint about the game is the ending being a bit confusing, but we'll get into that when we tie it into the sequel game, Oblitus Casa. Oblitus Casa takes place a year later, and I hope I'm saying that right. Jake escaped whatever went on at Treasure Island, but the others are all dead, and he wants answers. So setting up at a cabin on the island, he settles in for one last round with whatever is out there. This one is definitely an improvement on the previous game. Mostly at least, but we'll get to that. Improved creepy settings, much different ways of handling the toons, and especially unsettling designs for them as well. This time the cameras do lure them around, and you don't want them in the room with you. Willie is lured by playing music from the cameras, but only if he's close enough to hear them. Belial shows up as a drawing on your notepad, so you have to constantly erase her, or she makes a hell of a racket and makes the enemies move faster. Though they can still be held off, your ears aren't going to like it. Daisy will cause camera malfunctions if you don't hit her with the flash fast enough, and if she gets in the office, you'll have to deal with more noises again, with no working cameras. The Face returns from the first game, and is one of the toons that actually creeps me out the most. If you hear noises in the attic, get up there and chase them off with a lighter. But if you see Pete up there instead, get out because he doesn't like the light. Photonegative Minnie is another one you have to chase off with a camera flash, but instead of disappearing, she'll just go one room over. And then there's Dippy. He believes that if one door closes, there's a window, so keep him away from the porch. It's all actually very fun and engaging gameplay, and doesn't stop feeling unsettling or threatening with the setting and the baddies. However, that's just the cabin. There's 2 other places to handle as well. First up is Postmortem, a kind of haunted purgatory for if and when you get caught in the cabin. You're sent here automatically at the end of the first night as well, so you can know what the deal is with it. Find 3 Mickey heads in the cameras while fending off shades of the toons, and you get to go back to the cabin where you left off so you can have another chance to finish the night. Fail again, and it's game over. And some of you might not like to hear this, but this is where I actually had major trouble with the game. Some of it might be my fault though, I'll get into that. See, while the rest of the game makes it clear what to do and ease you into things, with 1 or 2 at a time, this one throws all the enemies at once with only vague explanations about what to do. After screwing up twice with this part, I actually went online to get clear directions, and at the time of this video, I still haven't gotten the hang of it. Honestly, I think this place is supposed to be incredibly hard to deal with on purpose, considering it gives you one last chance to beat the night, and it really wants you to earn that chance. Or maybe I was just in such a rush to find the Mickey heads, I never actually fully tried to get things right in post-mortem. I was only in this place once after the first night, after all, so I didn't get much practice. That said, I do love how terrifying this place looks, and that scariness of it probably influenced me wanting to get over with it really fast and never look back. If you want to know how to handle the shades in here, here's the plan. Stab the voodoo doll whenever Mickey or Oswald is in the room with you. Scare off Goofy with one of the lights when he's in an entrance, and flip up the monitor when Minnie is in there with you. Don't click any Mickey heads that have a distortion to them, or Donald will pay you a visit. And finally, work fast, because the final shade in there is going to not be stopped by anything, giving you a sort of time limit. And if you stab the doll when you're not supposed to, she speeds up. Do this correctly, and you go back to the cabin where you left off for one more chance. I like the idea of it, and it's probably not as hard as I think it is. I just didn't have many opportunities in normal gameplay to try it out. That last level against Hourglass in a previous game made me very reactive. Speaking of other locations and Hourglass though, he's back again too. This time with a gas mask that's just as real as it is creepy. Yes, this was a real thing Walt Disney wanted people at the park to wear in case there was a need for them in World War II, and this is also something central to one of the stories by Slime Beast, but I'll let you go read that yourself. Also, yeah, let's make things creepier by having a ventriloquist dummy model this stupid thing. Kids won't need sugar to stay up all night after seeing that. Anyway, after each night is over, you head into the tunnels under the island, presumably searching for clues and such while the toons are hiding from the sun. Unfortunately, Hourglass, as mentioned, is down here too, and you have to be ready to run away from him as you search for the exits. You use the lighter to look around and see where the hallways are. If Hourglass gets lit up, he'll either run away or give you a short moment to run before attacking. How do you know which way to go? When the lighter is off, there will be a faint bell ringing if you're going the right way so far. You'll only hear it as you get closer though, and there's plenty more noises that risk drowning it out if you aren't listening carefully. Figuring out which way to go in this maze, and keeping in that direction while dealing with the threat of Hourglass, is actually pretty scary, especially with balancing how much time to take listening for the bell and trying to keep moving. Although I do wish there were better or stronger indications about which directions are the right way. Which makes the fact that there's a strategy to completely cheese this section either a shame, intentional, or both. I won't say what it is, but the wiki is pretty blatant about it. Point being, I doubt the dev team didn't know about it, and either they ran out of time to get rid of it, or they just left it in so that people can have an easier time. Overall, even taking consideration of coming off the final night in the last game, Oblitus Casa feels a bit easier, or at least things are more manageable, even when it does feel like there's a lot more going on. That said, we have a final boss in this game as well. When you finally defeat Hourglass in the tunnels after Night 4, an entity named Mother gets really mad at you and decides to come at you herself. She actually has two forms at once. First is a kind of dark shadow figure that shows up in the cameras and the notepad. Deal with those as you would the other toons that did that. And a more physical form known as Mick. And yes, the Mickey looks creepy, but not like much, right? Well, he has a much more frightening form after you get halfway through the night. If you see the eyes, flash it. Otherwise, lure it around the rooms with music. Meanwhile, the face is still up in the attic, since Mother can't control it, and has a new trick where he'll move around. On the other hand, though, Mick can go up there sometimes, and if you go up while he's there, you instantly lose. And I do mean instantly. Night 5 doesn't give you the post-mortem challenge to get a second chance. When you get through this night, the main story is over. Jake apparently gives up on the whole mess and burns the cabin down as he gets out of Dodge. But I hinted that there was more going on between this game and the previous one, didn't I? Well, let's get into it. Here's what's happening and what might be happening. To begin with, Five Nights at Treasure Island ended with Mother locking Jake in a vault room that was deep inside Pirate Caverns, set up as an animation room with a bunch of the classic Disney stuff in it. You never found Henry. Or did you? Henry is actually a central component to the story in both games. He calls you on night 3 to say he's trapped in the Pirate Caverns, and he needs you to come help him. And on the final night, he gives you the code to the final room. Taken by itself, this game has a weird and unfulfilling ending. Though again, I'll say it's enjoyable to play. At first, I thought for some reason Mother wanted you to stay in there and draw more cartoons, but that doesn't mesh with everything else between the games and the stories they're inspired from. Then Oblitus Casa comes along and sets things right. Oblitus Casa was actually stated by the devs to have changed a lot from Five Nights at Treasure Island, with pretty much only the general story events as canon. As they put it, it's the same story but with different writing. And that might sound a little bit like nonsense, but later on it makes a lot of sense when things are revealed. The final true ending of the games gets revealed by beating the challenge nights, so you can unlock Nightmare and then True Nightmare. Unfortunately, I didn't give myself enough time to get through it all myself, to see it myself. So I had to look around to confirm things so that I could be able to fully explain it to you. If I can't be a pro gamer, I can at least be a pro researcher. And I didn't want to keep you guys waiting on this video. That said, I'm sure given time I can get this done myself and might do so in the future. For now though, the reward for beating the toughest challenge in the game is one last appearance by Henry, who helps tie everything up into a neat little bow. First off, Henry is, and almost always is, a spirit. And he pretty much says he was undying in the last game. And he says he was going after you for this reason.
I was angry at first. Angry about being lied to, about them putting me into that situation. And when they got me killed, can you really blame me? And realizing that this had been happening over and over on a scope greater than anyone could ever comprehend. And I'm always the one who gets the worst of it.
But Henry realized that Jake was the only one that actually wanted to try to help him and get him out of the caverns. So he tried helping back. Henry is the one that kept writing the new notes in the notebook for each night in Oblitus Casa, telling you how to beat the tunes. But, wait, back up a bit. What was that over and over thing he said? Because Mother has the power to recreate reality, and she's been doing it to the SSA team many, many times to keep putting them through hell and kill them off. Getting locked in the vault, but somehow being free in this one? Well, Oblitus Casa is a new timeline of reality that Mother put together so that she can keep resetting things and screwing around with her victims. And with that information, it's time to see how some other mysteries come together. The only tunes that don't merge into Hourglass in the first game are The Face and Undying. As we see, Henry was undying. Meanwhile, Oblitus Casa has a profile for The Face that says he was smarter and more independent than the other tunes. That could show why he wasn't part of Hourglass either. He had enough self-awareness to not join into it. Remember that when Hourglass gets destroyed, Mother says he was her children. So in Oblitus Casa, he was still the merged form of the tunes from the first game. To me, this means that Mother either directly, or at least had a hand in, creating and controlling the tunes, including The Face. I'll come back to the wording all that in a bit, but for now my conclusion is that The Face wants to get at you as much as the others, but either never was in Mother's control, or broke free from it. Which might be why in the first game he was hiding in the Pirate Caverns with Undying before showing up in the main building. and even then only moved through the vents from the rooftop to get to the office. He may have been trying to stay away from the other toons so he wouldn't merge into Hourglass with them, which for all we know may have actually happened with him in previous timelines or realities, and he wanted to avoid it. After all, he might retain some memories of things just as much as Mother does. Which brings us to Mother herself. If all that was spoilers for the games, we're going to get into the biggest spoiler for the Abandoned by Disney series that Slime Beast wrote, which is also one of the most intriguing and interesting twists I've had the pleasure of reading. There's a force of nature that allows people to create things if enough of them believe in it or focus on it, for good or bad. And keep in mind, like any good horror story, knowing this fact doesn't stop the events that occur in the stories from being creepy, scary, or unsettling. The short version, certain people got so collectively furious and hateful toward the Disney Corporation that Hey, like and subscribe! Gotcha. And of course you see now why people sometimes say jump scares are cheap tactics when used poorly. Anyway, the negative feelings focused on Disney wound up creating the malevolent forces that began doing things like stalking people as a photo-negative Mickey mascot costume. Or whatever junk corporate speak description Disney calls those things in real life. Though I guess that flippant cynicism illustrates what kind of feelings created the damn things. The games are fan creations based off the Slime Beast series. The world these games take place in can be presumed to be the same one those stories take place in. Which means the narrator of most of those stories, as revealed at the end of the final one, was making an effort to spread the truth about the creepy things going on. What if he was successful enough to get enough people thinking about not specific things, but just general ideas? Word of mouth, chain emails, things like that. Just having enough people talking to each other going, hey, you hear about that abandoned Disney place? A bunch of haunted killer toons running around doing stuff. Combine that with the people that have a hate-on for Disney, and there's reasons for that in the stories. And among the other creepy things that happen in the story, you get a new thing that's summoned. Mother. And she shows up at Treasure Island because, well, that's where people think the stuff is happening. You read the story, some of it's in a different place completely. And she in turn creates, or otherwise takes under her control, the other toons that are running around the island. Disney gives permission to the SSA to investigate the rumors of creepy crap going on, and Mother jumps at the chance to finally send her toon children to get their evil on with some actual humans, no matter who they are. And thus we not only have an explanation for why some of the things in Treasure Island are considered non-canon but still canon, because that game, every previous version of Treasure Island that I mentioned, the fan games, the revivals, the attempts to make spin-offs and other creations based off of this, they could all be other realities or timelines that Mother made before that final night in Oblitus Casa. Jake is alive, but has to deal with whatever investigations come about for his dead co-workers, including Henry, who presumably was able to finally pass on. Mother, Hourglass, and the Face are no more, but so is any evidence they existed to start with. As for us, we played 2 games that were fun, interesting, scary, and enjoyable. At least for me, but I think if you like the original Five Nights at Freddy's games, you'll love these fan games. Congratulations to Radiant's team for their work on these. I'll definitely keep coming back to them, either for the challenges, the custom nights, or trying to find the hidden Easter eggs I didn't talk about in this video. Keep up with the team on Twitter, and show some support however you can. They're still working on more things for the future, so keep an eye on them. Until then, thank you Broken Mirror for the video suggestion. I really enjoyed playing it, and thank you all for watching and supporting the channel.
can't thank you enough, Jake. Truly. You might not even understand what you've accomplished ever. But just know, no matter what, that she won't haunt you or this island anymore. Years and years of things most can't even fathom. Monsters, haunted costumes, nightmarish cartoons, all those things. Finally over. Just like that. I think this is it, Jake. This is where you and Treasure Island finally part ways. This may seem weird, but I'm going to miss you. I really am. Goodbye. And thank you.
Back in my Sonic.exe video, I mentioned the Godzilla NES Creepypasta, a generally well-received one and one of my personal favorites. It comes as no surprise that there's a Friday Night Funkin' crossover for it, suggested by Troll AVI, so big thanks to them for that. However, these days Friday Night Funkin' mods are a dime a dozen, so why was this one interesting compared to, say, the Will Smith Slap mod? To answer that, let's take a look at what people liked about the Creepypasta to begin with, and also what other projects that came from it that the fans also enjoy. To start with, the story is long and fairly detailed. It's also got a fair bit of cliches and tropes that were common in these kinds of stories, but they were surrounded by a few other unique things. Or to put it another way, they knew what they were writing and tried to do a good job with it. To reiterate a comparison from my Sonic.exe video, the author, Cospedaf, doesn't get into things being blatantly hyper-realistic, but just says he started to think the graphics were good for an NES system, then started becoming more detailed than the system could handle. Any mispronunciation is intentional to discourage any discussion of associations. He also peppers plenty of deliberate humor and wit in the writing, even after things start turning darker. It really is a fun read, especially with one of the main draws for the story being plenty of screenshots he crafted to keep the reader invested. In fact, this is what helps the story stand completely apart from most other .exe or haunted video game stories. Cospedaf didn't resort to making an evil-looking or otherwise possessed, beloved video game character. He made an original story with actual original characters and monsters. The structure of the story is also commendable, slowly building into the horror by making it feel like the game is just giving off simple glitches or might be hacked by his friend to make it different for Zack to play. There's also plenty of descriptions of how he's playing the game, so that even if you don't know it yourself, you can understand how it works, normally or otherwise, and he isn't shy to discuss how difficult the game can be. It's not until halfway through the second chapter that things start getting creepier, and about another chapter before it starts fully getting into horror. It's one of those stories where it sucked you in and did its best to actually keep you there. An actual feeling of what's going to happen next versus just give me the jump scare and let me get on with my life. In the end, the Godzilla Creepypasta was more than a simple .exe style creation, and it inspired a couple projects that stick very closely to the Creepypasta, which not just brings us to the Friday Night Funkin' mod, but also a playable game of the Creepypasta. The game is notable since it's not just All One Works developing it, but Cospedaf himself is involved with the project to help create new enemies and monsters to expand the experience beyond the original story. Currently only the first 3 worlds are finished, but it features the ability to play as the bosses amongst other fun additions. A bit hard and annoying at times, but that's NES games for you. And then there's Friday Night Monster of Monsters. Now, since everything follows the story so closely and so well, I'm going to go through the story beats using all 3 of the sources as we go further, starting with this one. There's going to be a mix of footage from the game and the Friday Night Funkin' mod, but I think it's going to be clear which one's the music mod. The 2 games start differently, with the playable game acting like a typical copy of the NES game, while the Friday Night Funkin' mod opens with a narration from Zack quoting the original story to set the stage. The playable game will allow you to move around the map and go through side-scrolling stages, while the mod goes straight into the first monster battle with Godzilla. Both games, however, made sure you can relive the experience of getting stuck in a corner by his tentacle whips. Godzilla gives a fun song called Amoeba that does a good job of making it sound like something straight out of an NES game. Generally speaking, nothing out of the ordinary is going on, which follows how things go in the actual story. Following that, we get a nice little surprise for a music game. We not only get to move around the board like in a normal game, but also Mothra is unlocked to use as well. Each playable monster has their own life bar, as well as vocals for when they sing. Also, like the normal game, you can choose which opponent you face next. I went through different combinations for a few playthroughs, but we'll just go with Godzilla next, since that's how the story went. Bad Omen fits as a title for this song, with a feeling of dread coming from the song while Godzilla's roar starts things off, or Mothra's screech, whoever you have. In any case, this is where Godzilla starts glitching out again to show that from here on out, as if it's a bad omen, haha, things won't be what you'd expect from the normal game. Also, this song, or at least this level as a whole, introduces the health pickups in the music charts as the only way to regain your energy in this mod. Once again, something from the game that's self-reflected here. The song ends with the glitches consuming Godzilla after a final triumphant roar, and we can either change our monster or move on to the next challenge. Next in the story is Mogera and the song Bad Signal, and he appears twice the size he should be, which, as someone who has never played the original game, I'm glad that the narrator pointed it out in the story. This is probably my favorite of the story songs, though with fireballs as trap notes that damage you, it's also probably the hardest. Once again, Godzilla's roar is used effectively during the song, though you'll have to work more to get the one toward the end. And when it's over, Mogera disintegrates into a pile of pixels that melts away. The final monster on Mars is Titanosaurus. While us know-nothings might think this is actually things getting back to normal, Zack in the story points out this monster isn't supposed to be in the game at all. And if you disagreed that Mogera had the hardest story mode song, this one, called Out of Place, is the other contender. No fireballs, but it's faster and more intense with the notes that you need to hit. I'll get into a discussion about the difficulty of the songs compared to the speed of them later, but for now I'll just say the quality of the music is fairly good overall. Plenty of them got stuck in my head after I finished playing the game. It's here that the story of the demo is over, but not the story of the creepypasta. And at this point, I'll pause to give you a moment to think about something. Do you, either as someone who hasn't read the original story, or putting yourself in the shoes of someone that hasn't, get the appeal of why people like the creepypasta, and understand why they want to see either the playable game or this crossover? It's good music and generally good gameplay, if you can keep up with it, but has it stood out from something like Sonic.exe yet? Looking at this from the point of view of ignorance, it's clear the game has horror vibes, and that continues in the extra songs under the jukebox selections. I'll cover those after the rest of the main story stuff, by the way. However, the mod isn't suggesting what the actual deal is with all this, mainly because the demo ends before the real stuff starts. As of now, it's showing Godzilla doing his typical thing of brawling other giant monsters with some glitches. If you had no idea what else was in store, and you heard there was an update or new release, I'm not sure the interest would be there to see more if it was suggested that this is all there was to it. And that's not what a demo is supposed to give off. Now, there's a caveat to this in the mod with the joke song Deus Ex Machina, but if you didn't know what it was referencing, you'd still not realize what it was hinting at. It's an interesting thing to think about, at least to me, but now that I've mentioned it, let's continue on with the story and see how it all links back up with the joke song. I won't give it all away. There's a lot of details that help add to the experience and quality of the story, but we'll cover the important bits. See, after the Mars stage, the idea of the Godzilla monsters starts to get thrown out the window. And some of the ones that do appear make Zack realize something has been meddled with in the game, because some of the monsters came out years after the game was made. But this thing here is when Zack and us realize there's something else other than just regular Godzilla monsters having glitches involved. And at the end of the new world called Pathos, we get a challenge that marks the turning point for the story. And what an introduction he gets. This is Red, and with just one look you can tell he's the big bad bastard the story revolves around. And like the level says, you don't fight him, you just run. From here on out, the levels, enemies, and creatures become much more unsettling, horrifying, or even supernatural. At least in the story. Things start getting noticeably stranger at times on Mars in the playable game due to the developers expanding on the story. However, during the story, Zack shares plenty of thoughts while doing what most of us do when playing horror games. Get scared, but go on to see what's next. It's not until the game starts getting very, very personal with Zack does he realize there might be actual danger involved. So I'm going to try to effectively explain why people care about this creepypasta and like it before we get to the further reveals. It's not so much that it's long, it's that as long as it is, there's still something new or interesting to see or experience in it. Horrible monsters, moments where peaceful critters have a chance to be saved, and a surprising star of the story is an odd face that asks just as odd questions. It's one of those journey is just as good if not better than the destination kind of stories. And the new creatures and monsters include new playable characters for Zack to use, most notably Solomon, who turns out by the end to be a demon rebelling against Red. This leads to the fact that, yes, Red seems to be a demonic entity that has trapped and tormented other souls in the game, and uses it to interact with our world somehow. Either that, or Red is using the game to get to Zack specifically. But as we'll find out later, being in a video game world has rules and limitations, even for Red. The introduction of Melissa and her history with Zack is when things get darker and more terrifying, especially when it's something Red uses constantly in various ways against Zack's psyche, such as making levels have faces mimicking hers. The only thing people seem to not like about the story was how it ended, and I get why. On the surface, it's a power of love kind of thing that Melissa's spirit gives to Zack, but there's a little more to it. The ending starts off with a pretty harrowing description of the fact Zack is now stuck by an otherworldly power in his chair, unable to get away or turn off the game during the fight against Red. And each attack against the monsters, Zack gets to feel himself. Claws, scorching fire, being eaten alive with crunching bones. It's pretty rough. In the end, Zack is playing the game for his life now, as well as the souls of the others either trapped within it or connected to it. Now, the ending could have been, written in a different way, approached in a different angle, but I think it still works for what was set up in the story that came before it. And that includes what I mentioned about video games having rules. This game, for all its changes and supernatural stuff, still has rules, and Red breaks them either in an attempt to cheat Zack out of victory, or just to screw with him because he feels he can. In any case, he blocks Zack from picking his last monster to have an even shot at beating him, forcing a game over and stopping Zack's heart. This gives Melissa's spirit an opening to help Zack by unlocking the final monster and making the battle continue. Either that, or whatever enforces the game's rules did it, and let Melissa have a chance to talk to Zack in the meantime. And I really have no way to put together anything right now about what the latter idea means as a whole to everything else in the story. If there's a force of nature involved, then that complicates a lot of things in many ways, and possibly can involve things from the sequel story as well. So I'm just going to leave that idea alone for now, but who knows, maybe in the future we can pick it back up with a deeper dive into this story in the sequel. Either way, Zack wins with a sliver of life left and puts down Red, who dies in a way just as unsettling as everything else in the story. After that, everyone gets to rest in peace and move on. And while I can see it's more upbeat than most other creepypasta endings, I say this is one of those endings the character earned. He actually had to play the game and deal with constantly shifting challenges all through to the end, For all I care, the story could have ended with a Disney princess song, and it would be... okay, maybe not good, but still, the rest of the story would be great. So with all that said, how's that tied back into the Friday Night Funkin' crossover and even the playable game? Well, with so much description in the writing and the screenshots provided, this stuff would be awesome to see animated in some fashion, and both of the projects gave us ways to see some of it. How will the mod do things like the empty levels and the new monsters you either fight or play as in music form? How will it feel to play the levels, which are giant mazes, and the different ways Red will chase us? What new things are they going to put in to scare us or even amaze us? So far, the game actually has unlockable cheats, modifiers, and even allows you to play as the enemy monsters. Though I really hope future updates for this game will have a way to transfer save files, because I do not want to go through this gauntlet from the start again. Meanwhile, there's a few other surprises the mod has waiting to be found, so let's check back in on that one. First, I'll bring up To Scratch, something that is simultaneously a more normal Friday Night Funkin' song with Boyfriend, while also being a blatant parody of Sonic.exe, and by extension, other uninspired .exe stories and such. Funnily enough, it actually closely resembles the original Sonic.exe story more than the other Friday Night Funkin' mods I've seen. It merges the two stories, with Scratch, or whatever the Godzilla in this thing is called, being from the Godzilla game, but acting like Sonic.exe did, as well as a bit of Red. He kills girlfriend, like Red killed Melissa, then shows up as a scary plushie on the bed, like Sonic.exe did. I actually enjoyed the song, and even though it was blatantly parody, it felt more right than some of the other stuff out there. However, I mentioned there was a way the mod might be giving a hint at what the song against Red might be like, and it's in another joke song based off a joke ending to the Creepypasta. As I said, a lot of people felt like the ending was not up to par compared to the rest of the story, so naturally the author responded by becoming a petulant, whiny, threatening little... No, I'm messing with you. He was more mature than that. He made a joke ending where Red's true form was John Madden, and a hand puppet was his final monster in a duel so epic it blew up his NES. This is also a good time to bring up the ongoing sequel story Cuspidaf wrote called Godzilla Replay. Since Zack survived, there's an opportunity for the narrative to explore some of Zack's decisions and reasonings. I bring it up since I think it shows Cuspidaf is aware of thoughts or criticisms readers have, and isn't afraid to actually explore them and even have his own characters call out how silly or stupid their actions are. To get back to the mod though, this epic joke ending was given a song called Deus Ex Machina, and it's just as awesomely funny as the joke ending was. That said, it's also a very intense song, and has various characters and creatures from the story appear during the final stretch of it. So maybe a song like this is how the final battle against Red would be, and similar to this one, the various monsters and souls arrive to lend their aid or witness their tormentors' defeat. Everybody's still working on their respective projects, so hopefully it won't be that long before we see something new in either of them. Oh, and one last song to talk about in the mod, and this one led to an interesting find on my end. First Instance is a song based off a Godzilla analog horror project called the Suitmation Trials. It's not a long, complicated, or overly produced video series. There's only 5 videos, and the first 3 are barely 2 minutes long, if that. But they make an interesting use of that short time, giving us what seem to be monologues from either the actor in the suit or the suit itself, or maybe something else entirely. It does directly talk to the viewer, after all. It's unsettling and effective in my eyes because of how simple it all is. No music, no major editing tricks, just words that make you wonder just what is going on and what's talking to you. Did the man in the suit use it to kill an actor in the other suit? Or is the suit narrating what it feels is happening, with or without knowing it's a movie? Is the VHS tape itself just an entity that's screwing around with whoever's watching it? I'll link the channel so you can take a look yourself, and while there isn't much to go on with the videos, it's still a bit of a pleasant surprise. Now, to look back at the song, I'm not sure how good it fits the inspiration. The song might be good overall, but remember, the videos were pretty silent, and the Godzilla suit didn't really do much, and honestly didn't have to. I think the original videos and captions playing in the background was effective enough. That said, though, it did lead me to an interesting video series, like the song for Needle Mouse in the Sonic.exe mod did. As a final point about this song, though, now is a good time to bring up the difficulty. Now, like I said, the playable game is a bit hard, but not only is that kind of typical for NES games like this, but Zack made it clear during the story that it was more difficult, period. The mod, however, most of the songs in it are labeled as speedcore, and you can guess what the focus is with a name like that. First Instance is one of the more harsh ones, and while difficulty in Friday Night Funkin' songs isn't a new thing, I've seen it enough that I began to think about something by this point. I went back to play Blueballs Incident again because if you didn't do bot play, it was far from an easy adventure. In that game, a lot of the difficulty came from gimmicks and tricks more than the songs themselves, though. Constantly depleting health, trap notes, stricter timing on hitting the right notes. This was actually par for the course at the time, and looking back, the lack of gimmicks is probably part of what made the other Friday Night Funkin' mods I played feel easier. But it was also pretty typical to hear that people gave up trying to play the game themselves by the time Technophobia came around. In this game, the difficulty comes from the speed of the notes, and maybe by extension the music. With that lead-in, let's discuss the point. I brought up before how you would react to a game if you didn't know what it was leading into because it ended before it showed something you'd take notice of. So let's ask this. Has difficulty led to you not seeing how things play out or end in a game because either you couldn't do it or you didn't feel like doing it? I made the joke about the Will Smith slap mod, but that just goes to show there's plenty of other Friday Night Funkin' mods out there to play, and in general, plenty of other games or whatever else out there to do. If the full mod comes out and the songs continue being hard and harder, or the game has levels that continue being hard and harder, are we going to be able to see everything fully? Are we going to see what the songs with red are going to be like? Does either the mod or the playable game get so frustrating that eventually you feel like just putting it down and walking away because you know you can either read what happens in the Creepypasta or see other people play it and beat it on YouTube? I'm not demanding that games be easier for everyone, but I would like to hear your opinions on it. Have you ever given up on a game because, like I said, it was either too hard or you just didn't want to deal with it? Do you think there should be options to have an easier way to play the game, like how in some of the Dance Dance Revolution games they limited the music notes to quarter notes or something like that for their workout mode? What about times it wasn't exactly too hard to get through, but you didn't have enough time before life called you away from it, and the save points were just too far away from each other or something? I have to wonder what the directors, composers, and charters for Friday Night Funkin' mods and Fangames think in terms of difficulty like that. It's obvious they put a lot of time and effort into getting things right, giving us a challenge, and then some basic schlub like me just mashes the keys to get through all their hard work easier because I want to see how the rest goes. I mean, sometimes I feel like the guy who got served a wonderful meal by a world-class chef and just wolfed it down, shoving it down my gullet and barely noticing it. I've been open about not being pro-gamer enough to ace everything that comes my way, but I think that helps give a perspective like the one I'm giving here. Is it the dev's fault for not making something easier, or is it the player's fault for trying to play something they can't handle? To me, I don't think either question is fair. It's just the nature of the beast with this sort of thing. It can be hard and still be something you liked for as little as you were able to get through it, And if the developers have a vision of what they want to do, then they should be allowed to fulfill that vision to the best of their ability. After all, you can go to an art museum and not like all the paintings or statues, but you can still appreciate and respect them. Or maybe another way to compare it would be a song in a language you don't understand but still like dancing to. You don't know the lyrics, you might never know what they're saying, but what you do get to experience is nice. I leave the comments section to you guys on this and any other thoughts and opinions you may have. I want my videos to foster discussion more than just me giving my opinions on everything. So to conclude, I want to give a big thank you to TrollAVI for suggesting Friday Night Monster and Monsters. It was a fun mod to play, and there's definitely a lot more worth waiting to see with it. I went in thinking this video was going to be fairly easy to cover, but the more thought I gave to things, the more there was I thought was worth discussing. And I really would like to hear what your thoughts are about either these games in story or other games you have similar feelings about. In the meantime, check out what these people did and give some support to them if they got your attention. I've got some really exciting things to talk about in my next few videos, and I'll be starting to open the floor to voting on what the next topics will be, so hopefully you'll stick around for all that and be a part of things. In the meantime, take care and do what you can for the art and creators you enjoy.
The rap battle was so intense that it caused my NES to explode. I borked the game.
So, who out there is ready for a little bit of learning? Video games have had a typical price point of $60, and until recently that was the norm. But what would happen if, instead of more expensive, games were actually sold much cheaper? Can video game companies make more money in revenue by selling more copies of a game at a lower cost? Stick around as I go through the sources, information, some of the knowledge, and other issues that may crop up when trying to reach this lower price point that I'm discussing. And some of it depends on you. To start with, let's go over the information. This whole thing started when I had it pop in my head randomly one day that years ago a friend of mine told me the video game Unreal Tournament 3 supposedly sold more copies in one weekend during a Steam sale than it did during the entire life of the game before then. Now, I searched around to make sure if this little nugget of useless information was correct, and it turns out not really. There was, however, a 2,000% increase in players during the time it was on sale, and no information on how much it sold or money it made. The article led to another one, though, that held something more interesting. According to Steam themselves, sale prices did lead to increases in sales. They had a 3,000% increase in sales for Left 4 Dead during a sale, and an unnamed third-party game managed to get a stupidly incredible 36,000% increase in sales. The data Gabe Newell shared shows that on average, a game on sale at 75% gets an increase of almost 1,500% in sales. So with that information, we're left wondering how much profit that makes for them. Let's look back at that $60 price tag real quick. I'll get into some of the more details about why games cost $60, but for now, keep this in mind. According to IGN, game publishers typically make around $14 per game sold. Now keep in mind there's a lot of generalizations and educated guesses made with articles like this and what I'll be discussing. Companies aren't very open and clear with, their books and accounting and things like that, and some of that's for legitimate reasons. I'm sure some of you might have heard about corporate espionage and things like that. However, there are other articles I've seen that say that the number for the profit is $27 and not $14. For the purposes of the thought experiment in this video, we're going to go with the lower number, but any of the math I'm talking about could easily replace the $14 with the $27. Okay, gotta jump in here real quick. You probably noticed that I misinterpreted the article, and the actual profit number is $16 and not $14. I'll continue using the wrong value of $14 throughout the video, because you'll soon see how this oversight still works. But in short, the current business environment for video games has changed over the last 5 or 10 years, and raw game sale profit is not as important as it used to be anymore. Data for game sales is still important to be used, but you'll see how that all ties together later in the video. I will add notes through the video about how the math differs if you use $16 instead of $14 though, but feel free to try your own numbers in these equations as well, as long as the profit value does not go over the cost of the game. And I also haven't gotten much information about how much the companies and the developers make on video game sales during these sales. That's probably going to be the biggest if and but surrounding this entire video. Either the publisher gets a percentage of the original profit, so in the case of a 75% price drop, it would be 75% of $14, or they eat the loss of profit and hope the increased sales mean more people buy DLC or microtransactions in the in-game store. If it's the latter, then they make money from the sale, since 60% of video game money was made from microtransactions in 2021, and it's presumably gone up since then. meaning most of the money didn't come from the game itself being bought anyway. And keep in mind, how many digital in-game purchases or add-ons, microtransactions, how many of those come pretty close or even equal the price of the game itself? Most of the time, however, they're cheaper, making it more of an incentive for you to purchase the costume, colors, whatever is available, because, you know, it's cheap. It's a nice little impulse buy. Take a couple dollars, take 99 cents, whatever. It's not the $15, $60 of the game. And there's something else about that 60% thing that I'll get into during the conclusion segment of the video. But for now, let's revisit that first scenario. Let's go with 75% price cut, since that gives the best results. 1,500% increase in sales. 75% of a $60 game would be $15, or close to the price of an indie game like Undertale or Five Nights at Freddy's. 75% out of the original $14 profit means the company is left with $3.50 profit per game sold. Meaning, if this is how the profit is evenly cut with the price, for every one game sold with $14 profit, they would instead sell 15 games at a $3.50 profit, or $52.50 total profit. Now, an even split down the cost of the game getting to the store isn't actually realistic. I mean, the post office isn't going to give a 75% discount on shipping and handling because you're holding a sale. But let's say it's an even dollar after other expenses are covered. They still make more because 15 sales makes $15 in profit. $1 more than the current $14. Now, I'm leaving out a lot of business stuff behind the scenes about how that might be too slim of a profit margin to risk it, but if it were a popular game like the Left 4 Dead example, that would double the profit to $30 for each batch of 30 games sold at $1 profit. And of course, this assumes there's going to be an equivalent exchange of, for every one game they sell at $60, they would sell 15 to 30 games otherwise. And it's here that some of the buts and ifs are going to start coming into play. For starters, $60 is the expected industry standard. This is not unusual. It's generally an agreed upon thing between the companies to make the market fair and balanced for everybody, to have an even playing field. You'll notice things like sodas, cereals, plenty of other stuff out there has a in the same ballpark kind of thing, if not exact same prices. In the days of cartridges, this price point was pretty much settled on because a cartridge was effectively a computer board in a plastic shell. They weren't cheap to manufacture or program for. See the price of RAM sticks today to get an idea. The expense of the storage medium kind of ended with the movements to CD, then DVD, and ultimately Blu-ray and digital nowadays. Now, even with the idea of developer costs going up, this is something that would still give us the idea that at least the cost of putting it on the physical media has been dropping over time. However, the other aspect of this is it's not just the businesses that are used to the $60 price tag, it's us, the customer. I mean, what's your reaction to the term bargain bin? You're walking around, you look in at Walmart or whatever, and there they are, stacked up in a pile, $20 each, and you're saying to yourself, well, what? Either these are bad games or these are old games. It's that association with quality to the price of the game that might influence how we react to seeing games starting to come out at $15. Two things can happen in this situation where they take their $60 games, they start selling them for $15. It might work out because when you see it, $15 is nice and cheap. That's a pretty good impulse buy. I mean, you heard from plenty of everybody else that the game was good, or maybe it's just there and you want to try it out, but hey, $15 is a lot different from the $60 price tag, or even the $70 one they're trying to push on us now. $60 or $70, after all, is not something you might have handy in your pocket at the time. And let's think about the fact that if the game's $60, you're probably saying to yourself, okay, well, I'll wait to get it. A couple weeks go by, you get your next paycheck, you go in the store, there's the next new game for $60, and you go for the newer one and skip over the other one that you wanted. But the thing is, all this data about increased sales is based off of sales, not regular prices. So, of course, there might be an increase in sales because people see it and they're like, oh, well, it's not going to be $15 again for a while, I better get it now. fear of missing out, right? If games were released at $15 instead of $60, would you skip over it expecting there to be more sales for that price? And I'm going to say right here, if they do drop them to $15 with everything I'm going to talk about in this video, there probably won't be many sales, or at least big ones, like the 75% off. However, I mean, you see it for $15, you think there's going to be another sale, so you pass on again, waiting for the sale to come on, just like it was $60. And let me tell the story of JCPenney to illustrate that. One day, JCPenney decided that to help their business, they would end coupons and sales and just put everything at a steady, everyday low price. This actually wound up damaging the company more. At the time, I was told through hearsay the reason was because people just couldn't get over the habit of JCPenney having sales and coupons, so they just kept ignoring the new regular low prices in the expectation there would still be sales or coupons. This routine that us customers were used to played against them. Would it play against game companies if they dropped prices to a new normal price range? That's actually hard to predict, but I'll explain now why I think that might not be the case, or most likely will not be the case. After all, if the price of a game being too cheap means people wouldn't want to play it, then that means stuff like Fortnite and Genshin Impact wouldn't have a player base because can't get cheaper than free. And I'll get into the microtransaction thing later, but for now, just think of the fact that because the games were cheap, it was easier for people with curiosity about the games to get into them, especially with stuff like Undertale and Minecraft, which took off like rockets generally. And let's be honest, a AAA game coming out would sell more because, well, it's a lot more economically accessible at $15 versus GTA coming out for $70. It boils down to, why was it such a good deal that the Steam Summer Sale had a game for 75% off drop down to $15? It's because you're used to seeing the $60 and you're not used to seeing the $15. And you are ready to spend the $15 versus the $60. And I'll probably repeat this point later, but somebody asked me, if this is all true, how come the companies don't know this? They probably do know it, and that's why the DLC and in-game microtransactions and add-ons are $10 or $15. I actually think the typical price these days is $15, if not $25. They know you like buying the cheaper stuff, so they make it cheaper so it's more accessible to you after you have it shown to you. And JCPenney has the issue of, yeah, we're suggesting the idea people were thinking maybe they'd have sales again or something, but there's also the fact that JCPenney isn't technically selling anything too different from people like Kohl's, Nordstrom, Walmart, Target, and TJ Maxx, half the other things you can see out there. The pair of pants and shirt you get from JCPenney is effectively going to be worn the same way as the pants and shirt you get from anywhere else. And we'll be using the shirt analogy a little bit later in a surprising way. Stay tuned. That said, there's only one Grand Theft Auto. There's only one Diablo. And even then, there's a different GTA or Diablo in the games that come out. There's a different GTA 1, 2, 3, nearly all of them different. Nearly all of them play differently and are unique to each other. You can't get them anywhere else, is what I'm saying. These are unique products you're getting. I mean, sure, you got Saints Row and you got Grim Dawn to, compare to GTA and Diablo respectively, but like I said, those are still different. They'll play differently, different people who made them, different presentation, different. But speaking of the stores, here's something else to keep in mind, and this is going to be one of the biggest hurdles that will probably be one of the biggest changes to the market if they go through with it. In order for these big box stores to want to sell games at $15 prices like I'm suggesting, they would need to be able to make that same kind of profit the game companies are making, or have a equivalent increase in revenue. The problem with that is they're physical copies that they're selling. Even the digital code's just hanging on the hook, you know what I mean? So in order for them to get the 15 to 30 times increase in sales, they would have to have 15 to 30 times the stock they have of the game. And you can go in the store right now. The shelves are not empty. They do have some they don't sell, which means they would also have, with this whole equivalent increase in everything, a 15 to 30 times increase in overstock or unsold product. Well, they could just, get more truck deliveries, right? Well, those deliveries cut into their bottom line. Get rid of things from the shelf so that they can make room to put the stuff on the shelf. Well, that's going to anger whatever company's trying to sell the stuff they got rid of. They might lose profit out of that too. Even the game company telling them they need to drop the price would require a contract negotiation or risk damaging the contract that they already have with them, and again, angering or damaging the relationship the two parties have in this case, making it harder for either one of them to want to do business with the other. And to bring the point up again that some of you might have noticed I didn't make clear yet, this sales data that I'm using is based off of digital sales. For a digital sale, the profit might increase substantially from the $14 since there's no shipping or warehouses or giving a brick and mortar store their cut. Yes, platforms like Steam take a 30% cut, but we don't know how much the publisher is making before or after that, or how much they didn't spend on making and shipping the physical copies. And we all know the publishers are trying to make their own digital platforms as well. Does that mean maybe they can only make the digital games $15 and the store games stay at $60 or $50? The stores would have to be insane to accept that occurring. They have contractual negotiations about the games, which includes the prices. When the digital games undercut them so severely, that's not just going to anger them. I think that might actually be a contract in bad faith. The price difference would be so severe that it would be incentivizing the customers to go to the digital storefront instead of the brick and mortar store. Again, this is also probably why the digital games remain at $60 versus the cost in the store, even though it's cheaper to produce them digitally because, well, if they make it cheaper, same situation. Even if it's just 5 cents, the stores might throw a conniption. In the end, between all this, a $15 price point might just be too slim of a profit margin, and, well, the contracts might just be too much to deal with as well. So brick and mortar stores might just give up on video games entirely. And I have seen this before. If you know the store Boscov's, they used to have things like a photo shop and video games and music and movies, but eventually those got taken away and put away. And that just might be the example of them saying, we can't afford it, we don't make enough money off it, we're just going to skip the whole thing altogether. But remember, the focus of this video is how the game companies can make increased profit off of these sales. The brick and mortar stores selling them might be a necessary casualty for this to happen. Which brings me to one last topic to get into before we delve into conclusions. Let's say we stick with the $60 price tag because they need that money from the sales of it to operate effectively. It's not surprising to say that the profits from the major hits can keep them afloat when they release their stinkers. We've all noticed inflation in these times, and well, I guess it's just time now for $70 to come up because Take-Two needs that money to keep the lights on, right? Right? Things must be getting more expensive, so let's see what they have to say to convince us why we should pay an extra $10 and... We're not seeing a pushback to it. I'll translate the corporate speak. We are getting away with it. You companies need to give us better reasons than you're used to it or you'll pay it anyway, as a reason for price increases. I know that your end-user license agreements don't say that we actually own the game. We just own a license to play the game. And every last one of you can see this easily yourselves. If I have a license to play the game, why can't I play it on more than one platform or console? I don't go to Walmart, buy a t-shirt, and then get a contract that says I can only wear it on Tuesdays and Thursdays after all. Well, the dev team had to make separate versions. Did they have to make those separate versions from the ground up, from nothing, 3 or 4 times? And shouldn't that make the PC copy of the game double or more in price because they have to make sure that it's tested and workable on different GPU or CPU chipsets and technologies? Oh, what about that inflation thing I said? Well, if you blame inflation, you are openly stating that you know the economic status of everybody is in a worse place than it was before, meaning they have less free money to go around. So with that in mind, did they do anything to keep overhead costs low while they were still making everything? Well, we gotta make sure the workers get paid too, right? I mean, they're still working on patches and DLC. There's plenty I can get into about that topic, but I'll leave that alone and just focus on this. When you get more revenue from more games being sold, regardless of the price they're at, that's more revenue and money to pay the workers for. After all, Domino's and plenty of other places have their buy two at cheaper price deals, and they know people do that regularly now, more than just buying one pizza or whatever. They wouldn't be able to keep that up if they weren't making an increased profit from selling those two cheaper than at the normal price. Anyway, that's my 2 cents about the price increases, so let's see how things can go with price decreases. In short, there are a lot of things that have to happen and be generally guaranteed to happen for game prices to be lowered, even if it's not $15, and then have them stay consistent at those prices. So here's the rundown of things that would have to happen. First, game purchases would pretty much have to give up on stores and go completely digital. Then there would have to be enough people willing to spend that $15, and even an increased number of people willing to spend that $15. That's not too much of a stretch for me, though. And all of this would have to happen regularly, and that is especially weighted on the customer's actions, i.e. you, from seeing games consistently at $15 at a lower price in a digital-only environment. Remember, that 1500% is an average. How many percentiles of that average are lower than or higher than the average? That said, let's revisit that 60% thing. Not all games have in-game or DLC purchases, microtransactions, stuff like that. However, all of this is going to definitely incentivize people who haven't done it before, companies that are on the fence about it, companies that don't do it too much, or companies that are already in very, very deep about this kind of thing with making and developing DLC, in-game app purchases, microtransactions, stuff like that. I mean, they're going to have to do that to ensure they keep getting their profits above what they were getting previously when they drop the games down to $15. But here's where the math and statistics of all this actually get a little bit interesting. Because you're probably suspecting that the 75% price drop would apply to the 60% as well. How many times have you gotten, let's say, Assassin's Creed Origins or something from the bargain bin for $20? Go home, put it in, there's the DLC in an in-app purchases page, and everything in there didn't get cheaper. All of it priced like it just got released yesterday. How many games on sale have their DLC pages on Steam or wherever show that they don't get the same markdown price, if any at all? That 60% is most likely going to continue at a consistent rate similar to what it is today. And by that I mean if we apply the $14 profit from a $60 game to that 60%, it means the 60% equals $21 in their revenue, making a total of $35 in revenue for each game sold. Now that's applying the entire company-wide revenue to each individual game. Some of us don't buy the in-game stuff, but this is to help illustrate and compare it all. Drop the price to $15 and the 40% revenue that made up becomes $3.50, or as I mentioned previously, we can make it as low as $1. The $21 for the rest of the revenue per $60 game sold will not change in most instances for the reasons I just pointed out. Now maybe some of the other stuff gets lowered in price, like the DLC packs, the expansions, big stuff like that. But you know what somebody who spent $15 on a game compared to $60 has? An extra $45 to use on in-game purchases, or even another game he came out with. So I think that $20 revenue value will stay generally consistent. So let's apply the value of that 60% to the increased amount of sales. With the averages being 1,500% to 3,000%, especially closer to the 3,000 for more popular or heavily advertised games, that means that for those increases in sales, the people who get in-game purchases and such would increase that revenue value to $315 for 1,500% increase in sales, and $630 for a 3,000% increase in sales. That means, to compare fully, the sale of one game at $60 gives a total revenue to the company of $35 each. When that turns into 15 games sold at $15 for every one game sold at $60, these 15 games make a revenue of $330 to $367.50 per 1,500% increase in game sales, which isn't a 1,500% increase in revenue, it's a 942% to 1,050% increase in revenue. For 3,000% sales increases, double, it would be 1,885% to 2,100% increase. And there's where one thing comes in that might cause companies to not want to do this, comparing this to the increase in revenue if they can get these increased sales somehow for a $60 game. Do the math, and that means the units of 15 or 30 copies they'd sell at $15 instead of the one game at $60 means those units of 15 or 30 make between 62 to 70% of the revenue that the $60 game would make if it sold an equal number of copies. If. However, that would mean that a game that sells 1 million copies at current prices would have to sell the 15 or 30 million copies that our $15 games would theoretically sell. And let's remember, there is a limit to the number of people that actually want or are interested in a certain game, even if it were nice and cheap. Overwatch has 50 million copies sold, and GTA 5 is 175 million copies sold. Minecraft and Tetris are actually at the top of the bestsellers list with 238 million and then 520 million respectively. But remember what those games are? Cheap! Tetris more so because of age, but you get what I mean. And remember the big if. These increases in sales are only happening when the game is $15, not the $60. So they might look at it and say, our calculations say we're only going to make 67 to 70% of the revenue compared to if they stayed $60, and they got marketing teams to push for those increased sales with the $60. But the revenue that they don't make at $60 can't be compared to the revenue they possibly and most likely would make at $15. Also, there's the question of if they even need to make this 1,500% threshold to make the increased revenue versus their $60 game. What is the minimum number of $15 games they would need to sell to make increased revenue, keeping the consistency of the $21 spread across each game sale, and just to really push things, Instead of making $1 profit from actual game sales, they break even and eat the costs and make $0. How many would they have to sell to get above the $35 revenue per game if they just made that $21? Well, elementary school math says 2. If $15 games only double sales, they'd still make an increased overall revenue of $42. A 120% increase in revenue brought on by doubled sales that only came about from the cheaper price. Bring back in the $1 or $3.50 and it becomes $44 or $49, which is an increased revenue of 126% or 140%. If you want to get really specific with how few games they can do, an overall 170% increase in sales, or times 1.7, is slightly above the break-even point for revenue. As you can see, this is where the profit value for each game sale becomes mostly irrelevant, and it didn't matter if the profits were $14, $16, $27, or even if they somehow keep all of the $60 or $70 from the price of the game when it sells. In fact, here's the evidence that 170% increase in sales still works, even if they keep all of the $60 or $70 that the game costs as their profit. As I said, the current market landscape has changed from what it was about 5 or 10 years ago, and that change is effectively microtransactions and other in-game, in-app purchases, which have become a much more consistent and profitable source of revenue, as was shown with the 60% value of revenue coming from such sales. Now, this also leads to the conclusion that not only is the profit from selling a game arbitrary in terms of the percentage of the total revenue and how it all interacts, but also that within the boundaries of what we discussed in the video so far, game companies have no true need to make games cost $70. So if the price is arbitrary, why not make the games free? I keep suggesting $15 for the games so that there's some kind of profit that the companies can make. In turn, that means that they wouldn't have to lean so much into microtransactions and DLC stuff as if they just gave the game away for free. Let's face it, we all have our suspicions, if not evidence and knowledge, of how a game focused entirely on microtransactions can damage the quality of it. So this is my conclusion about the whole thing. If we as the customer accept that there will most likely no longer be any future purchases of video games in physical stores or on physical media, although I hope they'll still let us back them up, there will be an increased incentive for in-game app purchases, or at least more aggressive marketing of it, and that we, importantly, do not change our buying habits and our perception toward the games with their cost being $15, then it is theoretically possible, based off the information and research I've done, and I'd say some of the stuff they taught me in business class, but when you get taught the things, it sounds more like common sense that you just never thought of before. And I will say at this point in time that I am aware, and I am always aware, especially in business, that there are things that I couldn't figure out from my research, I just plain don't know, and hey, I might have gotten some stuff wrong. So if you or anybody else that hears about this video thinks I got something wrong or missed something, didn't think of something, go ahead and put it in the comments. I'm not going to be somebody who says I'm 110% right just because I did a bunch of hard work researching. This is, like I mentioned before, a thought experiment. I'm not entirely sure how realistic all of this is going to be, especially since it's such a huge change to how the industry and us, the customers, have done things so far for decades. That said, the comments you leave about the stuff I missed or got wrong, whatever, yeah, I won't mind replying to them to see if how it changed things, what kind of other ideas it gave me, how it's making me, put it into all this stuff I came up with, and see how it changes. This is probably the most important aspect of this video, where this might just be a thought experiment, and I might not know how correct it is, but for all we know, there might be something here to find out. And it's only by putting all our heads together and sharing our information, knowledge, experiences, that we're going to be able to come up with maybe not the perfect solution, but a better solution. Maybe $15 isn't what we can do, but maybe we can do $20, or maybe we can figure out a way to keep the $60 stable instead of them trying to pull the wool over our eyes about the $70 thing. And on that note, I will point out that a lot of times I keep hearing people talk about video games being expensive and why the prices are going up and why they don't like it. It always seems to be people complaining about corporate greed, and yes, I will point out that from my business textbooks, I can show where CEOs in a lot of instances are being overpaid, either by accident, by purpose, whatever, but that's not the focus of this. Running around saying evil business, evil CEO is not going to get them to change their minds easily. Showing them how they can make more money doing things cheaper and selling them cheaper is going to get them to change their mind easily. And while it might be as difficult as I say and suggest, it might not actually be that hard. The funny thing about businesses, especially here in the US, is they're effectively the only time that you will get a quick and emphatic yes as an answer to the question, if everybody else ran and jumped off a bridge, would you go with them? That's because businesses have a tendency to follow the leader a lot, especially when it seems like an easy thing to do. Just look at what happened with the whole NFT thing, how many people try to get on that. They got into microtransactions pretty fast, but hey, who here remembers that time they tried selling 3D glasses and 3D TVs? They're afraid those other businesses jumping off the bridge might know something they don't. And so before the bean counters can come up with a risk assessment to tell them about all the rocks in the water, the CEO's already jumped off, hoping to find that big pile of fluffy marshmallows that the others must know is down there. And again, that's where we have to come in on this. If we don't buy the games at $15 and show them that business strategy is going to work out for them, and yes, this sort of suggests that we will have to buy a few of the costumes, in-game items, and things like that for the games, then they're either not going to even bother doing it, or they're going to very swiftly go back to $60, probably even snapping back the $15 games to $60 that they tried out. We have to be the ones that prove the big pile of fluffy marshmallows is down there when they take the flying leap, and okay, look, this analogy is starting to break down. I'm here talking about CEOs jumping off bridges, and I'm sure all of you are happy to hear that, but I think this needs to be slowed down a little bit and moved on from. I think you all know what I'm trying to get at with all this, and hopefully it's not too confusing, but most importantly, hopefully it's not too far off the mark, so that together we can actually build off of this or come up with a different idea to show all those CEOs and game companies that, yes, not only do we want this, but we're willing to reward them for it, in a sense. Just to be clear, this video is made because you guys voted for it in the comments, and we're going to make sure to continue that going forward. You guys watch this stuff, you guys should have a hand in what you see. And if I am completely wrong with all this stuff, then hey, let's share the knowledge together, you know? To reiterate something